figure glowering down at him from the threshold of the chapel door.
"Well, well, sack him up, man, eh?"
It was one of the new guards Lupton had hired.
"Thought you could steal the newest resident, did ya?"
Lovelock leapt upright.
No, save your breath for Mr. Lupton," he barked. "Now shut the door on that stink and come with me."
In his hand he carried a cudgel, and he raised it threateningly as he spoke. Lovelock turned and retreated back down the steps to the door, which had remained ajar. He glimpsed inside and saw Thomas, who gave him a silent nod and closed the door from the inside. Lovelock did not hear the latch fall. At least he was safe in the knowledge that Dr. Silkstone could escape from the suffocating chamber as he began to climb the stairs toward the waiting guard. Meanwhile, Thomas opened the door very slightly, so that a chink of light from the stairwell illuminated the reeking space of the vault. He reached for his pipe and lit it with one of the candle flames. The smoke masked the putrid stench, but made it no easier to breathe. He waited for what seemed an age before opening the door more fully. It creaked in protest. Emerging into the half-light of the stairwell, he breathed deeply, then inclined his head, listening for any sounds. He knew it would be only a few minutes before more men came to inspect what they thought Lovelock had been about. His opening was small, and he realized he must take the chance or risk apprehension. Any proper examination of the corpse would have to wait, though he was relieved at being unable to delve once more into the coffin. It was not that he was repulsed by the rotting flesh or the bloated features. He had, after all, seen worse in the form of Lord Crick, who had been dead almost a se'nnight when he took his knife to him. No, it was more that if the body was Lydia's, God forbid, this was not how he wished to remember her. He feared that if he were to prove that this putrefying corpse was once his beloved, then he would find it hard to think of her without picturing her eyes straining in their sockets or the maggots emerging from her nostrils. He would be the first to acknowledge that he of all people should not be so afflicted by such an irrational dread, yet he worried that he might be unable to shake off an image that had been seared onto his brain. He dispelled the thought, leaving it in the blackness of the vault as he headed out, abandoning the corpse to nature once more. Creeping softly up the stairs, he reached the door. He put his ear to the keyhole. As far as he could tell, the chapel was deserted. The door opened slightly with a squeak of descent, giving him a narrow field of vision. He glanced about him. He was alone. Lovelock had been marched off to face Lupton's wrath. Thomas feared for the outcome of his interrogation. It was not a crime to steal a body, but the groom could still face any number of trumped-up charges, including trying to pilfer from the cadaver. Such a felony could carry the death sentence, and he would not expect Lovelock to sacrifice his life for his own sake. Thomas would not blame the groom if he cracked under questioning, but he knew he must flee the estate as soon as possible, before Lupton's men returned to apprehend him. Making his way down the side aisle, keeping close to the wall and pressing himself into the shadows, he reached the heavy oak door. Twisting the round handle, he saw the latch lift, but as he heaved the door open, instead of a clear path through the porch, he was greeted by Lovelock, the guard, and another man. The groom's pock-marked forehead puckered into a frown. His arm was being held behind his back by the guard.
"Oh, sir, they saw your horse," he blurted. "I'm so sorry."
The other man stepped forward and grabbed Thomas roughly by the shoulder.
"To the hall with them," said the guard. "You can explain everything to Mr. Lupton yourselves."
Chapter 28. Lupton's men hustled Thomas and Lovelock into the very cart that had originally brought the groom to the chapel and drove them the short distance to Boughton Hall. Thomas knew there was no point in resisting. On arrival, he was taken straight to face Lupton. He watched Lovelock being dispatched below stairs to await his fate. The steward eyed Thomas for a moment from his desk, elbows planted, fingers tented. He did not invite him to sit, but suddenly rose and circled him in silence, his arms folded. "So, Dr. Silkstone," he said finally, "I thought better of you than to act like a common thief." Thomas clenched his jaw. "And I thought better of you and your master than to act like jailers and then murderers, sir."
"Serious allegations, Dr. Silkstone," came a voice behind him.
Thomas wheeled round to see that Sir Montague Malthus himself had suddenly swooped into the room.
"I trust you have proof?"
Thomas narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath, but he found he could no longer control his fury. Jabbing a finger at the lawyer, he felt himself spitting out his words as if they were poisoned darts.
I will find it, so help me God, Malthus, even if 'tis the last thing I do."
Sir Montague, who had stood impassively by the door, now sallied further into the room, a henchman Thomas recognised from the meeting at his heels. He allowed the butler to take his cloak, then handed him his kid gloves.
"You are distressed, Dr. Silkstone, at the loss of her ladyship." He tilted his head mockingly. "But you really must try to curb your morbid fascination with the dead. You need not have gone to the trouble of opening the coffin to say your farewell."
Thomas shot a puzzled look at the lawyer, whose lips twitched into a smile.
"I spoke with Lovelock, you see," he explained. "He told me the corpse was already unidentifiable."
Thomas tensed. He knew he was beaten on that score. Lovelock was right, he replied. There was no way of telling if the corpse was Lydia— he paused for effect— or whether it was Annalise Kent. At the mention of the young spinster's name, Sir Montague's brow arched. He seemed uncharacteristically disconcerted. It was clear Thomas had riled him. He steadied his mood by walking to the window and staring out. After a moment he said, "It appears I underestimated you, Doctor." "Where is she, Malthus?" cried Thomas, marching up behind him. "What have you done with her?" Turning to face the young doctor, Sir Montague let out a strange, muted laugh. He was the puppet master, pulling the strings, and he wanted to make Thomas dance to his tune.
"Don't you see, Silkstone?" he began. "It really is of no consequence whose cadaver lies in the vault. What you must understand is that Lady Lydia is dead to the world, and—"
He poked Thomas's chest as he delivered his verbal blow.
"In particular, to you."
Unable to hold himself in check, Thomas responded by lurching forward toward the lawyer, but the henchman grabbed him by his coat sleeve and pulled him back.
"Your conduct does not become a gentleman, sir," butted in Lupton.
Thomas turned on the steward.
"And what would you know about being one?"
he cried, tugging his dishevelled frock coat back into place. "Lady Lydia put her trust in you, and you betrayed her." Sir Montague shook his head.
"We acted in her ladyship's best interests," he corrected.
Thomas stared at him incredulously. He wondered how a man could be so contemptuous and cruel toward his own flesh and blood. Still, he realized that if Sir Montague ever found out that he knew the truth, that the lawyer was Lydia's real father, he would be placing himself in grave jeopardy. Being privy to Sir Montague's secret was his trump card, and he would play it when he felt the time was right. Now was not the moment. Instead, he took a different tack. "In her best interests?" he echoed. "And what of her son? What of Richard? Where is he? Or have you disposed of him to suit your purposes too?" Lupton took particular offence at this last remark.
"Curb your tongue, sir!"
he roared indignantly, but Sir Montague lifted his hand to silence the steward.
"My purposes, Dr. Silkstone?" queried the lawyer. "And what, pray, does your razor-sharp intellect tell you they are?"
Thomas shook his head. "I know you wish to control the Boughton Estate. That is why you want to enclose it with your fences and hedges." Lupton intervened. "Enclosure is the only way forward, Dr. Silkstone." Thomas nodded. "I'll admit 'tis a convenient way of controlling the landless and the poor and washing your hands of your responsibilities to your tenants." Sir Montague slid an odd look toward the steward and gave a wry smile.
"My responsibilities?" he huffed.
"You've been swayed by the Frenchman Rousseau and his social contract, have you not, Dr. Silkstone?
With rights come responsibilities, yes? Such notions do not hold weight with we English landowners."
He put particular emphasis on the word English to try to alienate the young doctor even further. Thomas could see it was futile arguing with a man so Machiavellian in his outlook. He suspected he had an even deeper purpose than the control of Boughton and its many hundreds of acres. Men like Sir Montague, ruthless yet enterprising, always kept their eye on the wider scheme of things. Something was brewing. He gleaned it from the looks that were exchanged between the lawyer and his steward and from the new guards employed on the estate. They were plotting, and Lydia was an inconvenience in their scheme, an obstacle that needed to be swept aside before their plans could come to fruition. Boughton's old order was changing, yielding place to a new, less benevolent structure, so at odds with the ladyship's own vision for the estate. Thomas knew he had to do everything in his power to mitigate it in Lydia's name. The young doctor shot back. You do the people of Brandwick a disservice if you think they will lose their common land and woods without a fight, sir." Sir Montague arched a formidable brow.
"A threat, Dr. Silkstone? Surely not."
Thomas's mind flashed to Mr. Togoose's corpse, and to the cottagers and tenants who had gathered to protest on the common. He knew the villagers would not go quietly into the long, dark night of dispossession that surely lay before them and their families. "There will be trouble, sir, unless you compensate people fairly for their losses," Thomas warned.
"Oh, what a very noble sentiment," sneered Sir Montague. "But I'm afraid the people of Brandwick have proved themselves little more than savages in their treatment of those I engaged to survey the estate."
Swooping upon the desk, Sir Montague retrieved some bound sheets of foolscap. Thomas recognised them immediately.
"Your enlightening post-mortem report did not make comfortable reading, Silkstone," said the lawyer, waving the document in the air. "And one of the barbarians who killed my surveyor is still at large and may well strike again."
His great shoulders rose in a sigh. He threw the post-mortem report back at Thomas in disgust, as if the parchment on which it was written were blooded.
"So," he continued, "I know exactly where my responsibilities lie, Silkstone. I will avenge the death of the man who has died in my service."
Chapter 29. By the light of a single tallow candle, Thomas tried to marshal his thoughts. He was still reeling from his encounter with Sir Montague, and for more than an hour since his return to the 3 Tuns, he had been unable to do anything but pace up and down across his bedroom floor, considering the options open to him in his search for Lydia. There was now no possibility that Sir Montague would allow him to ascertain, once and for all, the identity of the body in the vault. Every time he closed his eyes, he was reminded of the woman's face, the bruising around her mouth, and the swollen tongue. The uncertainty was eating away at him, just as surely as the maggots were feasting on the cadaver's flesh. But he must not allow his own vexation to cloud his judgment. There would be another way. There had to be. If Lydia was still alive, and he had to believe that she was, then his search for her would have to resume at the Bedlam hospital. He had reached a dead end at Boughton. There was nothing left for him here. He would return to London the following day. He dipped the nib of his quill into the ink-pot. He would write to Sir Theodosius and inform him of his inconclusive trip to the Crick family vaults and of his decision to revisit Bedlam. As his pen hovered above the paper, however, he heard a noise like rain on the pane. He lifted his gaze to the window, but the glass was dry. Rising from his chair, he looked out onto the street. All was deserted. Everyone had heeded the curfew, everyone, that is, except a figure who stood in the half-shadows below. Thomas watched him as he aimed a handful of dirt at the pane again. Opening the window, he peered down to see the familiar face of Adam Diggott, looking back up at him. Without a word he motioned to his visitor, then slipped out of his room and down the stairs to lift the latch of the inn's side entrance. The coppicer scurried in through the door like a frightened mouse. His face was hazed with stubble, and he stank of stale sweat, reminding Thomas that he had been hiding in the woods for several days. "You should not be here," Thomas told him bluntly. "If Lupton's men find you—" Adam Diggott grunted, but had to catch his breath before he spoke. It was clear he had run a long way. Doubling over, he planted his hands on his thighs and sniffed, before standing upright. "You know my pa is charged with the murder, and they're after me too?" Thomas knew, of course, and suddenly felt guilty that he had not paid more attention to the men's plight. He pictured the old drunkard lazing by the hearth, babbling and confused, barely able to lift his head, let alone a pistol. "And you say you are innocent?" Lifting his shoulders, Adam let his breath escape from his chest in a loud sigh. "I swear we never hurt the map-maker, sir." Thomas did not respond for a moment, then said, "What makes them think you did?" Adam shook his head. "I seed my pa wandering after curfew, and found a pistol and a pocket watch in the cottage, sir," he replied. "But they put it there. I know they did." His fists were balled and raised to shoulder height, as if pleading for help. The doctor nodded. He could easily believe that Sir Montague was capable of such a feat. He wanted revenge at any price, even if it meant victimizing an old man and his innocent son. He must have given orders to arrest and charge any man breaking the curfew, no matter their innocence, no matter the unlikeliness of their guilt. That Abe Diggott just happened to be grandfather to a boy whipped for arson made a conviction even more likely. As far as Sir Montague was concerned, the whole family bore the stain of guilt. "Please help us, Doctor. I've heard you've ways to prove a man's innocence or guilt. Save my pa, will you? I beg." The officer clasped his hands together in supplication. "There is no need to beg," replied Thomas. "Of course I will try and help your father, because I believe he played no part in the murder." A sigh escaped Adam's lips. "Thank you, sir. Thank you," he said. "Save your thanks until I see your father pardoned," he replied. At that moment a latch clicked nearby, and a shadow appeared in a candle's glow against the far wall. "Who's there?" called a voice. It was Peter Geach. "Go," whispered Thomas, bundling Adam Diggett out of the door. "Who's there?" The landlord drew nearer, his silhouette looming larger. Thomas managed to draw the bar across just before he turned the corner. "Dr. Silkstone," came the startled greeting. "Mr. Geach, everything all right?" The landlord squinted into the darkness, holding his candle aloft. "My horse," replied Thomas. "Your horse?" Thomas nodded. "Your stable lad. Coot? Yes. He saw a cut on her forelock. I was checking on her." Geach let out an odd chuckle. "Doctoring animals now as well, eh?" He shook his head as if he found the very notion amusing. Thomas smiled flatly. "All's well." "I'll bid you good night then, sir," said the landlord. He turned and chanted to himself as he walked back down the corridor. Thomas's breath quivered in his chest as he exhaled. On the morrow he would leave for Oxford. "I must settle my account," Thomas told Geach early the following morning. "You are leaving us so soon?" The landlord was wiping spilled ale off the bar counter with a dirty rag. "Urgent business in Oxford, I'm afraid," said Thomas, not wishing to enlighten the landlord further. But from the look on his face he already knew. "Old Abe Diggett's in trouble, I hear." There was a cruel glee in Geach's voice. Thomas indulged him. Leaning across the bar, he said, "And one of your best customers, too." The landlord nodded in agreement. "He likes a tipple. Gin, I've heard. I'll take some, if I may." Geach narrowed his eyes. His gin was supposed to be a secret, known only to the regulars and to his business associates. "Gin?" he repeated softly. "Are you sure, Dr. Silkstone?" "'Tis not a beverage normally consumed by gentlemen such as yourself." "A flagon, if you please." Thomas laid a shilling on the counter. The landlord looked puzzled. "'Tis not for me, Mr. Geach. 'Tis for Abe Diggett," he replied, adding, "'Twill help him take his mind off the noose." Chapter 30. Sir Montague Malthus glanced up from examining the estate's accounts to see his clerk approaching. Gilbert Fothergill entered the study at Draycott House, laden down with a pile of scrolls, his face masked by his burden. Finding the sight vaguely amusing, the lawyer arched a heavy brow. "Is that you, Fothergill?" he asked with a smirk. The little man's reply sounded muffled. "Aye, sir." "So what have we here?" he queried, just as the clerk's burden fell and scattered across the desk. "Petitions, I fear, sir," came the reply. It was not only the cottagers and commoners who were angered by the plans to enclose the Boughton Estate. Despite their acquiescence at the public meeting, it seemed several yeoman farmers had changed their minds on seeing the plans. After digging deeper, they felt they were being cheated by their new lord too. Their many petitions bore testament to the fact. Some asked to increase the size of their allotment, while others simply opposed the move altogether. All were dissatisfied. The deposited scrolls covered most of the desk, and Sir Montague leaned back to survey them. "Well, well, the plebeians have been busy," he commented. He waved a large hand above the sea of white tubes secured with lengths of ribbon or sealing wax. "Indeed, sir, there is general disquiet, I fear," Fothergill informed his master. He pushed back his spectacles, which had slipped down his glistening nose. The lawyer looked up at his clerk and sketched an odd smile. "General disquiet, eh?" he asked. He leaned forward. "We shall see about that," he said, and in one fell swoop he extended his arm and brushed all the scrolls from the desk. They toppled to the floor and scattered like leaves. Fothergill watched wide-eyed as the papers tumbled over one another and rolled across the boards. "That is what I think of these petitions, Fothergill," said Sir Montague, as soon as the last scroll had settled.
There is no question of any amendments to the Act, so I see no point in prevarication."
A flustered Fothergill stood stunned for a moment before bending down to pick up the wayward petitions.
"No, sir. Quite, sir,"
he replied, his spectacles slipping along the bridge of his nose every time he bobbed down to pick up a scroll. Sir Montague walked over to him, his shadow looming over the clerk, blocking out the natural light and darkening his vision.
"Do not waste my time again, you hear?" he barked.
He kicked a nearby scroll hard and sent it flying into the air before seating himself behind his desk once more. Indeed, Boughton's new lord had been extremely swift to act when it came to implementing his programme of enclosure. Felling was in full swing, and within the next few days enough spars and posts would be produced to start fencing off the common. Fothergill, the petitions now bundled under his arms, stood once more before his master. The latter had resumed the work that had engaged him prior to being so rudely interrupted. The clerk cleared his throat.
"I beg your pardon, sir," he began nervously, "but there is one more matter that craves your attention at Boughton."
Sir Montague slapped the desk and clicked his tongue.
"Do I not engage Dr. Lupton for such trivialities?"
Fothergill nodded.
"Indeed, sir, but this request comes from Mr. Lupton himself." "Well?" he snapped. "He wishes to know if you will sanction the beating of the bounds, sir."
Sir Montague leaned back in his chair and looked thoughtful. Next week it would be Rogation Tide, the 3 days over which this infernal tradition was usually enacted. It had completely slipped his mind. Having little care for such a custom, he intended to instruct Lupton to begin fencing the common that same week. The beating attracted hundreds of people from the surrounding parishes, too. Implementation of his plans would undoubtedly mean that a tradition as old as the Doomsday Book itself would be consigned to the soil heap of history. The idea of quashing such an ancient custom rather appealed to him. If he were to instigate his plans, the observance could no longer go ahead. The lawyer drummed the desk.
"Tell Lupton to begin fencing," he said finally. "Allow the peasants to exercise their ridiculous ceremonies, and in no time at all they'll be sacrificing virgins. Make sure the work gets underway as soon as possible so that they know who is in command."
Fothergill, who had anticipated such a reply, exhaled slowly. He did not relish the thought of being the bearer of more bad news.
"Yes, sir," he said, bowing.
He was about to beat a hasty retreat when Sir Montague raised his large hand.
"Oh, and Fothergill,"
he called, his features suddenly softening.
"Sir?"
A smile reappeared on the lawyer's lips, as if he had found a certain pleasure in his own generosity.
"Send word upstairs to Lady Lydia, will you? Tell her she's invited to join me for tea this afternoon."
Fothergill, slightly bemused by his master's change of mood, found his own lips twitching into a smile.
"Yes, sir,"
he replied. Later that afternoon, Lady Lydia Farrell glided into the drawing-room. Her back straight and her eyes bright and alert, she seemed to have regained the health that had deserted her in Bedlam. Her cheekbones, though remaining prominent, sat above the pale blush of a fair complexion, and she filled her new gown well. Indeed, the lace cap that she wore to disguise the fact that her hair was above shoulder length was the only outward sign of the terrible torment she had suffered.
"My dear, how well you look,"
said Sir Montague, walking toward her with his arms outstretched. They exchanged a well-meaning, if stiff, embrace. "I feel much restored, sir," she replied with a nod. Sir Montague gestured to the sofa and rang the bell.
"And young Richard?"
he inquired. Lydia smiled. "He is enjoying the warmer weather, and has been playing in the gardens."
"That is good news indeed," said Sir Montague,
seating himself opposite her.
"I shall pay him a visit in the nursery shortly, although I find that my time is most precious at the moment."
Lydia nodded. "Running 2 estates cannot be an easy task, but you know you can rely on Mr. Lupton." At that moment, Sir Montague's butler and 2 maids entered carrying the tea service on trays.
"Would you do the honours, my dear?"
asked the lawyer. "Of course," replied Lydia, and the maids set down their trays on a table at her side. Waiting until they were alone once more, Lydia took the lid off the tea canister and spooned some leaves into the pot. She was acutely aware that Sir Montague's hawk-like eyes were following her as she lifted the jug. Adding a little milk to the bowl, she poured in the tea and handed it to him as he sat on the opposite side of the small table.
"Thank you,"
he said with a nod. An air of polite civility pervaded the room. There was an unspoken acceptance between them, a scene of domestic quietude, if not bliss, that seemed to defy the events of the past few weeks. Yet, as Lydia sipped her tea, it was obvious that beneath her calm exterior she remained troubled. "You have heard nothing, sir?" Sir Montague shook his head.
"I fear not, my dear. Your last letter was sent 5 days ago. If a reply was to be forthcoming, I'm sure it would have reached you by now."
Lydia's shoulders sloped suddenly. This was the 4th letter she had written to Thomas, and the 4th that had gone unanswered. Ever since Sir Montague had rescued her from Bedlam, she had taken refuge in Draycott House, where she had been reunited with her son. The nightmare of her stay in the hospital remained with her, but it was receding. Her strength had grown daily, and her confidence returned. What she could not forget, nor forgive, however, was Thomas's role in her incarceration. She did not understand how someone she had loved so fiercely and so passionately could have abandoned her. "I know you are right, but it has hit me hard, sir." Sir Montague nodded.
"Of course it has, my dear. But I did warn you."
It was true, she acknowledged, but it still galled her. Night after night she had cried herself to sleep, longing for Thomas to come and take her away from the living hell that had enveloped her, and when, eventually, after weeks of waiting, he had come, he had conspired with Dr. Cameron to let her remain. Oh, he had appeared full of righteous indignation at the time. He had championed her, railed against the restraints used on her, pretended to be appalled by her mistreatment, when in fact he had sanctioned it all. Of course he did not reply to her letters. His plans had misfired. Sir Montague had heard of her travails and sent a carriage to take her away. She had been sorely mistaken before, thinking that her son's legal guardian, and the man who had revealed himself as her real father, was responsible for her terrible misfortune. Yet she had been cruelly misled. Sir Montague had explained everything to her. All along it had been Thomas, the man with whom she had intended to spend the rest of her life, who had seen that she was taken to Bedlam. It was he who had left the instructions for her confinement. Sir Montague was insistent that he and Dr. Fairweather had simply been acting on his orders. Had she not seen Thomas's signature for herself, she would never have believed such calumny. The script, so familiar, yet so shocking, sat next to Dr. Fairweather's on the paper that certified her insane. She had not credited it at first. How could he have betrayed her trust in such a cruel and heartless way? It had taken her many weeks to come to terms with the loss. She had written to him so many times, asking him to explain himself, yet he had steadfastly ignored her. She had been jilted in the cruelest of fashions, and slowly but surely she was reconciling herself to the fact that she would never see him again. "Yes, you did warn me," she acknowledged. Yet again her own judgment had proved flawed. The 3 men she had loved in her life had all been unworthy. First there was her cousin Frances, when she had been little more than a child, then her late husband Michael, who had been such a wastrel, and now Thomas. His betrayal had been the worst, because he had appeared so unswerving in his love, and it was very much reciprocated. Despite being a colonist, he had seemed nobler than any high-born aristocrat she had ever encountered. Perhaps now she should lay her future at the feet of her own father, the man who had shown her such infinite wisdom. Lifting her gaze, she looked directly at Sir Montague. "And I am so very grateful to you, Papa," she said. Chapter 31. Taking the main road to Oxford via Milton Common, Thomas paid his dues where 2 turnpike roads intersected. A corpse had been strung up at the gibbet. The body, blackened by tar to preserve it, dangled in an iron cage. A raven sat perched on the gallows frame, eyeing up the banquet that swayed before it in the stiff breeze. It was a sight intended to reassure travellers that highwaymen would be dealt with in the most severe way. It was also a warning to would-be offenders. Thomas only hoped that Abe Diggott would not be treated in the same manner. He urged his horse on even faster. It was late afternoon by the time the anatomist rode into the city. Going straight to Christchurch, he soon found himself outside the familiar brass-studded door of Professor Hush's study. He knocked and waited. No reply. Putting his ear to the keyhole, he listened. There was movement within. He knocked again, only louder. Still no reply was forthcoming, and yet it was evident someone was inside. Fearing a mishap had befallen his friend, Thomas seized the handle and pushed the door hard, the momentum carrying him into the room. No sooner had he entered than he was blinded by a bright flash. Simultaneously, a loud report filled his ears. It tore through the air, filling it with the smell of saltpetre. Instinctively he dived to the floor as a missile flew past his head, narrowly missing him.
"Mein Gott!"
came the cry, and the next thing the doctor knew was that Professor Hasher was standing over him, patting his back and encouraging him to stand. Thomas could barely hear his words at first, so great was the ringing in his ears, but seeing the professor safe, he staggered to his feet. "Sir!" he cried, with a mixture of surprise and relief.
"What?"
cried the Saxon. Then, suddenly realizing his ears were stuffed with gauze, he removed the wadding.
"I could have killed you,"
he huffed, waving a walnut-handled pistol. Thomas had to acknowledge that the professor was right.
"I not hear you,"
wailed the older man, pointing to his ears, which protruded from beneath clouds of white hair.
"I was doing experiment."
Thomas took a deep breath and managed to smile. Of course the professor had been oblivious to his knocking. His mind, let alone his hearing, had been fixed on greater things. Nor had he been expecting a visitor. He had rigged up a makeshift target from a tea-chest on the other side of the room and had been aiming at it when Thomas interrupted. In his hand he held Sir Theodosius's pistol. "So what conclusions can you draw, Professor?" asked the doctor, steadying himself against a chair.
"Ah,"
came the response,
"I shall show you."
Walking over to his workbench, the professor beckoned.
"Look here," he said. "I procure several shots of different caliber from local gunmaker."
Thomas followed him. "And?"
"And the only one that fired correctly was this one."
The professor held up the small ball between his finger and thumb. It was no bigger than a pea.
"I am told it belongs in a 25-bore pistol."
"The same size as the missile that I extracted from our surveyor."
"Exactly."
"If I'm not mistaken, that means 25 lead balls of the right size to fit into the barrel of the pistol would weigh a little over half an ounce each, and the caliber would be just over half an inch," said Thomas, thinking aloud.
"Correct again,"
said the professor with a clap of his hands. Thomas arched a brow. "So it is safe to say that the shot that killed the surveyor was fired from Sir Theodosius's pistol?"
"Ja."
The professor jerked his head.
"Find the pistol, and you find the killer."
Thomas frowned. If only it were that simple, Professor. Events had moved on apace since their last meeting, and Thomas knew he needed to ensure that Hasher was informed. "I fear the pistol has been found, but in the possession of a man I believe wholly innocent of the crime," he told him, picking up the duplicate from its box on the workbench. "I am convinced Sir Montague's men planted it in his home. I'm going to have to find some other means of proving he did not commit murder."
"What will you do?"
"I need to gain access to the accused in Oxford jail," replied Thomas. "But first I must visit Sir Theodosius." Before he left, however, Thomas remembered the small flagon of Geach's gin in his case. Handing it to Hasher, he asked, "May I prevail upon you to analyze the contents of this vessel, Professor?" Taking the flagon, the Saxon unstoppered it and sniffed. His head jerked back as if electricity had just shot through his body.
"Mein Gott!"
he cried, his eyes clearly smarting from the escaped vapour.
"Not schnapps?"
Thomas smiled. "No, not schnapps, but the English equivalent, gin." Hasher nodded knowingly.
"Moses' ruin, as they say."
"Indeed, and anyone else's who is fool enough to drink it," quipped Thomas. The professor held the flagon at arm's length to avoid breathing in the fumes.
"You want me to find what is therein?"
Thomas went a step further. "I would be most obliged if you could test for lead," he answered. Hasher's eyes widened.
"Lead?"
he repeated. On the ride from Brandwick to Oxford, Thomas had been musing on the seemingly non-specific symptoms of some of Brandwick's residents. Abe Diggett appeared to suffer from the most striking debilitations, confusion and lethargy, to name but two, yet there were others whom he had encountered who might be construed as affecting the signs of some ailment. He'd noted unexplained hair loss in younger men like Josh Thornley, and bluish gums and discoloured teeth, as in Abel Smith. He recalled that Mr. Peabody, the apothecary, had also commented on the growing band of both men and women who were suffering from bellyaches and gripes. These seemingly disparate symptoms might well be manifestations of a substance that was contained in a sauce that was tainting all those who partook of it. That sauce, mused Thomas, could well be the illegal gin distilled by Peter Geach at the 3 Tons. That he did so to avoid duty was neither here nor there to Thomas. What worried him was that somehow a noxious miasma or substance had entered into the liquor. Such a possibility had led him to cast his mind back to a paper he had read by a fellow Philadelphian, Thomas Cadwallader, about the similarities of the dry gripes suffered in the West Indies to an outbreak of colic in France. It was this treatise that had prompted Sir George Baker, the highly respected physician whom he had met several times in London, to investigate the possible cause of an outbreak of colic in his native Devon. Sir George had conducted a series of tests on cider, that drink so beloved of Devonians, and found that much of it was contaminated with lead. I know from my father's correspondence with Benjamin Franklin that lead has long been recognized as injurious to health, explained Thomas. He recalled having been shown a letter from the great man about an episode from his boyhood in Boston, when several residents complained of the dry bellyache and the loss of use of their limbs after consuming New England rum. A subsequent examination of the distilleries led physicians to believe that the mischief was occasioned by the use of lead in the stillheads and worms, he concluded. "So that is why you believe lead could be present in this gin?" The professor held up the flagon. "It is a distinct possibility, so we will need to devise ways to test for it," replied Thomas. At his words, the professor's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he relished the prospect of such a challenge. "Then allow me to get to work straight away," he declared, rubbing his hands together excitedly. The coroner's office was Thomas's next destination. Not only did he wish to convey the news that Sir Theodosius's pistol had definitely fired the shot that killed Mr. Turgoose, news that would hardly be welcome, but he also needed permission to visit Abe Diggott in jail. "So they have charged the brigand," boomed Sir Theodosius, as soon as Thomas set foot inside his office. There was a triumphant tone in his voice, and he banged his clenched fist onto the desk as if it were a gavel in court and the case had been closed. Yet Thomas had a sneaking suspicion that such bravado and such faith in the judicial system were but a wafer-thin veneer. What information the doctor had to impart was therefore most undesirable. His solemn expression warned the coroner of the bad news to come. Sir Theodosius raised a brow. His bravado was already crumbling. "You do not share my satisfaction, Silkstone? You are going to tell me they have the wrong man, are you not?" The doctor gave him a mildly disapproving look, like a child who has been caught telling tall tales. "In your heart of hearts you know it to be true, sir." The coroner tilted his head upward and rolled his eyes. "Another of your theories?" He did not attempt to hide his frustration. Thomas strode up to the desk. "Conveniently, they found your pistol in the coppicer's cottage." "My pistol?" he barked. There was no easy way to break the news. "I fear it has been proved beyond doubt that it was your pistol that fired the fatal shot, sir," said Thomas. Sir Theodosius's forehead furrowed instantly, and he raised his fist to his mouth. "Dear God, no," he mumbled. "Tests have been conducted, sir," began Thomas. "You and your tests, Silkstone," blurted the coroner. His fist stamped the desk, and he took a deep breath to calm himself. "So this man, this coppicer, is the victim of a conspiracy. Is that what you are saying?" Thomas nodded. "That is my belief, sir. I would ask you to give me access to him in jail so that I can prove his innocence." Sir Theodosius sighed deeply once more, sending his jowls quivering. "Very well," he said, taking up his quill. "I will grant you a meeting with this man, but on one condition." "Sir?" The coroner leaned his bulky frame forward. "If you prove him innocent, you will not stop searching for Turgoose's murderer." There was a thinly veiled plea in his voice. Thomas eyed him squarely. "You have my word, sir," he said. Chapter 32. Armed as he was with Sir Theodosius's letter of authorization, it did not take long for Thomas to gain entry into the jail. Not that he welcomed having to return. Even after all this time, the memories were still raw. The sounds, the smells, the sights all conspired to remind him of his visits to see Lydia's late husband, as he, too, wallowed in a stinking cell in Oxford jail, awaiting trial for murder. Captain Michael Farrell had been kept in relative luxury. At least he had not been forced to share his cell with other criminals. At least he had his own pot to piss in, and had not been shackled to the wall, the irons chafing his flesh. Abe Diggott had been accorded no such niceties. 3 other men and a boy were crowded in with him, not to mention the cockroaches that scurried and scrambled across the floor. The door groaned open, and the turnkey allowed the doctor entry. One of the prisoners rushed up to him and tugged at his topcoat. The jailer fended him off with a quick clip of his cosh, and the man retreated, whimpering.
"Anywhere else?"
growled the jailer. He flexed his muscles and slapped his palm with his cosh.
"There he is,"
he said to Thomas, using his weapon as a pointer.
"There's your man."
Abe Diggott was lying in a crumpled heap on the slippery cobbles, manacled at the ankles.
"'Tis Dr. Silkstone, Abe," he said softly,
kneeling down beside the woodsman. Diggott lifted his head slowly as if waking from a dream. Thomas noticed that his eyes were swimming in their sockets as he tried to focus. His cheeks caved inward and his shirt draped itself as loosely as a shroud over his torso. "Here," Thomas said, holding up a cup of a draught he had prepared to give the old man energy. Diggott lifted his hands slowly upward, but as he tried to hold the cup, his fingers seemed to freeze. Thomas frowned when he saw that he seemed unable to grasp the vessel. "What is it?" he asked. The coppicer fixed him with a blurry gaze.
"'Tis my fingers, sir. I can't move 'em,"
he moaned, studying his hand like a curious child might look at a strange, alien object. Thomas reached out. The digits were icy cold. Holding them between his own palms, he began to rub the fingers, trying to encourage the blood to circulate, but with little success. "How long have you suffered like this?" he inquired. The old man shrugged.
"'Tis hard to say. A few days now," he replied with little conviction. "I ain't been able to hold an axe or a knife for a few weeks. I know that much," he added. "Enough now," shouted the turnkey. "Your time is up," he told the doctor.
Thomas protested. "I've had no chance to examine the prisoner properly."
"He'll be dead soon enough anyways,"
came the crushing reply. Abe Diggott shook his head resignedly.
"He's not wrong," he groaned.
"But you are innocent, are you not, Abe?" asked Thomas. The accused man shrugged.
"Makes no difference, doctor," he replied. "If Sir Montague wants me dead, then I may as well put the noose round me own neck."
Thomas gave no reply. He could not counter the man's words because he knew them to be true. It was left up to him to prove otherwise. "I will not abandon you, Abe," he assured the woodsman. But Diggott simply rolled himself into a ball once more, his head in his hands, seemingly accepting his fate. Returning immediately to the anatomy school, Thomas found Professor Hasher hard at work in his laboratory. In fact, such was the Saxon's enthusiasm that he had even donated the last of his bottles of finest quality schnapps to act as the controlled element in the experiment he was conducting.
"I have forfeited it to the greater cause," he announced dramatically,
brandishing an empty bottle. Thomas cast an eager eye over the various paraphernalia that had been assembled for the test.
"It is to your satisfaction, yes?"
asked the Saxon. "Most definitely."
"Then we begin?"
Thomas nodded, and slipping off his coat, he rolled up his sleeves and set to work. First, he soaked a clean piece of paper in 50 drams of Professor Hasher's schnapps, then another in the suspect gin. Next he took a flask containing a volatile tincture of sulphur, produced by dissolving crystals in a measure of warmed aniseed oil, and exposed the papers, one at a time, to the fumes. The results were rapid, if not instantaneous. The paper soaked in schnapps remained unchanged. However, the sheet soaked in the gin turned much darker in colour before their eyes. Thomas turned to Hasher. "An encouraging start," he said.
"This certainly follows a right path, Dr. Silkstone." The professor nodded. "What next?"
"Pepper sulphurous," suggested Thomas. When added to lead, it was known to discolour.
"A good choice,"
agreed Hasher, and he scanned his shelves for a bottle.
"I prepared this myself,"
he said, recalling with great pride how he had saved discarded oyster shells after a particularly good college dinner and burned them before adding pure flowers of sulphur.
"Let us see if they, do the trick."
A few drops of the substance were added first to the paper impregnated with schnapps, then to the gin-soaked piece. The men stood back to watch. They did not have to wait long. Within 4 minutes, the gin sample had turned a murky grey. The professor clapped his hands.
"I believe we have our proof, Dr. Silkstone. There is lead in the gin."
Thomas, however, did not share his colleague's enthusiasm. "This sample does indeed contain lead, Professor, and it would certainly explain some of the chronic symptoms that seem to afflict the residents of Brandwick." Thomas thought of the discoloured teeth, the strange hair loss, and the gripes that, according to Mr. Peabody, regularly troubled the village imbibers. He went on, "I'm afraid, however, it is in an insufficient quantity to cause the kind of symptoms I have seen in the accused man, the paralysis, the befuddlement. It would take a much more concentrated amount of poison to result in his severe reaction." Hasher suddenly looked crestfallen.
"So we have wasted our time?"
Thomas did not wish to dishearten the professor. The discovery of lead in the liquor was only the first step in what he knew would be a long and, no doubt, hard-fought battle to prove Abe Diggett's innocence. "Let us just say, we must continue our mission." He gave a reassuring smile. The problem was, he knew the trial would be held within the next few days, and he was rapidly running out of time. Chapter 33. The men met under cover of darkness at Maggie Cuthbert's cottage in Ravenswood. Despite Abe Diggett's arrest, Lupton's lackeys still patrolled the streets of the village to enforce the curfew. More important, however, they were on the lookout for Adam Diggett, also wanted for the brutal murder of Geoffrey Turgoose. Will Ketch and Josh Thornley had made good their escapes from their cottages unnoticed. Zeb Godson, living in the forest as he did, had not needed an alibi.
"You seen him?"
Ketch asked Godson. The charcoal burner's eyes seemed to glow white from out of his grimy face.
"He'll be here."
They were sitting on the floor in front of a blazing fire that threw long shadows across the room. Nevertheless, the light was sufficient to allow them to see the fear on one another's faces well enough. In the forest silence they heard an owl hoot. A few seconds later, its call was answered by another. It seemed that even the night birds were mocking them, this party of fools, this band of Davids who would take on the might of Sir Montague Malthus and his ilk. Suddenly Thornley straightened his back.
"Footsteps,"
he whispered. The men froze, held their breaths. Maggie Cuthbert went to the window and lifted a ragged drape.
"'Tis him,"
she said, and the men exhaled as one. Adam Diggett stood in the doorway and was ushered in quickly. The other men rose to greet him like a long-lost friend or a hero returning from war. He strode to the hearth and held his hands to the fire. Maggie Cuthbert joined him, a red-hot poker in her hand. She laid it in the embers for a few seconds, then thrust it inside a tankard of gin. The liquid inside fizzed and hissed, and she handed it to Diggett. He downed it in one.
"What news from Oxford?"
asked Will Ketch. Adam Diggett wiped his mouth with his sleeve and scowled.
"They've charged him,"
he grunted. Josh Thornley shook his balding head.
"Then he's as good as dead,"
he muttered unthinkingly. Barely had his words left his mouth when Adam dived at him, grabbing him by his jerkin, his fist primed to land a punch. Widow Cuthbert came between them.
"Stop that!" she cried. "Save your fighting for Lupton and Malthus, or I'll box your ears myself."
The two men pulled away from each other, knowing what the old woman said to be true. She may have been as wizened as a willow trunk, but she was wise with it. Thornley looked to her for guidance.
"What's to be done, then?"
The widow eyed the circle. She set down the poker and planted herself in her customary chair at the hearth, cradling a tankard.
"First, we need to know where we're at," she told them plainly. "You can't start a journey not knowing where you're coming from."
The men nodded at the logic of this statement. Adam Diggett was the first to proffer information.
"The American doctor has gone to Oxford to see my pa," he said. "The knife man?" Thornley mocked. "And what good can he do?"
Maggie Cuthbert held up an admonishing hand.
"Dr. Silkstone's a good man. He's helped young Jake, and he'll help Abe too in whatever way he can."
Thoughts turned to the young boy who'd been so cruelly whipped along the high street, and whose wounds still oozed pus 2 weeks on. No one knew when or if he would be able to work again.
"Damn them at the Hall!"
cried Adam, suddenly leaping up and hurling his tankard across the room so that it hit the wall.
"I say we get our revenge. I say we march up to Boughton and burn the house to the ground."
His eyes were aflame as the anger inside him bubbled over. Will Ketch tugged at his arm and pulled him down into the circle again.
"We know you're angry, Adam, but 'twould do no good." "'Twould do me good," he growled, giving the hearthstone a hard kick.
Zeb Godson had remained silent throughout the exchanges, save for the odd phlegmy cough. With a long stick he had been making patterns on the earth floor. He addressed his fellows for the first time.
"Them up at the Hall are still going to rob us of our land. Even if Abe is spared the noose, all of us will go on suffering."
His words hung on the air for a moment before the silence was filled by the hoot of another owl.
"He's not wrong,"
said Will Ketch, slapping his thigh.
"We must further our cause. We can't let them take our ancient dues. I say we carry on fighting."
Widow Cuthbert snorted.
"Like you did before? Let your boys set fire to fence posts, or black your faces and make noises in the woods? Look where that's got you."
She fired her words so quickly that her spittle hit Adam Diggett in the face, but they knew she was right.
"You got a better idea, old woman?"
sneered Josh, leaning forward. The widow chewed her gums as she eyed each man in the circle at her feet. She knew she had more balls than all of them put together, but it did not need brute force to overcome the powers at the Hall. What was needed was cunning and guile.
"As a matter of fact, I have," she told them. "You'll put a curse on 'em, yes?"
jeered Josh Thornley. The other men laughed, but Maggie Cuthbert tutted at them as if they were small boys.
"No curses, no witchcraft," she said, lifting her gnarled finger up to her temple. "Just my head."
Will Ketch leaned forward.
"And how might that be? You heard what they did at West Haddon?"
The village lay only a few miles away over the county border, but news of what the residents did had travelled the length and breadth of England. It was the talk at markets, fairs, and water pumps up and down the land. It was talk of how the calling of a football match had gathered together a great mob that trampled down fences and set light to them in defiance of the landlord who wanted to enclose the commons. The men slid each other sideways glances. They had heard, all right.
"But we don't need no football match," said the old woman, shaking her head.
"No?" pressed Josh Thornley. Maggie Cuthbert smirked and let out an odd chuckle.
"No,"
she said, shaking her wiry old head.
"We got the beating of the bounds."
"But Sir Montague has banned it," protested Zeb Godson. The old woman shook her head and fixed him with a wry smile.
"If every man, woman, and child of this parish comes together, there ain't nothing we can't do," she said.
Chapter 34. The thought had come to Thomas just as he was about to retire to his bed at the Jolly Trooper in Oxford that night. The room was stuffy, and he had poured himself some small beer from a jug on the nearby nightstand. As he looked out the window onto a starless night, his mind returned to Abe Diggett. He thought of the whites of the man's eyes, fretted with red veins, of the strange bluish hue of his skin, and of his hands unable to grasp a cup, let alone fire a gun. He knew there had to be some reason why this malevolent gin was affecting him so badly, why his symptoms were so much worse than anyone else's in the village. True, he drank as much, if not more, than any other man, but for the spirit to have such a dramatic effect, there had to be something more, by Thomas's reckoning. He drained his cup, and that's when it hit him. He suddenly remembered the earthenware flagon that he had seen at the old man's side in the Diggett's cottage. The gin was stored in the vessel for days on end. What was more, it was glazed inside. It occurred to him that perhaps the spirit might have reacted with an ingredient in the coating. He remembered, too, Adam's words about his father's reliance on gin. "Drinks the stuff like mother's milk, he does." If he could prove that this poisoned liquid had rendered Abe Diggott incapable of the most straightforward of actions, let alone firing a pistol, then a court might be persuaded of his innocence. To test his theory, however, he needed to obtain the flagon itself. He would have to return to Brandwick straight away. Zeb Godson could not be sure what woke him that morning in his makeshift shelter in Ravenswood. Was it the sound of wood cracking and spitting above the usual dawn chorus of birds, or perhaps the strange smell like roasted meat that wafted up his nostrils? Either way, as soon as his eyes had steadied themselves after his deep sleep, and as soon as he had planted his feet on the rush mat by his leaf-stuffed mattress, he decided something was amiss. His head ached so badly from the gin the night before, it felt as if it had been cleaved by an axe. The act of rising caused him to grab his temples and press them hard with his knuckles to ease the pain, but it was not until he had stamped on his boots and pulled on his hat before venturing out of his hovel that he knew exactly what was wrong. The charcoal burner had spent the previous day stacking wood in the nearby kiln. He'd laid the first layer of seasoned timbers in an open cartwheel shape to allow the air to enter at the base. That way there'd be a good first burn. Next he'd begun placing cut logs around the circumference of the kiln, before spiralling them inward, leaving a hole in the middle for a stack where the smoke could escape. It was then that he gathered together the tinder and stuffed it down the central hole. This was the secret to a good, strong fire, a dry charge that would burst into flame as soon as it was lit, as if with one smouldering look from a wanton woman. By the time he'd stuffed the stack, the light was fading, so he'd decided to finish laying down the rest of the logs on the morrow. He'd killed a pheasant for the pot, roasted it on a spit, then spent the rest of the evening downing Geach's gin in Mad Maggie's cottage, before somehow managing to return to his shelter for the night. Now, as he stood stretching his aching limbs at the entrance of his humble abode, the rays of the rising sun lanced through the leafless trees onto the forest floor, forcing him to blink. He blinked again, only this time not to fend off the piercing light, but to satisfy himself that his eyes were not deceiving him. From out of the half-made kiln in the clearing, smoke was dancing like feathers in the gentle breeze. Black smoke. "No!" he shouted out loud. His lone cry sent roosting crows to flight. His first thought was that the sun's rays must have been so powerful that they'd set the tinder alight. He rushed over to the kiln. Flames. The logs were well alight. How could this be? He'd lose the whole batch. All his hard work was going up in smoke, literally. He reached for his beater and, leaning over the rim of the kiln, started flaying the flames as if they were hissing serpents, rising and trying to bite him. But it was no use. The smoke filled his lungs, and the flames leapt at him, forcing him to retreat. He grabbed a flagon of small beer he'd left by the kiln and downed it quickly as if to douse the burning of his own lungs. The fire had a good hold, hungrily feeding off the energy the logs gave it. He guessed it must have been burning at least an hour. But there was something else, too, a trunk toward the centre of the kiln, near the stack. He had not put it there. It was too large. It would not burn well, and yet the flames seemed to relish it, caressing it with long tongues. The familiar cracks of the wood were punctuated by an odd sound, like the spitting of a hog roasting. He watched, transfixed, as now and again the fire flared around this large log, as if fat had been poured into the blaze. Soon, however, his puzzlement and fascination turned to anger. Someone must have started the fire deliberately. Hal Thornley sprang to mind. Perhaps he'd acquired a taste for making fire and not learned his lesson in the pillory, or mayhap it was someone with a grudge. He wondered who might wish him ill. The new master at Boughton. Yes, that was it. He wanted to enclose the woods, and this was his way of telling Zeb that he and his sort were no longer welcome. Next his men would come to tear down his home. But if this firing of his kiln was meant to frighten him, well, the new lord would have to think again. He'd stay rooted to this woodland like the very trees that he lived among. No act of Parliament could rob him of a way of life that had been his father's and his father's before him. A small explosion suddenly jolted him back to the moment. In reality it was more a loud pop, but it made him curious. He shielded his eyes and braved the smoke. It seemed the end of the trunk had detonated itself and exploded into hundreds of pieces. But what was that? Strange. He peered closer. Something burned red hot. Metal? Surely not. He could wait no longer. He took a pail and headed for the nearby stream. Filling his bucket, he returned and splashed its contents over the trunk. He repeated it a second and a third time as the wood hissed in protest at the water and finally acquiesced. For a moment the smoke defeated him once more, but it soon dissipated, and taking a long-handled rake he reached across the rim of the kiln. Leaning over at full stretch, he prodded the trunk with the end of his rake. It did not feel like wood. It was soft. He prodded again, bringing the rake down on something hard that gave out a hollow clank. It was metal. Then it struck him. His eyes ran down the length of the trunk to the tip of a bar that glowed red in the heat, returning thrice more out of a compulsion, a need to be sure, and with each sweep of his eyes his body tensed more. A sense of panic rose from inside his chest and struggled out of his throat in a strange half-cry. The flames had all but gone now, but the heat remained intense. Still he could not venture nearer to investigate, but in truth he did not need to. The horror had already dawned on him. He was not looking at a charred, oversized hunk of wood that had somehow strayed into his charcoal kiln, and whoever had set the blaze had done so not to intimidate him or to spite him. No, the person or persons who had torched his half-laid batch of wood had done so with the sole intention of incinerating a human corpse. Chapter 35. That same day, at the Jolly Trooper shortly after noon, Thomas was making ready to leave for Brandwick. He needed to retrieve the earthenware flagon from the Diggots' cottage in order to prove his theory, which would, if all went to plan, save the old man's life. He was therefore not prepared for an urgent message he received from the coroner's office. A breathless courier handed it to him as he was about to leave the inn. He recognized Sir Theodosius's hand immediately. The note read, "My dear Silkstone, I regret to inform you there has been another murder in Ravenswood. I ordered the immediate recovery of the body, and it will be at the anatomy school later today. I would ask that you conduct a post-mortem on it with all haste. Very sincerely, Theodosius Pettigrew." Once again Thomas found himself in the company of Professor Hasher in the small mortuary, and once again the tang of death was in the air. Only this time there was another element added to the stench. Thomas sniffed the fetid air. "Burn?" Professor Hasher, leading him toward the dissecting table, nodded. "Yeah." "Where was the body found?" "In, a kiln. A charcoal burner found it." Thomas thought immediately of Zeb Godson and his hovel in Ravenswood. Hasher nodded. "The body was half incinerated," he said, pulling back the sheet to reveal the ghastly, blackened corpse. It was a sight that even Thomas found shocking. The victim had been reduced to little more than a blackened shell on the left side of his body, while his skull had been shattered in the blaze, ridding the brain of what little protection it had from the flames. The face was charred beyond all recognition. A greasy residue covered what remained of the flesh, while both arms were oddly contorted, the hands clawed and the thighs raised. The cadaver was bent in a posture of agony that told of tormenting flames. "The pugilistic stance," muttered Thomas, holding his lantern aloft and casting its meagre light over the corpse. It appeared as if in a defensive position, with its elbows and knees flexed and its hands clenched in fists. The muscles stiffen and shorten in high temperatures. Hasher shot him a horrified look, and the younger anatomist read his expression. "It can occur even if the person is dead before the fire," he explained, adding, "Let us hope that this is such an instance." Hanging his coat on a nearby peg, Thomas opened his medical case and took out his apron. "Has the body been identified?" he asked. The professor looked blankly. "I do not know." "No matter," said Thomas as he set to work. Starting with a cursory examination, he could be sure the corpse was male, even though the hair had been scorched and what was left of the skin was blackened. It was while he was looking more closely at the lower torso, however, that his heart missed a beat. From his case he retrieved a small hammer, and with it tapped what at first glance appeared to be a shin bone. On closer inspection, however, Thomas knew he was mistaken. "What is it?" asked Hasher, as Thomas tapped again. "'Tis metal," answered the anatomist, staring at a twisted and buckled iron leg. He straightened his back. "I know this man," he said, his voice flat with shock. He thought of lank-haired Aaron Coote leaping around like a hare on his makeshift limb. He was the stable lad at the inn at Brandwick.
"So what was he doing in the woods?"
Thomas had a good idea, but said nothing.
"And this?"
The professor remained transfixed by the corpse.
"An accident?"
Thomas refused to commit himself until he had probed further, although a theory was beginning to take shape. The old ruins and the secret stash of smuggled goods he had uncovered came to mind. Now that he knew the hapless youth's identity, there was little doubt in his mind that he was dealing with a murder rather than an accident. Recalling the isolated woodland glade where illicit goods were traded, he thought it was very likely that the stable lad had met his untimely end at another's hand. However, as Dr. Carruthers frequently reminded him, as an anatomist his was to discover not the why, but the how. Thomas narrowed his eyes in thought and focused on the task in hand. "The corpse is only partly incinerated," he observed. "If it had been completely burned, then only fragments of bone and the metal would remain." He bent down low, his magnifying glass in hand. "A human body burns rather like a tree trunk, you see, Professor. First the outer layers of the skin fry, then peel off, until, shortly afterward, the thicker underlayer of skin shrinks and spits. It is then that the yellow subcutaneous fat starts to ooze out."
"And this fat makes good fuel, yeah?"
asked Hasher. "Only if it has sufficient material nearby to act as a wick," replied Thomas, plunging a scalpel into the blackened tissue.
"Like a candle?"
Indeed. The youth's clothes absorbed the fat and drew the flames toward it. The professor watched Thomas examine the corpse in silence for a moment before he asked,
"So you are saying the burning process was interrupted?"
Thomas looked up. "I'm saying it was never properly begun. This was a half-hearted, botched affair to dispose of a corpse. It takes approximately 7 hours for a body to sustain its own fire. This was only a light for half." Suddenly he broke off. His attention had been diverted by something on the dead man's chest. "The gorget, if you please," Thomas said, holding out his hand. Professor Hasher quickly obliged, selecting the probe from the array of instruments on an adjoining table.
"You have found something more?"
Thomas was holding his breath, concentrating on an area of chest near the heart. As he pierced the charred skin, there was a sound like rustling leaves. "Tweezers," he called, and within a few seconds of probing he had retrieved the object of his curiosity from within the thoracic cavity. He held up a small, spherical ball to the lantern's light.
"A shot!"
cried the professor, his eyes opening wide in surprise. "That is what killed Aaron Coote," said Thomas emphatically. "He was most definitely murdered." Asher's finger suddenly flew into the air.
"Could it be—"
The thought occurred to both men at the same time. "The same pistol that killed Turgoose?" Thomas finished his colleague's sentence. "As far as I know, it remained at Boughton Hall after it was found in Abe Diggett's cottage."
"So," began Hasher, "another weapon is surely responsible. Or," said Thomas thoughtfully,
"the same weapon in the hands of Lupton's men." There was a pause as both anatomists contemplated the implications of the discovery, until suddenly the professor's finger darted in the air again as if he had just remembered something. "What is it, Professor?" asked Thomas.
"Abe Diggett, the man charged with the surveyor's murder."
"Yes, what of him?" Hasher lifted his clenched fist up to his forehead as if reprimanding himself.
"It slipped my mind," he said apologetically.
"What, Professor? You've forgotten something?" Hasher nodded.
"The old man's date of trial is set."
"Yes?" The Saxon eyed Thomas apologetically.
"It is the day after tomorrow."
Chapter 36. As he rode out of the quadrangle at Christchurch on his way to Brandwick, Thomas knew his mission was twofold. First, he needed to collect Abe Diggett's earthenware flagon, which might prove the old man's innocence. And second, he wished to visit the kiln, where Aaron Coote's badly burned body was found. During an investigation, he had made it a principle to always see for himself where crimes of such a serious nature were committed. He felt it imperative that he familiarize himself with the terrain and conditions, and, of course, that he conduct a thorough examination of the surrounding area. He was becoming more convinced with every investigation he undertook that everything, be it human or animal, animate or inanimate, left a trace. Accordingly, late that afternoon he found himself outside the Diggett's cottage. He knocked and was answered by the coppicer's wife, Rachel. She was clearly relieved to see her caller was Thomas, but fearful what he might say.
"Dr. Silkstone, you bring news?" she said, quickly ushering him inside.
The room was gloomy but warm, and Thomas glanced over to the bed where he could see the young boy still lay. "How does he fare?" he asked, walking over to him. He saw that he was now on his side, although asleep. His mother, wringing her hands, pulled her features into a smile.
"The fever is gone," she said, "and the pain lessens."
She showed Thomas to a chair by the fire, and he settled himself down as she poured a tankard of small beer and set it by his side. It was clear she was anxious to hear news. "I have seen your father-in-law in jail," he reported. She sat opposite him and leaned forward. "He is frail, very frail," he said.
"And?"
she urged impatiently. "And it is clear to me that he was physically incapable of firing a pistol, and has been for some time."
"But—"
Thomas felt the woman's eyes tugging at his. "But the court will not take my word for it, Mistress Diggett. I need proof."
"Oh?"
Rachel frowned, then followed Thomas's eyes to the earthenware pot now standing on the mantel-shelf. "The flagon," Thomas said bluntly. "It has gin in it?" She bit her lip and nodded.
"'Tis full. It's not been touched since they took him."
"May I?" Thomas rose and, leaning toward the hearth, picked up the vessel, the liquid sloshing inside it. He peered into it. It was, as he suspected. The glaze of the pot was pitted inside. "May I take this with me back to Oxford?" he asked. Rachel gave him a quizzical look.
"You think 'twill help?"
She was putting all her trust in Thomas. "I do," he replied, with a shallow nod.
"Then you must do anything you can to bring Abe back safe, Doctor," she replied.
With the earthenware flagon and its contents stored safely in a saddlebag, Thomas rode up to Ravenswood in search of Zeb Godson. The climb was steep, and now and again his horse stumbled on the jagged shards of flint that peppered the bridle path. Before long, however, he reached a plateau, and the going became easier. The weather seemed to have turned. The wind had changed direction, and there was a sense that spring, so long absent, was beginning to show its welcome face. Thomas noted that the woodland floor was bursting into life, too. Clusters of cowslips and celandine peeped yellow heads above the leaf carpet, and the green spears of bluebell shoots pushed through the beech mast underfoot. Now and again a breeze made the fallen leaves rustle and dance. The slightest sound caused him to look about him. He now knew that Ravenswood belonged not only to sawyers and coppicers and charcoal burners, but to smugglers as well as highwaymen. He ventured farther into the forest, all the while following the main track that he had taken before, and after a while he came to a clearing. A familiar structure in the shape of a dome, half-turfed, like some prehistoric burial mound, loomed up ahead. Zeb Godson, wearing his strange hat, was at work near it, shoveling turf. At the sound of approaching hooves, the charcoal burner looked up. When he saw Thomas, he stopped what he was doing. Leaning on his shovel, he pushed back his bonnet with a thumb and wiped his forehead. "Mr. Godson," greeted Thomas as he drew near.
"Dr. Silkstone,"
said Zeb Godson, returning a wary look. "I'm coming about the body. I'm here with the coroner's authority." Thomas knew Sir Theodosius would have sanctioned his visit. Zeb Godson grunted and gave a shallow nod. "I need to see where you found it." The charcoal burner's grimy finger pointed to the dishevelled pile of turf and wood only a few feet away. It seemed unkempt and unfinished.
"There,"
he said. Thomas dismounted and walked forward to inspect the kiln. Half of the logs were laid neatly, but the rest of the timbers seemed already charred and blackened. He turned to Godson. "The body was in here?" The charcoal burner nodded.
"Aye."
He coughed suddenly and spat phlegm on the ground. Thomas could see that this interview would be like drawing blood from a stone. "Where, precisely, if you please?" Godson pointed to the blackened circle that measured around 6 feet in diameter at the nearest edge of the kiln. And how do you suppose it got there?" He was purposely evasive, not wishing to disclose the victim's identity. The charcoal burner shifted uneasily, as if affronted by the question.
"I didn't kill him, if that's what you mean," he snapped.
His blackened hands tensed around the handle of his shovel. His eyes gleamed from out of their sooty sockets. Thomas smiled. "I'm not suggesting you did, Mr. Godson, but I am trying to ascertain—" Thomas stopped himself and began again in more colloquial language. "I am trying to gather information as to what circumstances may have led to this death. I would be most obliged if you could tell me when and how you found the body." At this assurance, Godson seemed to relax a little.
"I woke early and smelled smoke," he began, "so I came out and I saw the kiln was alight."
"How could that be?" interrupted Thomas. "Someone had to set it alight, I assume?" The charcoal burner could not hide his low opinion of a city dweller, ignorant of country ways.
"Course they did. I'd laid most of the logs for the burn, but I'd not finished. They'd put him over the side and put a light to him to get him started. Only he didn't take proper. Too much air, you see."
Thomas was aware that a human body could be as slow to burn as it could be quick. The combustion depended on so many various factors. "And you have worked on the kiln since?" Despite evidence to the contrary, Thomas very much hoped that the kiln had remained as it was when Godson discovered Coote's body. He was sorely disappointed. The charcoal burner snorted.
"I needs earn a crust, Doctor. I can't waste a whole burn."
"So you are stacking new logs on top of the charred ones?" Godson shook his head.
"Them that's charred are wasted. I'm taking 'em out."
He lifted his shovel slightly from the ground. "And have you found anything among the burned wood? Anything you think strange?" Again Godson remained taciturn. He shrugged.
"No,"
came the reply. Thomas leaned over the shallow ridge of the kiln and peered into the blackened remains of Aaron Coote's funeral pyre. There was nothing obvious to be seen save for the charred logs that carried blooms of white ash upon them. "There is one more thing, Mr. Godson," said Thomas, walking toward his horse. "Did you hear a shot at any time last night?" The charcoal burner thought for a moment.
"I got pissed last night, fit for nothing," he replied. "No, I didn't hear nothing."
Thomas would wager it was Geach's gin that put him in such straits. He thanked Godson for his cooperation. He grunted once more.
"So you going after him?"
he asked, just as Thomas was about to mount. "After whom?"
"Them that killed Coote, of course."
Thomas turned. "You knew Coote?" Thomas thought of the lad's metal leg, which would have made him easily identifiable to the villagers.
"I knowed him all right," said Godson, adding, "He played a dangerous game."
"What do you mean?"
"He were a spy for them at the hall," came the blunt reply, "for that new steward."
The unexpected sight of the stable lad at Boughton suddenly flashed before Thomas. He knew there had to be some connection with the stash of smuggled goods at the old ruins. From his saddle he looked along the track, now framed by verdant leaves. "How far is it from the old ruins to where Mr. Turgoose was murdered, Mr. Godson?" he asked. The charcoal burner cupped his sooty hand and rubbed his neck in thought.
"A mile, I'd say."
Thomas wondered it was so far. The distance cast doubt on his theory that the surveyor and his party had come across the smuggler's stash at the ruins. "Thank you, Mr. Godson," said Thomas. He was just about to turn his horse when the charcoal burner raised an arm. "Is there something you wish to tell me?" asked the doctor. The charcoal burner squinted against the sunlight that now lanced its way into the clearing.
"Abe Diggett," he said.
"Yes?"
"He didn't kill the map maker. Nor did Adam."
Thomas steadied his horse, which was growing restless. "What makes you so sure?" Godson shifted awkwardly and paused before delivering his words.
"Because we was near the place where the map maker was killed, sir."
Thomas whipped round. "Oh? Why was that?"
"We wanted to fright 'em," he mumbled. "They wasn't welcome, so we gave 'em a scare."
Thomas thought of the soot he had scraped off the foliage near the scene of the murder. "You blacked your faces, yes?" It suddenly made perfect sense. He'd heard of gangs in Surrey sooting themselves so they could continue hunting free of charge on common land. From the charcoal burner's expression, however, there was more. "You saw something, didn't you?" pressed Thomas. "You saw who killed Mr. Turgoose." The charcoal burner shook his head vigorously. "I swear we never. We heard the horse whinny when it fell into the pit, and we heard the shot, and we ran as quick as lightning." "We? There was a few of us." "Who?" As soon as he had asked the questions, Thomas knew it would be futile to ask the man to betray his friends. "What were you doing in the woods?" The charcoal burner lifted his smoke-smudged face and looked Thomas squarely in the eye. With a rueful expression that betrayed his deep regret, he confessed, "'Twas us that dug the pit." Chapter 37. "So what have we here?" asked Professor Hasher, watching Thomas set down the earthenware flagon on his workbench back in Oxford. "I very much hope it is the proof that will save a man's life," he replied. For a moment the professor looked puzzled until he realized, "Ah, it contains the gin?" Thomas nodded. "This is Abe Diggett's flagon. The glaze inside is deeply pitted." "And you think there is lead in the glaze that is reacting with the gin, yeah?" "I am convinced of it," he replied. The pair of them set to work. Professor Hasher took charge of the controlled experiment once more, impregnating a piece of paper with schnapps while Thomas worked with the gin. To each sample, hepa sulphuris was added. Both of them tensed. Hasher's sample remained unaltered, but within a minute the gin sample had turned a murky grey. Within 4 it was completely black. "You were right," the professor beamed. "The lead concentration must be at least double that of the other gin." Thomas nodded. The relief was obvious in his expression, although he knew it was only one step in proving Abe Diggett's innocence. He took a deep breath and shrugged. "Now all I need do is convince a judge and jury of the effect this poison can have on a man," he said. The trial of Abraham Diggett, coppicer of Brandwick, was held on the 10th day of May. The old man was due to be arraigned with 4 other defendants, who were charged with lesser offences such as theft and poaching, but in all cases the spectre of the gallows loomed large. Such a prospect drew a sizable crowd, and the courtroom was full to bursting a good half-hour before proceedings began. The fashionable ladies and gentlemen of Oxford had ensured they took the seats with the best view, whereas the rest of the rabble had to make do with standing like cattle in market pens. The room itself had been sprinkled with herbs and scented flowers in order to prevent the spread of disease. However, the gesture did little to mask the smell of the spectators, let alone the unwashed prisoners who stood accused. The stench caught in the back of more genteel throats, sending those of a delicate disposition reaching for their kerchiefs and nosegays. Thomas was accompanied by Sir Theodosius that morning. The coroner had insisted he be present for the trial of the man accused of murdering his friend, even though he doubted his guilt. The previous evening, over dinner, Thomas had presented a very good case for acquittal and had swayed his friend's opinion on the matter. The coroner had, however, been wary of the prosecution counsel. He had already warned his dining companion. "Watch out for Martin Bradshaw," he had said through a mouthful of mutton. "He's a slippery one, and a personal friend of Malthus's to boot, I fear." His warning only served to make Thomas even more determined to fight in the accused coppicer's corner. Consequently, in court the following morning, the coroner introduced Thomas to an official as a medical man wishing to offer his expertise in Abe Diggett's defence. The clerk made a note of his name and assured him he would be called in due course. It was then that Thomas spotted Nicholas Lupton, seated on a chair by Martin Bradshaw. The 2 men were engaged in conversation, and Sir Theodosius's words echoed in the anatomist's head. Seeing these adversaries crouched in collusion was a reminder that the odds were stacked most firmly against poor old Abe Diggett. Thomas did not fancy his chances of squeezing his way along rows of rowdy spectators to a seat, and so was relieved when another official offered him a chair near the front of the courtroom, between the witness stand and the huddle of black-clad lawyers. As he sat down, Lupton caught his eye and acknowledged him with a leer, before turning to converse with his neighbour. Sir Theodosius saw the rebuff and clamped a friendly hand on Thomas's arm. He then nodded to him to signify that they must part, and he eased himself onto a bench a few feet away. On the stroke of 9 o'clock, Judge Anton Dubarry entered the court. He was a large man, and his enormous wig made him seem even larger. His scarlet robes lent a sense of religiosity to the occasion. A reverent hush descended on the proceedings, imbuing upon them an instant solemnity that previously had been so absent. The preliminaries were observed in a well-rehearsed manner, the selection of a jury and the swearing of oaths. As was the custom, the lesser cases were heard first, with startling efficiency. Only one man pleaded guilty, and he was dealt with in less than a minute. 3 others protested their innocence, but even they were dispatched in less than 10. It seemed that come the end of the day, when it was time to sentence all the miscreants, Judge du Barry would have recourse to don the black cap more than once. Any hope of leniency that Thomas might have held for Abe Diggott was fast ebbing away. As they brought the old man from the prison, the anatomist tried to catch his eye. The coppicer staggered up the steps of the dock and looked with an unseeing gaze at the masses who jeered and shouted at his arrival. Word had been put about that they were to see a dashing rake who had held up the surveyor's party in the woods. At first it was said there had been playful banter. He had knocked off the chief map-maker's hat and taunted him and his man a little, but had no intention of harming either. Shortly after, however, he had been joined by others not yet apprehended, and the mood turned ugly. Coshes were wielded, a pistol was drawn, and a single shot fired. The chief surveyor fell mortally wounded, and the rest of the cowardly gang fled, leaving the surveyor's assistant and their guard in a most terrible state, and remaining in fear of their lives. What they saw in court, however, could not seem further from the truth. Could this decrepit old fool be one and the same, a highwayman of renown? It was hard to envisage high society ladies clamouring for an audience in his cell as they did with dashing James Maclean. Nor could they see this dolt chatting to the topsman before launching himself off the ladder like the famous Dick Turpin. A murmur of undisguised disappointment rippled around the courtroom. The charge against Diggott was that on the afternoon of April 20th, on the Boughton Estate, he did lie in wait in Ravenswood for Mr. Geoffrey Turgoose and his chainman Mr. James Charlton, and did wilfully and without regard rob them of their possessions. He then assaulted Charlton, causing him injury to his head, before firing a single shot that killed said Mr. Turgoose. "How do you plead to the charge?" asked the clerk of the court. Diggott, who seemed not to have registered his predicament, let alone indictment, remained silent. Shaking violently, he appeared overwhelmed by the entire proceedings. What was more, he began to sway. Within less than a second he had disappeared below the stand. Many in the court leapt to their feet, ladies gasped, fans fluttered. "He's saved you a job, Judge," called one cove from the gallery. "Let's gibbet him and be done," shouted another. The 2 guards who flanked Diggott tried to right the defendant, and one of the officials actually slapped the old man's face. Seeing the situation, Thomas presented himself. He was acutely aware that if the accused did not enter a plea, then standing mute would be deemed the same as admitting guilt. He spoke to the clerk amid the surrounding uproar. "Sir, as you know, I am the surgeon here to speak on this man's behalf. I would testify as to the nature of his illness and its bearing on his ability to commit the crime," he told him. "Would I be allowed a moment with him?" The official raised a brow. "You would speak to the man's character?" "I am an expert in my field, acting for the defence, sir," Thomas told him. The clerk considered the request for a moment before marching straight to Judge du Barry. Pointing at the anatomist, he relayed his message, and the judge lifted his gaze toward him. A second later he brought down his gavel.
"This court is adjourned for 20 minutes,
he barked. It was more than Thomas could have hoped for. The jailers dragged Abe Diggott into a small anteroom where Thomas could attend to him. They sat him down, and a cup of water was offered. The old man put his face to the rim and lapped like a dog. Thomas knelt down at his side and took from his pocket a phial of smelling salts. He uncorked it and wafted the pungent vapours under Diggott's nose. "Abe, 'tis I, Dr. Silkstone." Diggott's head suddenly shook from side to side as he gasped for breath, and his lids blinked as he tried to focus. "Do you remember I came to see you in jail?" There was a flicker of recognition between coughs. Thomas looked at the man's hands. They remained bound by cord, pinioned in front of him. He held them in his and touched his fingers. "Do you remember you had lost the power of movement in your hands?" he said softly. Diggott frowned, then nodded.
"I can't move 'em, doctor,"
he hissed through his gappy teeth. "They trouble you still?"
Aye, he mumbled. "That and the gripes."
These were classic symptoms, thought Thomas. "And your bowels?" he asked. The old man shook his head.
"'Tis a long, long time since I shat, sir," came the reply.
Thomas knew his case was growing stronger by the minute. The guards stood on either side of the door, allowing them a little privacy. He put his hand on the accused man's shoulder. "You do realize that you are being tried for murder, Abe?" the anatomist said calmly. At his words, however, the old man suddenly became agitated. He tried to haul himself up, but was not strong enough.
"Murder? Whose murder?"
he protested. The guards suddenly became more alert, their hands on their coshes at the ready. Again Thomas tried to soothe the accused. Such confusion was a well-known symptom of lead poisoning. "When we return to the courtroom, the judge will ask you how you plead." Thomas glanced over his shoulder at the guards and lowered his voice. "You must say, 'not guilty.'"
"Not guilty,"
repeated the old man, parrot fashion. "Do you understand?" asked Thomas.
"Yes, sir. I didn't kill no one."
"I know you did not," Thomas assured him, rising to his feet once more. Turning to the guards, he said, "The prisoner is ready." Chapter 38. Once again, Abe Diggett was forced to run the gamut of raucous shouts and taunts, even though he did not seem to realize fully the seriousness of his predicament. He dragged himself up the steps and into the dock. He seemed more alert, but that also meant he became more nervous. When he was asked a second time how he pleaded, his shriveled frame juddered in reply.
"Not guilty, sir. I'm not. I swear on my life."
Judge Du Barry brought down his gavel as the court erupted in laughter at the accused's protestations of innocence. The clerk called the counsel for the prosecution. Thomas exchanged a nervous glance with Sir Theodosius. He knew they were about to listen to a tissue of lies, fabricated no doubt to suit Sir Montague Malthus's plans. For the prosecution, Martin Bradshaw delivered his opening speech. He was a thin, short man with an intense stare that could seemingly slice through a man's mind. With great clarity and precision, he outlined the case against Abe Diggett.
"Gentlemen of the jury," Bradshaw began, "what you are about to hear is a tale of a bungled robbery carried out in the most perfidious way that ended in the brutal murder of a man who gave his life while carrying out his duty. Mr. Geoffrey Turgoose was a gentleman and a commissioner, esteemed by those skilled in his profession, and held in most high regard by all who knew him." Thomas had expected this concerned tone, designed as it was to engage the audience and arouse sympathy among the jury. Indeed, he found himself being curiously drawn into the prosecution's version of how Turgoose and Charlton, led by Talland, had ventured out on that fateful afternoon. The court was told how Ravenswood was a notorious hideout for thieves and cut-purses, and how, alas, the party had been forced to abandon their vehicle because of the boggy ground, and to continue on foot. Suddenly their single horse, which was being led by Talland, fell into a terrible pit that had been dug by the scoundrels as they lay in wait for any passing travellers. It was then that Abe Diggett and his men pounced. They demanded that Messrs. Turgoose and Charlton hand over their personal possessions, while more ruffians plundered the laden horse for their valuable equipment. When the surveyors refused to cooperate, there was an altercation. Mr. Charlton was beaten, while Talland was held fast. Mr. Turgoose protested and rushed forward to assist the young surveyor, so Diggett shot him at near point-blank range. Turgoose fell, mortally wounded, and seeing what he had done, Diggett immediately fled, followed by the rest of his murderous crew. Mr. Charlton and Talland were left wounded and afeared, while the surveyor lay in a pool of his own blood. The courtroom listened in hushed silence, as through his words Mr. Bradshaw painted a most vivid picture of events. Such a delivery deeply troubled Thomas. The account seemed to him almost plausible, save for a crucial omission. Bradshaw had distinctly said that it was Abe Diggett who had pulled the gun. Yet if, as Thomas planned to prove, the pistol was in Mr. Turgoose's possession prior to his murder, then he was sure someone must have wrested it from the surveyor before firing it. It was a missing piece of the puzzle that Thomas would pursue later. Next a bellow went up. "Call Mr. James Charlton!" The young chainman entered the courtroom with his head swathed in a bandage that covered his right eye.
There were loud exclamations from the gallery as he walked in, and expressions of sympathy from some of the more genteel ladies. Thomas recalled seeing Charlton thus bandaged at Boughton Hall shortly after the incident, and again at the public meeting at the 3 Tuns. He wondered if the injury was real, or simply another ruse employed by Malthus and Lupton to enlist the jury's sympathies. It was clear that Charlton was even more nervous than usual as soon as he took the stand. His hand was evidently shaking as he laid it on the Bible to take the oath, but it was his speech affliction that caused much mirth in the gallery. Bradshaw tried to assist by skillfully leading him into scenarios. "Please tell us what happened when you heard the horse neigh, Mr. Charlton." I... The young man was sweating profusely, his freckled face glistening for all to see. "I saw men come out of the woods, sir." "How many?" I cannot be sure." "Was the accused one of them?" Charlton glanced over at Abe Diggott, then looked away again. His reply was mumbled. "I cannot be sure." The prosecutor's patience seemed to be wearing a little thin. "Speak up, if you will, sir." Charlton straightened his back. "I cannot be sure, sir," he repeated. Bradshaw seemed a little put out by this revelation, as if he had previously believed the witness could make a positive identification. Thomas watched for a reaction among the jurors. He saw some swap looks and arch their brows. "Tell us what happened next, Mr. Charlton. Did the men demand you hand over their belongings?" Yes, sir. I gave them my pocket watch." "This watch?" Bradshaw held the article aloft and angled it toward the jury. "Yes, sir." "And were they threatening toward you?" "Yes, sir."
"You were beaten about the head, were you not, as your guide was pinioned by 2 other scoundrels?"
"Yes, sir." "And was it not the case that when Mr. Turgoose refused to hand over his compass, one of the men produced a gun?" "Yes, sir." At that moment, Bradshaw walked over to a table in front of the judge and picked up a small firearm. "This pistol?" he asked, brandishing it in front of the jury. The gallery gasped and hollered as if they had never seen such a weapon before. "I think so," Charlton replied.
"And that man was holding it?"
Bradshaw pointed to Diggott in the dock. He was shaking his head violently. The young man looked at the accused, paused for a moment, then replied, I cannot be sure." At this admission, the gallery erupted once more. Charlton scanned the crowd, and as he did so, his one visible eye welled up, and a tear ran down his cheek. Judge Du Barry called for order, but it was too late. Seeing that his witness was about to dissolve into tears, and to avoid his further humiliation, Bradshaw dismissed the young chainman. He was escorted away from the courtroom, and Seth Talland was called next. Thomas directed his gaze towards Sir Theodosius, who nodded to him from across the floor. Both men knew that Charlton's vague evidence would not be enough to convict Diggott. Everything now hinged on Talland's testimony. The burly prizefighter made his way to the stand and gave his name, and took the oath in a voice that was low and coarse. Thomas noted a fresh cut on his right cheek that ran from his nose to his ear. He wondered if it was self-inflicted, a badge of victimhood to strengthen his credibility. Coming to the end of the oath, with his right hand remaining on the Bible, Talland suddenly lifted his left hand to his ear and tugged at his lobe. It was an odd gesture, but one that Thomas knew he had seen somewhere before. He secreted it in his memory and remained listening intently as the prizefighter embarked upon his evidence. Despite his uncouth manners, Talland made a much more convincing witness than Charlton. He seemed confident and sure of his facts. Yes, he had been pinioned by 2 ruffians and had watched as Mr. Charlton was cruelly beaten. Yes, they had stolen some of the surveyor's tools. Yes, he had seen the accused man draw the pistol and fire it. Yes, he had seen the gang, about 4 men in all, run off into the woods, knowing Mr. Turgoose to be dead. He and Charlton had lifted the body onto the horse and somehow managed to make it back to Boughton Hall. The courtroom was enthralled by the exchange between the counsel and his witness. This crude man had given them what the young surveyor could not, seemingly reliable testimony, delivered with a clarity and purpose. And there was more. "But that is not the end of the story, is it, Mr. Talland?" asked Bradshaw, turning his piercing eyes onto the jury.
"No, sir. Next evening,"
Bradshaw broke in. "The day after the murder?" Talland nodded.
"Aye, sir. Afterward, I rode into Brandwick with another sideman."
"Why was that?"
"I wanted to find the men who murdered Mr. Turgoose, sir."
"A noble sentiment." Bradshaw jerked his head toward the witness. "And what did you find?" Talland swallowed hard.
"It were curfew, sir."
Bradshaw stopped him short. "Curfew, Mr. Talland?"
"Sir Montague called a curfew after the killing, your honour. No one was allowed out after dusk, sir."
"And you went to the home of the accused?" Again Bradshaw pointed at Diggott. "Why was that?" Talland scowled at the old man.
"Because I knew it was him that shot Mr. Turgoose."
"You saw him with your own eyes?" Thomas felt his muscles tighten.
"That I did, sir."
"And you knew where he lived?"
"Abe Diggott is well known in the village."
"And why is that?"
"Because his grandson is a ne'er-do-well. He was whipped for firing some fence posts last month."
The rabble, clearly taking Talland's side, cheered at this last remark. The judge called for order once more. "So you went to his dwelling. Why?"
"I wanted to look for the dag and the booty."
Bradshaw smiled in a smug manner. "By dag you mean gun?"
"I do, sir."
"Go on."
"We was near the cottage when we see Diggott, fighting with a constable he were, sir."
"Fighting?"
"He were in his cups, sir," Talland replied, "so he took him back to his dwelling."
"And what did you find, pray tell?" he asked. Talland lifted his gaze to the gallery.
"We found a pistol and Mr. Charlton's pocket watch hidden in the old man's cottage."
Amid gasps and cheers, Bradshaw pointed to the table. The noise was slow to die down, but when it did, it left the prosecution counsel with a self-satisfied look on his face. He had not only the corroboration of a witness and evidence, but a motive too. The fact that his grandson had been whipped to within an inch of his life for arson was the last nail in Abe Diggott's coffin for the masses, and in all probability the jurors. Thomas knew it was now solely up to him to change their minds. The fact that he could prove the murder weapon had previously been in Mr. Turgoose's possession could be his trump card. Chapter 39. At the sound of his name being called, Thomas rose. All eyes turned on him. He could hear hostile barbs fly through the air as he walked to the witness stand. He was already known in Oxford from his previous exploits. They called him the colonist or the American, and their voices were always tinged with suspicion or derision or both when they spoke his name. Judge Du Barry addressed him directly after he had sworn the oath.
"You intend to give the accused a character witness, Dr. Silkstone?" he inquired, looking slightly perplexed as to how a gentleman, albeit a foreigner, might want to testify on behalf of a man of such low breeding, especially as he was not in his service. Thomas nodded. "I would speak as an expert witness, Your Honour," he said. "I appear in my capacity as a man of medicine and as physician to the accused." The judge shrugged. "If you can throw light on the case, then please proceed, Dr. Silkstone."
Thomas took a deep breath and looked directly at Abe Diggott. He came straight to the point. "You have seen for yourself, sir, that the accused is in ill health. I can prove that this is due to his consumption of gin that is contaminated with a high concentration of lead." The judge raised a brow.
"Go on."
"Lead poisoning presents a variety of symptoms, the most acute of which are rapid weight loss, severe abdominal pain, and paralysis. The accused suffers from all three." Thomas lifted his gaze toward Abe Diggott. Judge Du Barry, however, seemed unimpressed.
"This is all very well. But what bearing does this have on the case, Dr. Silkstone?"
"By your leave, sir, I would suggest that this man is far too weak to have travelled into Ravenswood, as both witnesses have suggested, let alone discharge a weapon," said Thomas. With the judge's agreement, Thomas left the stand and strode over to the table where the pistol lay and picked it up. There was another murmur from the gallery. Walking over to Abe Diggott, Thomas stopped in front of him. "I would ask that the prisoner be untied for the moment, sir." The judge looked askance.
"For what purpose?"
"In order to prove this man's innocence, sir," came the reply. Judge Du Barry appeared exasperated.
"This is most unusual, Dr. Silkstone," he cried.
"I would crave your indulgence, sir," said Thomas with a bow. "A man's life depends on it." The judge flapped a hand in submission.
"Very well,"
he snapped, and a guard untied the cord around the prisoner's wrists. Facing the accused, Thomas addressed him directly. "Mr. Diggott, would you please take this pistol and show the gentlemen of the jury how, if you had killed Mr. Turgoose, you would have aimed it and pulled the trigger?" Abe Diggott looked even more confused.
"But, Dr. Silkstone—"
Thomas was firm. "Here, show them," he insisted, handing the man the pistol. Diggott looked at the weapon, his eyes wide with fright. "Take it," urged Thomas. The court watched in silence as Abe Diggott began to move his unfettered arms toward the gun, but the expression on his face changed from fear to pain as he extended his grasp. "Take it," repeated Thomas. Diggott flinched. He tried to move his fingers, but he could not. He let his gaze fall to his hands, as if willing them to move, but he could not.
"My fingers, sir! I can't!" he wailed.
A wave of amazement rippled through the gallery. More caterwauling ensued until the judge brought down his gavel.
"Your point being, Dr. Silkstone," he barked.
"You see, Your Honour, this man's fingers are paralyzed through lead poisoning. It is a slow poison that takes many weeks to elicit such an effect. I understand he has been incapacitated for more than a month now. It is proof that he could not possibly have been responsible for the murder of Mr. Turgoose." Judge Du Barry sniffed.
"I take your point, Dr. Silkstone. But just because the man is incapable of pulling the trigger of a pistol does not mean he was not an accomplice."
"Of course, Your Honour," Thomas deferred politely. "But what if that pistol was in the possession of the victim himself, sir?" The judge looked puzzled.
"Explain yourself, sir," he barked.
Thomas cleared his throat. "I conducted a post-mortem on Mr. Turgoose, sir, and can prove beyond doubt that the pistol that fired the fatal shot was on his person prior to his death."
"Are you saying there must have been some sort of struggle?"
The judge, a frown planted on his forehead, was thinking out loud. Thomas nodded. "I believe so, sir. Yet Mr. Talon's testimony made no mention of an altercation." Now was his chance. He could reveal his findings and postulate that the gun was planted by Lupton's men. As it was, however, he was robbed of the opportunity.
"Enough, Dr. Silkstone."
The judge brought down his gavel. It was obvious he had heard all that he cared to. He fixed Thomas with a glare.
"Sir, you are a surgeon and an anatomist, but you are most certainly not a barrister, and you would do well not to meddle in affairs about which you know very little," he said crossly. "I will not have my courtroom turned into a tavern for every Tom, Dick, or Harry to have his say. It is clear you believe this man is innocent and have made your point well. Now it is up to him to speak for himself."
Duly chastened, Thomas returned to his seat, his heart pounding in his chest. He was not sure if he had made or marred Diggott's chances of acquittal. He cursed himself for his brashness. He had let his unwavering belief in the old coppicer and his hatred of injustice make him act with a passion that was unseemly. He had not endeared himself to the judge, and for that he felt quite wretched. Had he done enough to persuade the gentlemen of the jury to find the accused not guilty? He did not know. All he could hope was that he had sown a seed of doubt in their minds that was enough to acquit the old man. Told to make his own case, Abe Diggott remained confused. He appeared befuddled and agitated. Over and over again he merely repeated,
"I didn't kill no one. No one."
On the fifth identical protestation, the judge brought down his gavel with an abruptness that betrayed his irritation.
"Enough!"
he boomed. He looked at the clutch of jurymen nearby and began his summing up. It did not take him long, but what he said most certainly gave them much to consider. The case, said Judge Du Barry, was by no means cut and dried in one direction or the other. No doubt a gruesome murder had been committed, and no doubt the surviving members of the party had been sorely abused and deeply affected by their experiences. Yet there was an ambivalence in the evidence they had heard. Some of it was at odds with testimonies. Did they feel, Judge Du Barry asked, that Abe Diggott had murdered Mr. Turgoose beyond reasonable doubt? As God-fearing Christians, the jurors knew much was at stake. If they found the accused guilty, they would be liable to the vengeance of the Lord, so it was said, upon family and trade, body and soul, in this world and that to come, if he was innocent. It was likely that they would err on the side of caution rather than risk eternal damnation. Thomas saw a chink of light as finally the judge asked the gentlemen of the jury to consider their verdict. The next few minutes could as easily have been hours to Thomas, so slowly did they drag, until, shortly before midday, the jury's foreman rose. "Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?" asked the clerk. Thomas's mouth went dry, and his palms became clammy. For a moment all he could hear was the sound of his own heart pounding. "Not guilty," came the reply. "And is that the verdict of you all?" "It is." Thomas, unaware that he had been holding his breath while this exchange had been taking place, now exhaled deeply. As he did so, a huge weight seemed to lift from his shoulders. He looked at Abe Diggott, still dazed and addle-pated. The old woodsman had not yet registered that he was a free man, and regarded the guards who unfastened his wrists with a childlike incomprehension. As members of the public rose and began to file out, chattering like querulous hens, Thomas walked over to the dock. "You are free to go," he told Diggott, touching him gently on the arm. "You shall journey with me back to Brandwick." Behind him, Thomas heard Scythia Odysseus call his name. He turned to see the portly coroner standing at his side.
"You did a good job there, Silkstone," he said, but reminding Thomas that Turgoose's killer was still at large, he added, "But there is still more to do."
Thomas took his meaning and nodded. As he did so, he noticed Nicholas Lupton from out of the corner of his eye. He was marching out of the courtroom, his face like thunder. He and Sir Montague did not take defeat lightly. Thomas knew it would not be the last of the affair. Adam Diggott was still at large. Proving he had no hand in the killing of Geoffrey Turgoose would present even more of a challenge. Chapter 40. News of the acquittal was carried back immediately to Brandwick by Abe Diggott's supporters. By the time Thomas arrived in the village with a newly freed coppicer by his side, crowds lined the street to greet them. Some of the women even threw flower petals at the carriage as it drew up outside the old man's cottage. To cheers and shouts of encouragement, Thomas helped his charge down from the vehicle and lent him his arm as he turned to scan the sea of smiling faces. Rachel Diggott was at the fore. She scrambled forward and hugged her father-in-law, who seemed reluctant to be the centre of attention, dipping his head bashfully. Latching her arm through the old man's, she smiled broadly at Thomas. "Thank you, Dr. Silkstone," she said, her voice taut with emotion. "Justice has prevailed," he replied. He looked about him. "Your husband, he is still in hiding?" At the mention of Adam, Rachel's features hardened. "'Tis not safe. They'll come for him no matter, Dr. Silkstone." Thomas knew what she said was true. Until the real killer of Geoffrey Turgoose was unmasked, Adam would be forced to live in the woods like a common outlaw. The doctor had decided he would head back to the 3 Tons when, in among the throng, a tall man suddenly appeared, his face half hidden under a large-brimmed hat. Thomas watched him make his way up to Abe Diggott and hug him. It was Adam. The doctor sidled up to him. "Take great care, Adam," Thomas told him. "I will, sir," said the coppicer with a nod, and tugging the brim of his hat to pull it down even further, he disappeared once more. The pushing and shoving continued around them, and Thomas feared for Abe Diggott's safety. "Your father-in-law needs to rest," he told Rachel above the din. "I'll see to it, sir," she replied. Thomas nodded. "And remember, no more gin," he said firmly. He turned to find a path away from the melee and began to walk down the high street away from the crowd. The carriage had taken his luggage on to the inn. He felt quite drained. The past few days had taken their toll on his own well-being. Above all, he needed a good night's sleep. Then, and only then, could he hope to apply himself to his next challenge. Finding out who really did kill not just Geoffrey Turgoose, but Aaron Coote, too.
"How was this allowed to happen?"
Sir Montague Malthus banged a clenched fist on his desk. In front of him, Nicholas Lupton was floundering. His usual bluffness had deserted him, and his forehead was furrowed by a frown.
"It was Silkstone."
Sir Montague scowled.
"I should have known he had a hand in the acquittal."
He clenched the edge of the desk until his knuckles went white.
"So now these troublemakers are at liberty once more. A fine state of affairs."
He rose and began pacing the floor.
"And Charlton?"
Lupton recalled the young surveyor's unconvincing performance as a witness for the prosecution. He had returned with him to Boughton Hall and seen for himself his mental anguish. "He still suffers in the aftermath," he said, not daring to catch Sir Montague's eye.
"Where is the lily-livered fool now?"
"He is resting, sir." Lupton had watched Charlton sob and wail all the way back from Oxford. He wondered he had any tears or energy left. The lawyer had not been in court to witness what he considered to be a mere formality. The accused would be found guilty of murder, hanged, and gibbeted for all to see at Milton Common, and the people of Brandwick would have learned a valuable lesson, that he, Sir Montague Malthus, was not to be crossed. Their protests and petitions counted for naught. They were merely pawns in his game. Now, however, he had arrived at Boughton to be greeted with news of this preposterous acquittal. Such incompetence could not be tolerated. Standing at the French windows, he looked out onto the lawns, his balled fist tapping on his chin. Finally, he said,
"We need to get rid of Charlton."
"Sir?" Lupton's startled gaze shot up.
"He needs to be gone. Just get him out of here."
The lawyer took a deep breath and fixed his hooded eyes on his steward.
"Do you understand?"
Relieved that he had misinterpreted his master's original instruction, Lupton nodded. "Yes, sir. I shall see to it right away." He knew, however, that such a dismissal would not be well received. The steward decided to deliver the message in person. In the hallway he saw Howard and instructed him that Mr. Charlton would be leaving. He was to be packed and ready to go by the end of the afternoon. He then proceeded to Charlton's bedroom. The chainman had been staying in a room in the servants' quarters since the murder. He seemed in no fit state to resume his normal duties. Lupton knocked. There was no reply. He knocked again. Still no reply. He tried the door. It was locked. He called for a key. He unlocked the door and entered. The room was darkened, the shutters half closed. The steward made his way toward the bed and stood stock still. There, slumped across the counterpane, his left arm outstretched, lay James Charlton. And in the semi-gloom, the blood from a slash on his wrist dripped relentlessly onto the rug below. Chapter 41. In the 3 tons, dozens of villagers had crammed into the pump room to toast the release of the old woodsman. The threat of rain had brought them all inside to enjoy the tavern's hospitality and Peter Geach's cheap gin. Thomas had no wish to join them. While he felt a great relief at the acquittal, he was in no mood for celebration. On his return journey from the Diggots' cottage, he had been forced to stop and press himself against a wall in the High Street to allow a heavily laden cart accompanied by 2 outriders to go ahead. Other riders and pedestrians had also been obliged to stand aside to let the wagon pass. Its cargo was wooden poles, each cut to the same length. Fencing for the common, he thought. Malthus and Lupton were intent on making a show of their power. The wagon did not have to travel through the main thoroughfare to reach its destination, but here it was, with escorts, as if in some sort of a religious procession for all to see. The message to the people of Brandwick was clear. The Boughton Estate would countenance no opposition. Enclosure of the common land would proceed, with or without the consent of Parliament. Above the muted din from below there came a knock at Thomas's door. "Enter," said the doctor, shutting the open casement. In walked Peter Geach, carrying the supper tray that Thomas had ordered. The noise of laughter and singing from downstairs suddenly invaded the room through the open door. He had not seen the landlord since he had conducted the post-mortem on the stable boy. There were several questions that needed answering. He seized his chance. "You are busy," commented Thomas.
"Aye, sir. There's some carousing to be done tonight."
He smiled as he set down the tray.
"Thanks to you, I believe, sir."
Thomas thought of the revellers celebrating the release of Abe Diggott. Pints of poisonous gin would be sold to punters that evening, along with the plugs of untaxed tobacco that Geach dealt in. He suspected the relatively low levels of lead he had detected in the gin could be attributed to the stillheads and worms of the landlord's apparatus. What concerned him more, however, had wider implications. "You'll turn a pretty profit tonight, no doubt," he commented, as he sat himself at his table.
"That I will,"
replied the landlord with a chuckle. Thomas tucked his napkin into his stock. "And the exciseman won't see a penny." Peter Geach suddenly seemed keen to focus all his attention on placing a fork on the tray.
"Sir?"
he queried with a shrug. Thomas smiled. Come, Mr. Geach. There's no need to play the innocent. You ply a lucrative trade in smuggled goods on the sly." Geach proceeded to set down a plate of cold meats in front of Thomas.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Dr. Silkstone.
His eyes slid everywhere but on his guest. So your late-night excursions into Ravenswood are for pleasure? The landlord's head whipped round and his eyes fixed on his accuser.
How do you know?
I saw you and Coote go up to the woods. Meeting with your business associates, were you? The colour suddenly drained from Geach's face. It went as pale as the pastry on the mutton pie he had just served. From somewhere, however, he managed to draw on a little courage.
You can't prove it, Dr. Silkstone.
What about the note, beware of Ravenswood? Thomas reached for a bill written in Geach's scrawl. 'Tis your hand and no mistake. I found it in Mr. Turgoose's pocket.
It don't prove I killed the mapmaker, nor young Coote.
Thomas fixed him with a glower. Ah, yes, Coote. Shocking business. You should have seen the poor lad's body, all twisted and burned. Panic now registered on the landlord's reddening face.
I didn't kill him.
Thomas could tell he had touched a raw nerve. I'm not saying you did, but I do know you were involved in a smuggling ring in the woods. The accusation riled Geach. He paused for a moment like a cornered rat, then hissed his reply through thin lips.
'Tis your word against mine, and you are—
The innkeeper could not bring himself to say the word American, but Thomas took his meaning and was able to trump him. I am afraid I can prove it, Mr. Geach. You see, I have samples from your secret stash of smuggled goods at the ruins. Tobacco and your famous gin, he told him. But I shall not go to the law if you answer me this. Were you with Coote on the night he was murdered? Geach bit his lip. His customary swagger suddenly deserted him. He stood back from the tray and his gaze dropped.
'Tis my regret I was not, Doctor, he said.
Thomas sensed that the landlord might wish to unburden himself. Will you sit? He said, gesturing to a second chair by the grate. Geach accepted the invitation, sighing deeply as he sat. He looked at his hands and fingered his knuckles.
It was my wife, see. She had the grapes again. We was busy here, and besides, she didn't want me to leave her.
Thomas thought of the businessman he had seen in the bar. But you had an order to deliver, and so you sent Coote on his own. Geach swallowed hard and nodded. So you helped the boy load the gin, then saw him off. But something went wrong, didn't it? Thomas rose and walked to the mantel-shelf. Geach began twisting his fingers. His face was reddening, and he was becoming increasingly agitated, shifting in his seat.
Piece of piss, I said it would be. Just deliver the gin and get the money.
For a second he looked up, but then let his gaze drop once more. Thomas pictured the rendezvous in the woods. This so-called businessman, dapper and sophisticated, was no fool. He called himself the Raven. Sir Theodosius had told Thomas all about his exploits. He was a notorious highwayman turned smuggler in the area. He paid a good tailor and drank fine French wine. He would drive a hard bargain, and he would not stand for being duped. He would have checked his goods before taking delivery. Only you didn't keep your part of the bargain, did you? Pressed Thomas. Did you? He repeated, looking down at the miserable innkeeper. When he tasted your gin, he knew you'd deceived him. Water, was it? Or did you fill the barrels with the piss the night soil men couldn't collect? It was as if the doctor had plunged a knife into the landlord's guts and twisted it. Geach's head jerked up and his face was contorted.
I couldn't make enough. We were that busy that week.
He began to crumble. Thomas had come to the nub of the matter. He bore down on the landlord. So you let the boy draw the smuggler's fire. He pleaded with him, told him he had no idea that there was water in the barrels because he didn't know, did he? You deceived him in the hope you would get away with deceiving the Raven, only he was too smart for you, wasn't he? He took out his pistol and he shot young Coote as he pleaded for his life. The landlord's shoulders slumped. He closed his beady eyes for a moment, then, through his shame, Peter Geach mouthed an affirmation. With his thin lips quivering, he mumbled, I knew if I didn't deliver the goods, he'd make me pay in other ways. Thomas frowned. What did you say? Who would make you pay? Geach looked up and retreated in his chair as if regretting his aberration. Thomas eyed him warily. Does Sir Montague Malthus have a hand in this, Geach? He asked him. The landlord shook his head vigorously.
No, doctor, he replied. He knows nothing of this, I swear.
Then who? Thomas broke off, and in the silence the realization dawned. It's Lupton, isn't it? You're paying him money to run this smuggling ring under his protection. It had troubled Thomas seeing Geach and Coote break the curfew the other night. The pair had driven the cart laden with contraband gin virtually under the noses of the Boughton thugs who were there to impose the emergency law, and yet they were allowed to pass unimpeded. Has Lupton sanctioned this operation? He pressed. Geach gulped hard as if he wanted to swallow the words that were already halfway up his throat. I can't say, sir. Can't or won't, Mr. Geach. I am sure you will be able to tell the excise men were to inform them of your little racket. Such a threat seemed to loosen the landlord's tongue, and he could force down his words no longer. He nodded. Aye, sir. He let us do it in return for a cut. Thomas remained stony-faced. How much? Half, sir. He had guessed as much. Lupton had a vested interest in the continued terrorizing of the village by this so-called Raven and his ruthless gang. He suspected, too, that it was these brigands who had attacked Turgoose and Charlton. It was a bungled attempt at robbery that had gone seriously awry. It would make sense that Lupton would not wish them to be caught and tried for murder, thus depriving himself of a lucrative source of income. He and Malthus were trying to pin the blame on innocent villagers, indeed, the very villagers who were so vociferous in their opposition to enclosure. By making an example of them, Lupton was hoping his problems would be dealt with in one fell swoop. "Thank you, Mr. Geach," Thomas said to the landlord. "You have been most helpful." He picked up his knife and fork and began to eat. For the first time in many days, he found himself feeling very hungry. Chapter 42. Under cover of darkness that night, Thomas rode to Boughton Hall. Tethering his horse by a wall that had fallen into disrepair, he climbed over it and skirted the lawns, arriving undetected at the drawing-room window. Through the pane he could see Nicholas Lupton, sitting by the roaring fire, surrounded by the elegant splendour to which he had no right. Seeing him thus, a brandy in his hand, enjoying the accompaniments that his usurpation brought, stirred Thomas into action. Grasping the handles of the French doors, he flung them open. Hearing the intrusion, Lupton leapt to his feet. Craning his neck into the gloom, he called out, "Who goes there?" Seeing Thomas stepping out of the shadows, Lupton lunged for the bell by the fireplace. "I would advise you to hear me out, sir, if you value your own position," Thomas told him, hastening toward him. Lupton arched a brow and regarded Thomas with a sentient look, as if he feared what he would say next. "What is your meaning, Silkstone?" "My meaning, sir, is very plain," said Thomas, "unless you want me to inform Sir Montague that you are in league with local smugglers, and are taking a cut of their profits to line your own pockets, I suggest you tell me the truth about Lady Lydia." The colour rose in Lupton's cheeks, and he opened his mouth to let out another laugh. Only this time it was tinged with nervousness, not the customary derision. "You have been digging in the dirt again, I fear. 'Tis your word against mine, and Sir Montague would never believe you over me." He spat out his words so that spittle flecked his lips. Thomas refused to be fazed. "You forget Sir Montague is a lawyer, used to dealing in evidence." "And where is yours?" Lupton jabbed an aggressive finger in the air. "It is lodged with a third party, as it happens, which is under instruction to hand it over to the relevant authorities if I have not returned by midnight," replied Thomas. On his way to Boughton he had stopped off at Mr. Peabody's apothecary shop in the High Street and delivered a sealed parcel into his hands for safekeeping. In it were the samples of the tea and tobacco Thomas had collected from the woods, which could be used in evidence against the smugglers and connect them to the surveyor's murder and to Coote's. Lupton's shoulders rose in anger. "You are lying, Silkstone," he boomed. Thomas knew he was taking a dangerous gamble, but he managed to keep his nerve. "You are the one who will be clapped in chains if Sir Montague ever finds out that his trusted steward is playing him for a fool." Lupton flashed a look of horror at Thomas. "What are you saying, man?" he protested indignantly. The doctor laid bare his thoughts. "It is my supposition that Turgoose and Charlton inadvertently stumbled across, or came close to, the old ruins, the place where the smugglers store their loot, the very smugglers who give you a cut of their ill-gotten gains." His eyes flared as he accused Lupton. He was about to turn the tables and play the steward at his own game. "The Raven, Lupton. I am sure the name means something to you." "I know of him," replied Lupton after a moment. "He is a highwayman and a common thief, who also goes by the name of Seth Talland, does he not?" Lupton's neck suddenly jerked back into his shoulders. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Silkstone," he remonstrated loudly. A little too loudly, as far as Thomas was concerned. "The Raven and Seth Talland are one and the same, are they not?" the doctor persisted. It had come to him as he was interrogating Geach earlier that evening. He recalled the well-dressed man at the bar talking to the innkeeper a few days back, and the gesture he had made, stroking his earlobe. Talland had made the exact same movement on the witness stand. "You were double-dealing, were you not? Not content with protection money from Geach, you were turning a profit from smuggled goods yourself. The prize-fighter disguised himself so he could act as your go-between. And when Geach tried to short-change your man, the stable lad paid with his life." "You cannot prove it," blurted Lupton. Thomas nodded. "I'll admit it would have been hard, had I not been able to trace the murder weapon." "What?" The steward's brows dipped. Thomas nodded. "You see, the pistol that killed Geoffrey Turgoose also killed Aaron Coote. Professor Hasher had been able to measure the caliber of the shot that killed the stable lad. It was exactly the same as the one that felled the surveyor." Lupton snorted. "But this is ludicrous." Thomas felt relieved to be stepping on solid ground. "It is fact, sir, and can be proven. The pistol belongs to Sir Theodosius Pettigrew, and is the same one that was planted in the Diggott's dwelling. I cannot prove that Talland killed Mr. Turgoose yet, but I am working on it." "Then you are wasting your time," the steward mocked. He reached for the glass of brandy he had discarded earlier and took a gulp. "You know that I can make life very awkward for you, Lupton." Thomas was determined not to leave empty-handed. "So what do you propose?" Lupton took another gulp. "A deal," replied the doctor. "If I drop my investigations into Aaron Coote's murder, you will tell me the truth about Lady Lydia." He paused, his eyes boring into Lupton's. "She is alive, is she not?" In the firelight glow, Thomas could see the steward's neck shrink back into his shoulders. His nerve had been rattled, and his ensuing silence condemned him. Thomas knew he had him, just as surely as if he were a worm wriggling on a hook. He stared at him for a moment, watching him writhe before offering a way out. "So," he said, his voice tinged with victory, "you will tell me where Lady Lydia is being held." This time his words came in the form of an order rather than a question. Lupton, whose gaze had fallen to the floor, now lifted his head and shook it as if in a daze. "I cannot tell you," he replied, his head lolling from side to side. Thomas set his jaw. "So you are prepared to be exposed to Sir Montague?" Again Lupton's head swayed. "I cannot tell you because I do not know," he snapped. "Sir Montague refused to tell me. He said the secret would be safer that way." He looked at Thomas in the same manner that a deeply religious man might react if asked to recant his long-held convictions. The anatomist found himself believing him. "But she is alive?" asked Thomas, trying to coax Lupton with a softer tone. At first the steward remained sullen, but the doctor persisted. "The body in the crypt is that of Miss Annalise Kent, is it not?" He craned his neck to try to latch onto Lupton's eyes. "She became so distraught after Lady Lydia's departure from Bedlam that she was given the means to take her own life by a clerk in the pay of Sir Montague, who then seized the opportunity to announce her ladyship's death." The steward threw a grudging look at Thomas, but remained silent. "But Lady Lydia is not dead, is she?" The anatomist's patience was wearing thin. "Is she?" He raised his voice. "If I tell you, will you stop meddling in affairs that do not concern you, Silkstone?" Thomas regarded Lupton for a moment. He had the upper hand, and, although he did not relish it, he knew only a fool would throw it away. "I shall tell Sir Montague nothing of your little ruse, as long as you tell me if Lydia is really dead." Lupton drew breath, then, slowly, as if realizing his defeat, he began to shake his head. "No, she is not," he mumbled. "What did you say?" pressed Thomas. Lupton bit his lip as if trying to stop his mouth from forming the words, but their power overcame him. "Lady Lydia is not dead," he repeated reluctantly. It was all that Thomas needed to hear for the moment. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, like a man filling his lungs with fresh air for the first time in days. It was the confirmation he had so craved, the news that he had been so desperately seeking. "Thank you," he said softly, his stifled breath fleeing from his lungs as he spoke. "I am most grateful." Chapter 43. The sound of his horse's hooves thundered in his ears as Thomas rode directly to Draycott House the following morning. He felt the blood course through his veins and a surge of energy, or anger, he was not sure which, wash over him. Not only was Lydia alive, he knew where she was. Draycott House. Of course. Franklin, his white rat, had sown the seed in his brain when he had rushed back to his cage after he'd been disturbed, but events in Brandwick had sidetracked Thomas's time and energies. How stupid, how blind he had been. Convinced she had been shut away in some private institution, he had ignored the most obvious location for her incarceration. At least he could be thankful that she was no longer in that hellhole they called a hospital. A memory of her emaciated frame draped in that terrible restraining garment flashed into his mind. He saw her tear-stained face, her shorn head, and heard her pleas to be rescued. He had felt so impotent at the time. He had been totally powerless, but it was clear from the look of anguish on Lydia's face that she no longer trusted him. Her view of him had been skewed by Sir Montague's lies. She was convinced that Thomas was responsible for her awful fate, and her faith in him had not merely waned, it had completely disappeared. Somehow he needed to rebuild her trust in him. But first, he had to find her. Riding across country, he made good time. The ground was still damp after heavy rain, but the roads were passable. The journey by coach from Boughton to Draycott would normally take 2 hours in such conditions. Thomas had done it in under an hour. He had ridden his horse hard and arrived at the steps of the house, spattered with mud and damp with sweat. Inside he was still seething. He had been played for a fool by Sir Montague Malthus yet again. Striding up to the door, he did not even bother to pull the cord, but walked straight into the hallway. A flustered butler appeared. "Sir, can I help you?" Ignoring the man, Thomas stormed in and looked about the entrance hall. There was a door on either side of the staircase. He stormed up to the first and opened it. The room was empty. He slammed the door shut. He tried the second. "Sir," pleaded the butler. "Where is she? Where is Lady Lydia?" Thomas shouted angrily, flinging open the second door. "Lydia! Lydia!" he called. Suddenly a voice boomed from the half-landing. "Really, Dr. Silkstone? Have your manners deserted you?" Thomas looked up to see Sir Montague glowering down at him, his broad black shoulders hunched over the banisters. "I'd heard colonists were unsophisticated, but this sort of behaviour will not be countenanced." Thomas marched to the foot of the stairs. "I know she is here, Malthus. Let me see her," he demanded. The lawyer seemed unconcerned. He floated down the stairs without a sign that he had undergone surgery barely 3 months previously. Following closely behind was Gilbert Fothergill. "And what if her ladyship does not wish to see you?" Sir Montague asked. His voice was tinged with a smugness that infuriated Thomas. "Of course she wishes to see me. I've come to release her from this prison." Thomas lifted his arms in a wide sweep. Now standing on the bottom step so that he remained gazing down on Thomas, Sir Montague shot him a disingenuous look. "A prison? Such harsh words, Silkstone. On the contrary, it is I who saved her ladyship from Bedlam and brought her here. You were happy to leave her there, were you not?" Thomas scowled. "What do you mean? You were the one who committed her there in the first place." At his words, Sir Montague suddenly snapped his fingers, and Fothergill emerged from his shadow to give him a piece of parchment. He raised one of his thick brows. "I think you'll find your signature is on the committal papers, Silkstone," he said, flapping the document in front of Thomas's face. "I have a copy here." Unable to contain himself any longer, the anatomist snatched at the paper and tore it first lengthways, then across, before flinging the pieces to the ground. Up until now he had nurtured a vague hope that Lydia had not been shown his signature, that she might still have harboured a doubt as to his complicity. Now he feared otherwise. "You know this is a lie." Sir Montague merely smiled. "Her ladyship has seen it, and knows it to be yours." You planned this all along, didn't you?" His voice trailed off wanly as he realized he had been well and truly entrapped. Sir Montague shook his head.
"And all those letters she sent you, but they were returned unopened. How could you be so heartless?"
"She wrote to me." Such a revelation was the final straw. Enraged, Thomas flew at the lawyer, but his clerk stepped in the way, and the butler, sensing the possibility of trouble, had already called 2 lackeys.
"If I were you, I would return to London, Silkstone," said Sir Montague between clenched teeth. "Her ladyship has seen you for what you truly are. You were only ever interested in her fortune, and now that it is no longer within your reach, you can find yourself another rich heiress."
Thomas balled his fists and felt his pulse race even faster. He was used to hearing slurs on his character from Malthus, but this latest barrage was beyond the pale. That the lawyer should have turned Lydia against him with his false accusations and elaborate hoaxes went further than he had ever envisaged. He wanted to barge past Malthus and search through the upstairs rooms, where he was convinced she was imprisoned.
"Lydia! Lydia!"
he shouted, lunging forward. It was no use. The 2 lackeys appeared from nowhere and hooked their arms under his, pulling him away. However, just as they released him from their grasp, the main door opened, and into the hallway ran the young Earl, followed by an anxious Nurse Pring. "No, master!" she shouted after her charge, but it was too late. "Richard!" cried Thomas, his voice a mix of surprise and exultation. Seeing the anatomist, the child stopped in his tracks. His face was flushed pink and his curls were dishevelled. The light blue satin of his breeches was caked in mud at the knees. The boy wiped his streaming nose with the back of his sleeve and looked at Thomas. There was a flicker of recognition. The doctor, forced to compose himself, managed a gentle smile. "You remember me, do you not, sir? 'Tis Dr. Silkstone. I am a friend of your mamma's." The boy frowned, then nodded thoughtfully. "You made my arm better," he said. Relieved, Thomas rushed forward. "Yes, you remember. I'm here to see your mamma again." Bending low, he held out his hand, but the child looked at it suspiciously, and then at his nursemaid, before ignoring the gesture. "You have made my mamma very sad, sir," he said, fixing Thomas with an intense glare. "You must leave this house." Thomas felt the pain of the young Earl's wounding words tighten his chest. "What? No, I am your mamma's friend." He forced his features into a broad smile to appear less threatening, but the child turned and hid his face in his nursemaid's skirts. The boy's performance delighted Sir Montague. He had witnessed the scene from the study doorway and was smirking.
"Out of the mouths of babes, Silkstone," he said, unable to disguise the glee in his voice.
Thomas was silent for a moment as he felt the weight of the humiliation and defeat pressed down on him. All he could hear was the blood pumping through his ears as his heart beat faster and faster. Finally he said, "I will not give up, Malthus. 'Tis not in my nature." He turned and headed for the door. The butler held it open for him, but before he crossed the threshold he rounded on his heel and shouted at the top of his voice, "Lydia, I will not give up!" He did not know if she heard him, but in light of his crushing defeat, it eased his burden a little to think that maybe, just maybe, she had heard his voice and knew that all was not lost. As he left the hallway, however, he became aware of Sir Montague's voice behind him.
"Save your breath and your strength for Brandwick, Silkstone," he called. "The villagers will almost certainly have need of your services."
Meanwhile, in her bedchamber upstairs, Lady Lydia Farrell had flown to her door and was pulling at the handle. It was locked. She banged on it, but no one came in answer to her calls. She had been seated looking out of her window onto the drive when, to her shock, she had seen a horse gallop up to the front entrance. It took her only a second for her to realize the identity of the rider. Her heart had fluttered, just as it always used to at the sight when Thomas paid a visit to Boughton Hall. Now, however, everything had changed. The sight of him set her mind in a flurry. His betrayal had been total and utter. The one man whom she believed she could trust in the world had turned out to be a Judas. By his own hand he had committed her to Bedlam. Sir Montague had only been following his advice, and when he had seen for himself the terrible conditions in which she had been held, he had ordered her immediate release. Thomas, on the other hand, had allowed her to wallow in the depravity of the asylum. She saw to her astonishment how he conversed with Cameron, how he distanced himself as if she were a stranger. He had abandoned her to her terrible fate, and for that she could never forgive him. Although her head told her that it would be best to cut him out of her life and not to waste another tear on him, at the sight of him she suddenly felt compelled to confront him. She had wheeled round and made for the door. She wanted to tell him in person how he may as well have taken his scalpel to her chest and cut out her heart while it still beat. Had he ever truly loved her? Or was his insinuation into her life and her affections simply his way of reaching her fortune? Now that Sir Montague, or rather her father, had explained everything to her, it was as if the scales had been lifted from her eyes. It all made perfect sense. How could she have been so naive and foolish as to think that a lowly anatomist, and a foreigner to wit, could have declared his undying love for her with his lips and not had his heart set on her fortune? Had she learned nothing from her experience? Captain Michael Farrell had been cut from the same cloth, sophisticated, debonair, and yet always with an eye to the main chance. How had she not seen past Thomas's caring, gentlemanly facade, a wolf in sheep's clothing? That was how her father had described him. How grateful she was that after all these years, Sir Montague had finally revealed himself to her. He had, he told her, always had her best interests at heart. At last, here was a man she could trust, a man whose word was his bond. Here was her own flesh and blood. Now was her chance to confront her tormentor. Now was the chance to hear the truth from his own lips. She could ask him in person why he had betrayed her. "Let me out!" she called. Again, only louder. "Let me out!" She twisted the handle once more. She pulled at it. She pushed it. No one came. She put her ear to the door. She could hear voices. Then suddenly she heard Thomas call her name. She rattled the door handle again in vain. Hurrying back to the window, she saw his horse tethered and a groom in attendance. Downstairs, raised voices drifted upstairs, and a moment later she saw Thomas remount his mare. Something compelled her to knock at her window to attract his attention. She rapped loudly on the pane. "Thomas!" she called. But he did not look up. Instead, she watched him retrieve something from his pocket, she could not make out what, and cradle it in his palm. After a moment's reflection, he returned the object and set off back down the drive once more at a gallop. Chapter 44. Despite Sir Montague's order to ban the beating of the bounds, a small cohort of villagers had decided to defy him. Knowing they ran the risk of arrest, they had approached the Reverend Unsworth for his blessing. Traditionally, it was the vicar who led the procession, guiding it to various landmarks or bounds on the edges of the parish and stopping by each one to say prayers or give a short sermon. The younger ones loved to beat the markers with sticks or cut crosses in nearby tree trunks. Some of the parents would even bump their youngsters' heads against the boundary stones so they wouldn't forget where they came from. Sometimes coins were flung into brooks or fords, and there would be a scramble among the boys. Yet, fearing Sir Montague's wrath, the Reverend had declined to lead the procession and advised the villagers to change their plans. A few had taken his advice. Several, however, had ignored it. In Brandwick, housewives were sweeping their floors, and several had even seen to it that their menfolk had given their houses a lick of whitewash. The baking ovens had been fired up non-stop for the past 2 days, producing bread and pies, and shopkeepers polished their windows to make sure their wares looked their best. But as for the ceremony itself, most would have none of it, for fear of recriminations. The 3 Tons was doing a brisk trade ahead of the curfew. In the saloon bar, men stood cheek by jowl, downing ale or gin or even cider. The floor was sticky and the air thick with smoke. But the fog did not stop the lively conversation, even though tongues were necessarily constrained. Into this maelstrom slipped Adam Diggott, unseen by most, but recognized by those who mattered. The little cluster of militants sat themselves in a corner, nursing their pints of ale and speaking in low voices. Will Ketch, the cowman, was there with his dog, together with Abel Smith. They sat alongside Black Zeb and Josh Thornley and his son Hal. The coppicer, still wearing his hat pulled down below his brows, elbowed his way between them.
"'Tis set for tomorrow,"
Zeb Godson told him. The charcoal burner had spent time in the spring, washing off the soot that clung to his skin, but the whites of his eyes still shone brighter than anyone else's from out of his grimy face.
"Here's the plan,"
began Josh Thornley.
"There's 15 of us and maybe more, and we start at the edge of Ravenswood and work our way along the ditch till we reach the edge of Arthur's Hollow."
Adam Diggott put up his hand and shook his head.
15? It's nigh on 2 mile of fencing. We'll want at least 50.
His face was pinched and anxious.
"And we need to be more cunning."
Suddenly a familiar voice sounded behind them.
"All well, gents?"
Peter Geach appeared from nowhere, carrying a fistful of empty tankards. Adam Diggott turned his head away and sank into the corner. The landlord nodded to his patrons, then looked about him before drawing closer.
"You best look out," he warned them. "A military man came in late this afternoon. Ordered enough ale and bread for 80 men, he did, for the morrow." "How's that, then?" queried Ketch.
Geach scooped up their empty tankards.
"Malthus must have got wind. They say it were the vicar that told him. There's a platoon on its way. Make sure you're careful."
It did not take long for word to spread among the parishioners that a company from the 52nd Regiment of Foot had been requested by the local magistrate, Sir Arthur Warbeck, and was to be stationed at Boughton Hall. They knew its men could be called upon if, as rumour had it, the beating ceremony went ahead. The raucous merriment in the 3 Tons was suddenly dulled as the news seeped out, and in its place a feeling of distinct unease emerged. It was clear that Sir Montague had anticipated that the villagers would seize their chance and defy his orders. It was the excuse he had sought, and now, as well as the law, he had the militia on his side. Thomas wasted no time in returning to Brandwick from Draycott House. Fury still coursed through every fibre of his body. He urged his horse to gallop faster and faster, cutting across country, breasting hedges and ditches instead of following the roads. Taking the track up to the top of one of the hills, he surveyed the landscape. The vale lay stretched out before him. To the south, Milton Common, and farther beyond, London. To the west sat Oxford. The road was a winding ribbon that cut through a gently sloping valley. One side was heavily wooded, with the trees meeting the floor. He strained his eyes. There was movement. He looked away, blinked, and looked back. At first he had thought himself imagining it, but no. When he fixed his gaze on the road, he saw it colour red. Urging his horse nearer for a better view, he squinted against the pale spring sunlight once more. His eyes were not deceiving him. The roadway had turned bright crimson, like a trickle of blood looping its way along the valley floor, and he suddenly realised why. Marching along, 4 abreast, on the road from Oxford to Brandwick, was a platoon of foot soldiers. Sir Montague's enigmatic warning to Thomas that his services would be needed suddenly made perfect sense. Now he understood why. The redcoats were coming to the village. There would be trouble. There could be blood. Galloping back to Brandwick, Thomas rode into the courtyard at the 3 Tons and let the new stable lad Rogers take his mount. He was about to go straight up to his room when the landlord called out to him. "Dr. Silkstone!" Thomas turned on his heel. Geach was the last man on earth he wanted to deal with. After yesterday's revelations he had even less respect for the rogue, but he seemed impatient to talk once more. Leaning on the bar, he dipped his head and said, "Sir Montague expects trouble at tomorrow's ceremony, sir." Thomas suddenly remembered. Of course, the beating of the bounds. It would explain the advance of the troops. Geach, busying himself with wiping a tankard, lowered his voice still further. "Under its cover, Adam Diggott and his men planned to destroy the fencing round the common, but Sir Montague got word and has called in the militia." Thomas eyed the landlord suspiciously. He knew the soldiers were on their way. He had seen them not 5 miles hence. A shiver suddenly ran down his spine. "Why are you telling me this, Geach?" he asked. The landlord looked indignant. "I may be a smuggler, but I'm a Brandwick man too," he protested. "I can't have the redcoats killing all my customers, now can I, Doctor?" he said, setting down the tankard. He shook his head and dipped low to whisper into Thomas's ear. "There'll be trouble," he said before he drew back, allowing the doctor to ponder the gravity of the situation. Molly, as timid as a mouse but a good worker, happened to be passing at the same time. "A tankard of ale for the doctor, on the house," each directed, as if nothing were amiss. Thomas, meanwhile, decided to head upstairs to his room. Tired and anxious, he needed time to consider his next move. Standing by the window, he lifted his gaze over the high street to the wooded ridge above. Through the opened casement he could hear noises coming from the common, of more fence posts being hammered in, more horses pulling carts, more Brandwick men shouting. He could hear, too, the dull thud of mallets as the wood stakes were driven into the damp ground, like so many nails into the villager's coffin. So the soldiers had been summoned to cast their shadow over the illicit festivities. Dissent was rising, like a winter bourne that suddenly bubbles up from below ground and spills across the landscape, flooding fields as it goes. The redcoats were there to stem its flow. Thomas had no idea of their orders, but it was clear they had not been called in simply to keep the peace. Malthus had got wind of some planned disruption that was afoot, some insurrection, whether large or small, that threatened his vision of an enclosed estate. Thomas feared what the morrow would bring for the people of Brandwick, just as he feared for Lydia. Chapter 45. The day dawned calm enough. There was a nip in the air, customary for early May, but the clear sky told Thomas that the spring sun would soon warm the soil. As soon as he was able to rouse Rogers, he mounted his horse and rode out to Boughton Hall. He did not know whether Lupton would receive him, but he hoped the sway he now held over the steward with regards to his smuggling exploits might carry some weight. He was right. He was shown into the morning room. Lupton was seated at the dining table, a plate of half-eaten eggs and ham in front of him. He did not rise when Thomas entered, but merely nodded in his direction while continuing to eat. The doctor, about to open his mouth to berate the steward, was preempted. "I thought you might be paying me a visit this morning, Silkstone." Lupton wiped his mouth with the corner of his napkin. "Would you care to join me?" He gestured to a chair opposite. Thomas fixed him squarely in the eye. "I find my appetite deserts me in the circumstances," he replied. Lupton gave a little shrug. "Ah, you've heard that the Oxfordshire regiment is on its way. Sir Montague had word that this ban may be flouted." There was a flippancy in his tone that riled Thomas. The men in question, the doctor had learned, were drawn from the same regiment that had fought at Lexington and Bunker Hill. They were battle-hardened and would as soon turn their muskets on their own kind as on a native Indian. "Calling out the infantry to police a village custom? That is surely a most draconian measure," asked Thomas. From the way Lupton's gaze slid away, he could tell he had more intelligence than he was admitting to. "This is not simply about the defiance of the ban, is it?" Lupton toyed with a knife on his breakfast plate. "I know that there are killers on the loose in Brandwick. I know that a surveyor in this estate's employ has been murdered by a gang of barbarous woodsmen who may strike at any time. The men of the 52nd are here for the villagers' protection." Thomas leaned forward and planted both hands firmly on the table. "You do realize that the common is like a powder keg. One spark from these soldiers is all that is needed, and it will ignite." He stormed across the room and pointed through the window toward the village. "If men and women are injured today, their blood will be on your hands." Lupton shook his head. "The villagers' fate is in their own hands," he countered. "Either they follow Adam Diggott and his cronies and face the consequences, or obey Sir Montague. The choice is a simple one." Thomas shot the steward an uneasy look. "You know something, don't you?" Lupton shrugged. "As you are aware, Sir Montague's spies are everywhere, Silkstone. Of course we know that Diggott and his miscreants are planning mayhem." Thomas suddenly felt his chest tighten. "So that is why you called in the army." "A company cannot be called out on a whim," came the glib reply. Thomas wheeled round in desperation and walked back to the window. "But the troops have muskets. You know there could be a massacre." Lupton snorted. "Just be thankful Sir Montague did not call in the cavalry." His unbridled arrogance had never been more evident to Thomas. Thomas turned back, exasperated. "And what of the villagers' ancient rights? The rights they have enjoyed for hundreds of years, do they count as naught?" Lupton suddenly let out a derisory laugh. "Ancient rights? An American lectures an Englishman on ancient rights." He slapped the table.
Sir Montague looks forward, not backward, Silkstone. Surely you don't think he intends to stop at enclosure?"
Thomas frowned. "What do you mean?" The steward shrugged.
"Enclosure is merely the first step."
"The first step before what?" Lupton rose from the table.
"Come, I will show you something," he said,
leading the way out of the morning room, across the hall and into the study. Under the window had been placed a long table, and on it, secured at all four corners by paper weights, was a large piece of vellum. It measured at least a man's height in length. Thomas peered over it. "A map of Oxfordshire?" he queried.
Lupton shook his head. "Not just Oxfordshire, but Northamptonshire, too."
Thomas looked again, focusing at the top of the map. There were names that were vaguely familiar to him, Banbury and Bicester. He saw Draycott House was clearly marked too. He let his eyes wander west to Oxford, and then it dawned on him. He suddenly realised what he was seeing. A thick blue line ran from the River Cherwell in the north to join with the River Thames in the east. But these are plans for a canal.
"Bravo, Silkstone! A canal that would link Banbury to Oxford. Such a route will open up huge commercial possibilities. And," Thomas interrupted, "hold, sir! You speak as if this is a fait accompli."
Lupton smiled.
"That's because it is. There are several financial backers on board, and the Act will go through Parliament in the next few weeks."
Thomas balked for a moment as he digested the information. "So Malthus intends to not only enclose Boughton, but build a canal through Brandwick too?" he asked incredulously. Lupton patted the map.
"Precisely. Wharves will be erected, and factories built. And what are the people of Brandwick? This is their future."
Lupton tilted his head and looked at Thomas oddly.
"They will work in the factories, of course. They will leave the land and man the machines, just as they are doing in the north and the Midlands."
Thomas knew Lupton was referring to the new mills that were being built in Lancashire. The fulling mill would soon be replaced if Malthus had his way with one of Richard Arkwright's power mills, which were springing up all the way from Manchester to Scotland. Arsonists had set fire to one of his ventures at Chorley not 5 years before, and Thomas could imagine exactly the same resentment simmering in Brandwick. Children as young as 6 would be forced to work in the mills with long hours and low pay. The canal would cut a great swathe through the heart of the Boughton Estate, changing the landscape forever. Trees would be felled in their thousands to be replaced by factory chimneys. The sides of the meandering river would be straightened to make a canal. Hillsides would be tunnelled out. The tenter lines would give way to steam looms. And you expect them to accept this transformation, without any consultation? Lupton shook his head.
"Consultation can only lead to compromise," he replied, "and that is not a word in Sir Montague's vocabulary."
Thomas felt indignant on behalf of the villagers. "You are pushing good people too far," he warned, shaking his finger in the air. Lupton simply smirked.
"It is merely progress, Silkstone. Just as you and your ilk make advances in medicine, so must landowners make advances in the countryside."
Thomas arched a brow. "The difference is we do it for the benefit of mankind, and you do it for your own," he replied. At that moment there was a knock on the door, and Howard appeared to address Lupton.
"There is a Captain Ponsonby to see you, sir," he announced.
"Ah, yes, do show him in. Dr. Silkstone was just about to leave," said the steward with a leer. A fresh-faced young soldier stood by the threshold. Thomas looked at the officer, then at Lupton, and nodded. "Indeed, I must warn the people of Brandwick they are walking into a trap," he muttered. Only Lupton heard. Chapter 46. Thomas knew that he had to act fast if bloodshed was to be avoided. As he rode away from Boughton, he glanced back and saw smoke from the campfires rising over the ridge. He caught sight of the company of men being put through their paces in a field not far from the hall. He spurred on his horse and shortly arrived back in the village. There were few people about. It seemed that most had obeyed the order and retreated to their homes. Thomas was puzzled, however, to see that Walter Harker's window was opened wide onto the street. Thinking that the constable would be on duty at such a time, he decided to call on him. Knocking at the front door, he was answered with a long, low mumble and entered to find Harker seated by his hearth, downing a quart pot of gin. "Mr. Harker, you have heard some villagers plan to beat the bounds?" Thomas thought it odd that the village constable should not be policing his patch. Hearing the anatomist's words, Harker lifted his blurry gaze.
"They need to do what they need to do,"
he mumbled. Thomas smelled the strong liquor on the constable's breath and looked into his bloodshot eyes. He realized he was too far in his cups to be of any use. Walter Harker was washing away his duty in gin. Thomas bent low and pawed at his sleeve. "Where's Adam Diggott?" The constable grunted and supped more gin. "You know he is planning something and that Sir Montague has laid a trap."
"I can't change nothing,"
Harker groaned, shaking his head. The drink had reduced him to a quivering mass, robbing him of his pride and dignity. And there was a time, not so long ago, when Thomas knew he could rely on Walter Harker in a difficult situation. Now, however, he realized he would have to act alone. Riding to the edge of the village, to the Diggott cottage, Thomas found Abe asleep in a chair. He was alone. Gently he put his hand on his shoulder to wake him. The old man's eyes flew open, swimming in their sockets. A moment later they were focusing on Thomas.
"Dr. Silkstone?"
he croaked. "Yes, Abe. Do you know where Adam is?" Diggott gave a qualified nod, but no more. "Is he at the beating?"
"I'm not to tell no one,"
came the reply. Thomas took a deep breath and explained. "I believe Adam and his friends are in grave danger. Sir Montague knows they want to tear down the fences, and the troops will be under orders to fire." Kneeling beside him, he touched the old man's arm. "Do you understand?" Abe grunted. Despite the faraway look in his tired eyes, he seemed a little more lucid.
"The redcoats would shoot them?"
"I fear so. I must speak with them and warn them," replied Thomas, his voice becoming more urgent. The old man nodded.
"He went to the common, him and Zeb Godson and the others. You're right, they'll have them fences down, but I don't know how they plan to do it."
Thomas rocked back on his heels and rose. "I shall find them," he said. "But if you see them before I do, tell them their lives are in danger." Adam Diggott was among friends. He knew that, but he also knew that in these straitened times, even those he counted as good friends might betray him to the authorities for a shilling or two. It was a risk he had to take, but so as not to make himself obvious, he took to wearing a disguise as he went about spreading word. Dressed as a peddler, his large-brimmed hat still pulled low, he was hawking his wares among the few souls who had gathered by the common and revealing himself to those he knew he could trust. Zeb Godson, Josh Thornley, and Will Ketch did not have to adopt such drastic measures. There was no price on their heads, but still they had to be guarded. Hands were cupped over mouths, voices were low, gazes direct. The plan was simple. That afternoon those villagers and commoners brave enough to defy the law and practice their ancient custom would gather on the main road to Oxford near Arthur's Hollow. The natural amphitheatre on the common was the only ground that was still accessible. The rest had been fenced off over the previous few days. There they would sing a song and begin to process up the slope toward the line of stark wooden posts that barred their way to the top of the hill. As the villagers' chants came to a crescendo, the dissenters would quickly make their way to the fencing and begin tearing it down with axes and mallets that had been set aside. Posts and gates would be flattened before the troops got wind of the destruction, and the perpetrators would melt away just as surely as they had appeared. That was the scheme that had been conceived, and Adam Diggott and his cohorts had been gathering surreptitious support for it all day. Mingling among their neighbours, men and women of like minds, cottagers and woodsmen, country folk with the Brandwick soil in their bones and the water of the Bournes of the Chilterns in their veins, it had not been hard to persuade them of their cause. They'd been born to the rights to common land, and by God they'd die for them. Just before St. Swithin's clock struck 1, a crowd began to gather. What had begun as a handful of stalwart dissenters was swelling all the time. Emboldened by the gathering of a few, more and more villagers took to the common, so that by the time the clock struck 2, upward of 100 people had massed. With not a redcoat in sight, there was a carnival atmosphere. Girls wore flowers in their hair or carried posies, others fixed ribbons to sticks and waved them like wands. Thomas sneaked his way through the crowd, looking for Adam Diggett. It was his broad frame and tall stature that gave him away. "Thank God I have found you," said the doctor, unable to hide his relief. "Dr. Silkstone." The coppice's expression remained serious and aloof. Thomas frowned. "I am come to beg you, and anyone else for that matter, who is rash enough to pull a prank, think again." The doctor laid his hand on Adam's arm and spoke with a fearful intensity, but he was quickly rebuffed. "I know the redcoats are at Boughton, if that's what you mean, sir," came Diggett's reply. It was as if the soldiers posed no more of a threat to the procession than troublesome flies. He turned away. Thomas tried to reason with him and tugged at his jacket, so that he turned to face him once more. 80 men, many armed with muskets," he cried. "Are these people's lives worth the price of a few fence posts?" Adam narrowed his eyes and, without warning, pulled away from Thomas. Climbing onto a stile nearby, he addressed the crowd. "Good people of Brandwick," he shouted above the din. "Good people of Brandwick," he cried, louder this time. The chatter fell silent. All eyes turned to him. "Are we ready to make a stand?" "Aye," came the universal shout. They were united against enclosure, but the mood was excitable rather than angry. "Then let us sing!" cried Adam Diggett. He cast a triumphant look at Thomas before signalling to the drummers and fiddlers to strike up their rendition of Hey Down, Derry Down. Meanwhile, from his vantage point on a hill near Boughton Hill, Captain Samuel Ponsonby of the Oxfordshire Regiment was surveying the scene with his telescope. At his order, his men began falling in. The crowd had gathered near the new boundary. They had riotous intentions. The law of the land had been broken. It was up to him and his men to enforce it. Within a few minutes, a second order was given to move out. The troops were on the march, their mission to protect the lines of newly erected fencing, whatever it took. Just as the first song came to an end, the crowd started moving up the slope. Hal Thornley, who'd been given the job of watching for the soldiers, brought word. "They're on their way," he panted. "Let's see where they station themselves," replied Adam, leading the crowd. "They'll expect us to go for the fencing on the ridge." He jerked his head toward the line that lay in front of them. "Yes," Zeb nodded. "But we won't," countered Adam. "We won't?" queried Will, Bess trotting by his side. Adam shook his head. "We'll surprise 'em by taking down the fencing that skirts Raven's Wood. 'Tis where they'll least expect it. There's a good half-mile we can get our teeth into there. We'll have it all down before they know it." Zeb and Will nodded in unison. "'Tis a good plan," said Josh Thornley. "Let's spread the word." And so it was that, while most of the villagers made their way up to the fencing on the ridge, another 36 or so broke off from the main group. The majority of the dissenters clapped in time to the music as they ascended the slope, causing a distraction for the others who broke off willy-nilly, heading west toward Raven's Wood. Meanwhile, Thomas had stationed himself on a ridge to the east of the action, so he could see any troops approaching before the villagers below. It was not long before he, too, saw them, and he watched their arrival with trepidation. They spread out and stationed themselves around the perimeter of the common, as if corralling the villagers like sheep that could be penned in and shepherded at their will. But these man-made barriers, these soldiers, were well spaced out, with at least 20 yards between sentries. Keeping himself distant from the main body of the crowd, Thomas walked up the slope toward the long line of fencing that marked the newly claimed Boughton land. Stopping by Broad Oak, he looked back down toward the hollow. Taking out his spyglass, he could see that a group of maids, all wearing their long white May robes, had formed themselves into a ring. A fiddler struck up, and in time to the music, the circle began to configure itself. Threading through one another and forming into circles and shapes, the girls moved in unison, bobbing and skipping like young puppies at play. They were obviously meant to distract the soldiers, and turning his glass on the redcoats on the ridge, Thomas could see that they were doing an excellent job. Perhaps, he thought, the protest, for that was what it was, a protest dressed up as an ancient tradition, would pass off without incident. Perhaps a shot would not be fired. Perhaps he had worried unnecessarily. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "A fine sight, eh, Dr. Silkstone?" Thomas turned to see old Maggie Cuthbert standing beside him, looking down at the dancers.
"The Uffington horse," she said.
Thomas looked at her quizzically.
"The dance," she explained. "'Tis named after the great white horse on the downs."
"Ah," replied Thomas with a nod. He thought of the enigmatic creature cut into the chalk hillside a few miles away. The old crone smiled.
"'Tis said that when King Arthur awakes, a horse will rise up and dance on nearby Dragon Hill," she chuckled.
Thomas tilted his head. "And what will wake King Arthur?" he asked. Maggie Cuthbert pursed her lips as she surveyed the dancers, then turned to him and said with the utmost conviction,
"If England is in peril."
Chapter 47. Lydia studied her father across the dining table. She watched his jaw move slowly up and down as he chewed each mouthful of food assiduously. His long fingers, like talons, grasped the stem of his wineglass before he washed down his dinner with a good vintage. She had seen him eat before, of course. He had been a regular guest at the Crick family table during her childhood, conversing easily, holding sway and charming with his wit and repartee. She had respected him then, before she had known the secret that he kept with her mother. Those little asides, she had seen them share. Those trifling moments when one had brushed up against the other, thinking no one else had seen. They had all seemed so innocent to her and quite beguiling at the time, and now she knew the truth. The late afternoon sun that filtered weakly through the casement began to throw her new-found father's face into sharp relief, and the shadows started to play tricks on her eyes, elongating his nose, highlighting his cheekbones, turning the unremarkable into the striking. His whole countenance changed as the light altered, and it troubled her that the same man could appear so very different, that the person she had known and feared could take on the mantle of her protector and yet still cause an unsettling doubt in her mind.
"You seem most pensive,"
he remarked, finally, placing his knife and fork side by side on his empty plate. She had not realized that he, too, had been studying her, watching her slyly as she pecked at her food like a bird in summer. She managed a wan smile. As a young child taking its first steps, she felt herself toddling toward him, arms outstretched. And yet, "I have much to think about, sir," she replied. She did not mean to sound impertinent, but she saw him arch a brow as he dabbed his mouth with his napkin.
"Silkstone's visit has disturbed you."
His perception, like his gaze, was always razor-sharp, thought Lydia. That was why he was at the top of his professional game, she told herself. Yet still she found his acuity unnerving. She could not hide her unease. "Yes, sir," she replied. "I had wished to confront him, and yet I found myself locked in my room." Her voice was tinged with reproach, but he countered her obvious disaffection with a disarming reply.
"But, my dear, that was purely for your own protection. Did you not hear him shout your name? He tore in like a madman, intent on harming you."
It was true. She had heard Thomas call her name more than once. He sounded furious. But what if he was desperate? What if those cries were not angry, but anguished? What if her father was lying to her? After all, his whole relationship with her mother had been based on a lie. If he had lived under a pretense for all those years, then surely there was nothing to stop him from adding to his litany of deceptions and manifest untruths. And yet she had seen Thomas's signature with her own eyes, been present when he had spoken with Dr. Cameron. Her mind kept travelling in circles, whirling round and round, unable to find its own path through the tangle of intrigue and deceit that engulfed her. For now she would keep her own counsel. After all, Richard was with her, and she would do nothing to jeopardize his presence again. "Yes, I am most grateful to you," she replied. Thomas stayed on the hillside for a few moments longer after Maggie Cuthbert went on her way. It was a good vantage point. He counted upward of 40 soldiers strung out along the fencing, and could watch the dancers below too. He guessed the rest of the company would be patrolling the estate's perimeter. The band kept on churning out lively tunes, and the revellers continued to stomp and clap in time. But of Adam Diggott and his men there was no sign. He glanced to his left. The soldiers he could see were still being kept occupied watching the village girls below. The dissenters had sloped off to cause mayhem elsewhere on the estate, and he'd wager he knew where. Down the bank he slipped, leaving the common unseen by revellers and soldiers alike. Mounting his horse, he headed for Raven's Wood. In 10 minutes he was approaching the shaded edge of the trees. Up ahead he could see others, too. Squinting into the shadows, he made out several people. He heard noises, too, dull thuds, and sharp cracks broke into the spring air. He hurried forward to see what was going on, and there, in the gloom, he could make out dozens of men and women uprooting fence posts or hacking at them with axes. The main gate into Ravenswood lay chopped to pieces, and some of the women were gathering the shards into their aprons to use, Thomas presumed, for kindling. He strained his eyes to look down the line of fencing. As far as he could see along the boundary of the wood, people were vandalizing the stakes. The stronger men ripped posts from the ground as easily as rotten teeth from gums. Others simply trampled on spars when they were flung to the ground, cracking them underfoot. Some took obvious glee in the destruction, grunting and growling as they did so. Others were more workmanlike and methodical, settling into a rhythm of tugging, breaking, and throwing to the ground. All travailed with an intensity of purpose that came from knowing that their livelihoods were in peril. Thomas surveyed the scene with a quiet horror. He could not help but admire the villagers' tenacity and ingenuity, yet his overwhelming immediate feeling was fear for these brave but, he felt, misguided souls, and the consequences of their actions. The infantrymen were stationed not half a mile away. One whiff of such insubordination, and they would rally and train their muskets on the rebels. It would be just as he dreaded. The soldiers would fire, blood would be shed, and Sir Montague would be vindicated. The tyrant would enjoy nothing more than to see the village troublemakers dance on the end of a rope, and it seemed that soon his wish might be fulfilled. Thomas knew Adam Diggott would be somewhere at the centre of this mass insurrection. He hurried along the lines, searching for him. He dared not call out for fear of alerting the soldiers, so he zigzagged from man to man in his search. It did not take him long to find the coppicer himself, directing operations at the farthest gate. "Diggott!" Thomas panted in a hoarse whisper. The rebel's head, still covered by his large-brimmed hat, shot up. "What in God's name do you think you're doing?" hissed Thomas, keeping his voice low. Diggott snorted and pushed back his hat with his thumb. "I be doing what is right, Dr. Silkstone. These fences don't belong here, so we're taking them down." Thomas flung an arm in the direction of the soldiers by the common. "If they find out, they will shoot. There are women here. There will be no quarter." Diggott, his axe in his hand, straightened his back and looked down on Thomas. There was strong liquor on his breath. "If we lose our rights, then we lose our way of life, Doctor. We got nothing more to live for." He turned round and, shaking his fist in the air, he raised his voice. "Let the soldiers fire. We're ready to be martyrs for our cause." At the rally cry, the villagers all looked up. Some shouted "Aye" in reply, and Will Ketch's dog began to bark. But there were others who, fearing the infantry might be alerted by the outburst, slipped off silently, melting into the woods or sloping off down the hillside. "Do you want to rouse the redcoats?" Thomas asked incredulously. The coppicer turned and raised his axe above his head. "I'm past caring," he chunted, and he brought down his blade on the fencing rail, splitting it in two. Seeing it was fruitless arguing with Diggott, Thomas made his way back along the line. At each woman who remained, he stopped to ask if he could accompany her back to the common and out of harm's way. He could see that some of them were frightened, but most refused his offer. They would stand by their menfolk, they told him. One woman, however, her skirt a buttercup yellow, insisted that her young daughter return with Thomas to the village. "You be going now, Daisy. I'll follow later," she told her. Thomas took the girl's hand. She was no more than 10 years of age. He smiled at her, but she returned a frightened grimace. Together they began their descent toward the common as the destruction of the woodland fencing gathered momentum. Now, more than ever, it was vital that the soldiers remained distracted, thought Thomas. He would do what he could to divert their attention. Lost in his thoughts, he was trying to formulate a plan when, halfway down the slope, a loud cry went up from below. "Turn out! Turn out!" The shrill notes of a bugle suddenly sounded, and Thomas stopped in his tracks. He looked down at the little girl, her eyes wide in fear. The secret was out. The soldiers had been alerted. Soon they would be marching toward them. Thomas pulled the girl to him, and together they rushed off the track and ducked behind a hawthorn bush. "Stay there. Don't move," he told her. He prayed the rebels would have heard the troops' rallying cry. The sound would surely have carried across the hill, but he wanted to make certain they all had the chance to get away. Keeping off the main path, he began to climb up the slope once more toward the wood. The sound of his heart drummed in his ears as he went, but the pounding was soon joined by a louder, deeper beat. Wheeling round, he saw the infantry, marching two abreast up the footpath, carrying their muskets. At their head, on horseback, was the young officer. Summoning all his strength, Thomas renewed his efforts, scurrying between the gorse bushes until he reached the plateau at the edge of the wood. In the shadows, he could make out the few remaining commoners who still wielded their axes and mallets. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he called to them. "The redcoats are coming!" he cried. "Get away!" He flailed his arms wildly in the hope that those who saw him would heed his warning. One or two did, but the rest either did not or would not. They remained hacking and breaking right up to the moment that the officer ordered his men to fan out at the top of the plateau with the forest edge in full view. They did so, forming two lines, the first on one knee, the second standing close behind. The order was given. "Fix bayonets!" From out of the edge of the woods, Thomas watched horrified as figures suddenly emerged. First he made out Adam Diggott, but he was swiftly pursued by another dozen men. A clutch of women followed in their wake, so that the two sides were now lined up against each other. Fewer than 20 yards separated them. "Come no farther!" shouted Adam Diggott. His cohorts raised their axes threateningly. "No farther!" he repeated. Captain Ponsonby, remaining on his horse, shouted back. "You have wilfully destroyed property belonging to the Boughton Estate. Desist immediately in the name of King George." Adam Diggott stood firm. "We will not move from what is rightfully ours. These woods belong to us." There was a chorus of approval from the men at his side. Tensions were heightened. Ponsonby hesitated. He had not anticipated such wilful disobedience. "Take aim!" he ordered. Thomas knew if he was to act, now was the moment. Revealing himself from behind his cover, he walked out between the two rows, his hands held aloft. The muskets suddenly trained on him, but he knew he must hold his nerve. "Captain Ponsonby," he called. The young officer shot back. "Make yourself known, sir." "I am Dr. Thomas Silkstone," he replied. "I was at Boughton Hall this morning." Ponsonby, nonplussed for a second, nodded an acknowledgment. For an instant, tension slackened. "You may approach, sir." Thomas began to walk toward the officer. His pace was measured. One sudden move, and he knew a nervous soldier might fire his half-cocked musket. He had barely gone 5 steps, however, when he heard something whistle past his right ear. He ducked instinctively as a broken fence post came hurtling through the air toward the officer. It hit the horse's flank, causing it to rear and let out a loud whinny. Will Ketch's bitch began to bark, too, and more missiles suddenly began flying about through the air, pieces of flint and shards of wood. They rained down on the front row of the soldiers. One was hit on the head and he fell. Another caught Thomas on the shoulder and he dived for cover. Under attack, the young officer panicked. He had lost control of the situation. As the villagers approached, armed with their makeshift weapons, he gave the order. "Above their heads! Fire!" The first volley cracked through the air and sprayed the trees, sending twigs showering to the ground, but the warning shots did nothing to dampen the villagers' ire. For a moment they froze amid the musket smoke, the gunshots ringing in their ears, but Adam Diggott would not be deterred. Lifting his axe above his head, he gave his own battle cry. "Forward!" he shouted. There was no time for anyone to make their escape. He surged forward together with 6 stalwarts, forcing the officer's hand. "Fire!" cried Ponsonby. This time there was no mercy. The second line of musketeers aimed their shot right into the band of villagers that rushed toward them, their makeshift weapons held aloft. Some of the women began to scream and held back, calling to their men. 3 fell instantly, but their fall did not make the others flinch. 3 more men came hurtling toward the soldiers, brandishing axes as the troops reloaded. Another order, another volley, and they too fell. Keeping low to the ground, Thomas wiped his forehead with his palm and looked at it. It was covered in blood. It was not his own. The tang of gunpowder filled the air and the smoke quickly cleared to reveal the carnage. Thomas hurried to where the wounded villagers lay. Below the sobs and wails from the women he heard low groans. He rushed toward a wounded man lying face down, a hole blown through his left arm. He turned him over. It was Zeb Godson. Nearby lay scrag-headed Josh Thornley, sprawled out, his eyes open, and blood trickling from his mouth. Thomas could see that he had taken a ball in his chest and died instantly. Abel Smith, the fowler, lay nearby, a shot in his head. The berry man, Joseph Makepeace, had fared better. He was on his knees clutching his side, but at first glance Thomas believed the wound was a graze. "Press against it," he told him. "Stay still and help will come." Next he checked the pulse of another man whom he did not know. He was dead too, his guts, gaping, coiled like blooded snakes on the ground below. By him, a red-spattered boy whom he presumed was his son sat rocking to and fro. He was in shock, but as far as Thomas could see, remained unhurt. Another casualty sat clutching his thigh, screaming in agony. As Thomas approached, he could see it was Will Ketch. It seemed he'd taken a ball above his knee, and the wound was bleeding profusely. His dog had not been so fortunate. It lay at his side, a shot in its head. A woman hurried over. "Your apron! Give me your apron!" ordered Thomas. The woman quickly obeyed, and Thomas began tearing the linen into strips. Securing a makeshift bandage around Ketch's thigh, he instructed the woman to keep it tight until help arrived. A few yards away, a burst of yellow caught Thomas's eye. As twilight approached, the wind had got up and was catching the hem of a woman's skirt. Hurrying to her, he turned her over to see that the colour of her laced bodice was deep crimson. She had taken the full force of a shot to her chest. Suddenly, from somewhere behind him, he heard a plaintive cry. "Mama! Mama!" He turned to see the little girl he had left behind the hawthorn bush running toward him. Seeing her mother, covered in blood, she cried out and threw herself on top of her. Another woman bent low to comfort her. As Thomas rose, he was aware of someone at his shoulder. He turned to see Adam Diggott, blood trickling from a wound above his left brow. He had joined Thomas to lean over the dead woman. Both men eyed each other. Diggott's lips trembled. Thomas returned his look with a mixture of pity and reproach. It was not his place to judge. He must put his emotions to one side. It was up to him to salvage as many shattered lives as he could. Suddenly he heard Ponsonby shouting another order. "Round up the rest!" the officer called from his mount. Even in the gloom, Thomas could see that the captain's pristine white breeches were spattered with blood. He saw several of the soldiers run at full pelt toward the woods in pursuit of the few villagers who remained. Adam Diggott went easily enough when confronted. He and 2 other men knew it was futile to resist arrest and offered themselves up without a struggle. The sound of the musket fire had caused panic among the revellers on the common below. Many of the men began to surge up the slope. The soldiers who did not pursue the stray rebels remained to confront the villagers who now converged at the top of the hill. When some of the women saw the bodies on the ground, they began to scream hysterically. A sergeant tried to restore order. "Go back to your homes now," he shouted above the din. "Go home!" The soldiers reformed and stood firm, their bayonets fixed and their glare on the crowd. The atmosphere was as taut as catgut until, one by one, the men started to turn and descend toward the common. "Go home," barked Captain Ponsonby. "No charges will be pressed against you." The crowd, shocked and dazed by what they had seen, poured slowly down the path. 1 or 2 jostled against the soldiers, but they were rebuffed and were reluctantly driven back. Thomas remained, checking on the wounded. An earlier plea for help from the soldiers had gone unanswered. He felt overwhelmed, but he knew he must fight his own battle to stay calm. Ever since he arrived in England, he had needed to harden his heart to patients' screams as they underwent surgery, But even he had not heard the like of the unearthly wails of the battlefield before. "I need help over here," he called to Ponsonby. This time the captain rode over to him in person. "We need to move the injured. We should get them to the inn," said Thomas, pressing hard on Zeb Godson's arm to stem the flow of blood as the woodsman groaned in agony. Even though it was growing dark, Thomas saw the young captain's revulsion at the sight of so much blood. He turned his head, then nodded. "Very well," he called to one of his men. "Sergeant, assign 6 men to help Dr. Silkstone care for the wounded," he said, adding, "but make sure they don't escape. They are all under arrest." "Very good, sir." The sergeant saluted, and soon those who were able to walk were being escorted down the hill, muskets at their backs, while a cart arrived to take the seriously wounded and the dead back down to the village. Thomas supervised the operation. Using the shirts of the injured and women's aprons, it managed to rig up tourniquets to stem the flow of blood, but it was clear to him that at least 3 wounded men would draw upon his chirurgical skills. He was about to climb up into the cart himself when one of the soldiers who was ferrying the dead to the wagon called him over. "Doctor!" Thomas rushed over. Abel Smith, whom he at first had believed dead, was groaning. A low noise was issuing from his bristly beard. Grabbing a bandage from his case, Thomas was applying pressure to the head when he heard a woman's voice behind him. Turning, he saw Maggie Cuthbert. "You'll be needing my help," she called down to Thomas. He was glad of her offer. He had watched his father work in a field hospital in the Indian Wars, and he knew that the more assistance that was given, the more lives could be saved. Swift action was the key to such traumatic injuries. He allowed himself to smile with relief. "Indeed I will, Widow Cuthbert," he said. "Here." He rose, still pressing on Smith's head wound, and the old woman knelt and took his stead. Just as she did so, the air was split by a raucous cry. Simultaneously, Thomas and the widow looked up to see a raven circling overhead. They both knew it was waiting to taste dead flesh. Chapter 48. The cart trundled down the hill, bouncing and lurching without regard to its passengers, who clung to life by a thread. By the time they reached the 3 tons, word of the rout had already set the wheels in motion. Mr. Peabody, the apothecary, had been summoned and had brought with him an array of medicaments. He had even overcome his usual reticence to instruct Peter Geach and his staff to line up tables to receive the wounded. Outside the inn, an anxious crowd had gathered, so that by the time Thomas arrived, the soldiers had to clear the way to allow the injured to be transported inside. The tap room had been turned into a makeshift hospital. Mr. Peabody had already ordered pails of water, and a large kettle was steaming on the blazing fire. There were more injured than Thomas had at first feared. A long straggle of villagers with ferocious splinters in their hands or faces now presented itself. Thomas guessed they had been holding fencing stakes when the soldiers fired on them, sending shards of wood piercing like spears through their flesh. "Dr. Silkstone! Dr. Silkstone!" Peter Geach approached Thomas wearing the expression of a man on whom the sky was about to fall. "What is to be done?" Thomas knew that above all he had to remain calm. "I would ask that you provide me with plenty of your finest spirits, Mr. Geach," he replied. "Spirits, doctor?" repeated the puzzled landlord. "Yes," Thomas replied firmly. "They will both dull the patient's pain and clean out the wounds. So none of your gin, Mr. Geach." "Very good, sir. But who will pay for my best brandy?" Thomas took a deep breath. Even in times of crisis, it seemed that Mr. Geach had an eye to the main chance. "I will see you are compensated," he said. The doctor knew he had to prioritize treatment. Now that the battle had been fought, there were new enemies to confront. Lurking unseen among the blood and guts of his patients would be the seeds of certain diseases, the rigours and wound fever that needed to be destroyed before they held sway. He set Widow Cuthbert to work cleaning and dressing minor wounds, which he would check on later. For the moment he knew that lives could still be saved if he acted quickly. With Mr. Peabody at his side, he began his task. First he tended to Will Ketch's leg. Laying him flat, he let the apothecary administer a liberal dose of laudanum before he inserted a gag between the man's teeth to silence his agonized cries. Cutting away his breeches, Thomas could tell immediately that the shot had missed the femur. Molly had paled at the sight of so much blood, but after a moment to compose herself, she had rallied and fetched the doctor his medical case from his room upstairs, before attending to the kettle. Using his forceps, Thomas managed to remove several large pieces of splintered wood from Ketch's wound. There was little hope of the flesh knitting together again naturally. It would need suturing, but at least if he could prevent blood rot, the cowman stood a chance of survival. The ball had embedded itself deep within the thigh muscle. Incising the wound at such a depth not only would be exceedingly painful but, Thomas feared, might also cause even more trauma to the patient, possibly leading to wound fever. There were many surgeons who would, he knew, question his judgment, but he'd seen more men die of subsequent infections than of gunshot wounds themselves. Most of his fellows would advise he take the saw to the leg and have done with it too. Taking neither action was debatable, but it was a risk he was prepared to run. Satisfied that the wound was as clean as he could make it, Thomas sutured the thigh, leaving Mr. Peabody to bandage it. He moved on to the next casualty. Zeb Godson's weathered face had turned as pale as a corpse. The tourniquet had saved his life, of that Thomas was sure, but staunching the blood flow once and for all grew more imperative by the minute. The brachial artery in the arm had been severed, causing a torrent of blood to gush from it. The makeshift tourniquet he had applied was now dripping with blood, so Thomas quickly replaced it with a screw tourniquet from his case. It was his goal to dam the great flood for good. His senses dulled by gin and laudanum, Zeb Godson offered little resistance as Thomas probed his wound. Taking a ligature from his case, he got to work, managing to bind the blood vessel securely with catgut. Widow Cuthbert had moved in to dress the wound when suddenly an urgent plea went up from Mr. Peabody.
"Dr. Silkstone!"
he cried. The apothecary was standing over Abel Smith. He had lapsed into unconsciousness, and his breathing was very shallow. Thomas felt for his pulse. It barely registered. Head injuries always presented their own problems. On inspection, it seemed as though Abel had been hit by a musket ball just above the left temple. It should have killed him outright, but by some remarkable chance it had lodged in his skull. Thomas sighed deeply. "I fear trepanning is the only course," he replied warily. The procedure was precarious, but he was aware that another respected surgeon, Percival Pott, had employed the method in field hospitals on several occasions. He had reduced the risk of infection in head wounds by extracting blood from extradural and subdural spaces by cranial draining. Thomas realized that if he were to save the fowler's life, he would have to do the same. "I will need your assistance, Mr. Peabody," he told the apothecary. The little man looked askance.
"But I am no surgeon, sir."
"You have a brain in your head and a pair of hands, haven't you?" said Thomas curtly, without waiting for a reply. "Smith's life hangs in the balance." Next, Thomas called to the landlord, who was busying himself with supplying kettles of hot water. "Mr. Geach, we need to get this man into another room. I need absolute quiet for the procedure I am about to perform." Geach nodded.
"This way, sir,"
he told Thomas, leading him into the private dining room. It was small, but the table was large and serviceable, and Smith was laid on it flat, with his head resting on a folded sack. Candles were quickly lit, and Thomas tilted the skull away from him so that he could see the wound more clearly. It was evident that he had been hit at fairly close range. The swelling and contusions around his left eye were such that Thomas feared for Smith's sight. But it was the cranium that needed his most urgent attention. The flint had cracked it, as if it were an eggshell, and a slice of bone the size of a walnut had been forced downward to press on the brain. Although Thomas had performed the procedure twice before with success, he had seen many other surgeons' patients die shortly afterward. Sometimes death came swiftly on the operating table, for others the surgery triggered delirium, agonizing headaches, or terrible seizures. He knew, however, that without treatment, Abel Smith's death was assured. Reaching into a case, the surgeon brought out his trepanation implements. Mr. Peabody's eyes widened at the sight of them, as if they were instruments of torture rather than healing. Thomas, however, remained focused. "Hot water, if you please," he directed, craning his head over to the kettle in the hearth where a good fire flickered. After cleaning the head wound, Thomas carefully shaved the area of the fowler's head around the entry point of the ball. And there it was, a fragment of lead embedded in the bone. Peabody watched, transfixed, as Thomas fixed the top of the trepan handle with his left hand and turned it cautiously with his right. Lowering his own chin onto the turning instrument to stabilize it, he reinforced the pressure on the crown and rotated the handle slowly, in a workmanlike fashion. Tension seeped through Thomas's pores and appeared as dots of perspiration on his brow. No one dared speak. No one dared move. For a few moments it seemed that even the horses' hooves that clattered on the cobbles outside were stilled. The only noise was the whirring of the instrument as it tunneled through the bone. Each rotation of the trepan handle took the metal tip a little closer to this man's brain. Slowly but surely, the skull gave way to the trepan's bore, and a small disc of bone was extracted, bringing with it the embedded lead shot. Thomas straightened his aching back and gave a self-satisfied nod. "'Tis done," he said quietly. "Now all we can do is wait and hope the swelling of the brain goes down." Mercifully, the patient had remained completely motionless during the procedure. It would be several hours before Thomas could ascertain whether or not his gamble had paid off. "Call one of the women to sit with him," he said, wiping his bloodied hands on a towel. For the first time in 6 hours, Thomas looked out of the inn's window as the sky was lightened by the rising sun. It had been the longest night of his life, but he feared this new day just as keenly. Peabody had left the door ajar, and suddenly shouts from the tap-room confirmed the doctor's worries. Looking round the door, he could see a commotion in the hallway. Men and women were jostling with redcoats. Peabody returned with Molly and an anxious look on his face. "They're arresting some of the wounded men," he said breathlessly. "Taking them to Oxford, they are," blurted Molly, her face crumpled with concern. Thomas strode out of the dining room to see a clutch of villagers being herded through the main doorway. Rushing back to the window, he watched as the men, some with their hands tied behind their backs, were bundled into waiting wagons. Those who were injured were not spared. He saw Joseph Makepeace, his torso swathed in a bandage, and Zeb Godson, his arm in a sling, being prodded and poked like cattle. It seemed that most of the male population of the village was being rounded up and sent off for trial to the Oxford Assizes. The thud of heavy footsteps was suddenly heard coming down the passage, and the door burst open. 2 soldiers thundered in but stopped short when they saw Abel Smith lying on the table, the fluid still draining from his head. A look of disgust swept over their faces when they realized what they were seeing. One of them turned and retched. The other eyed Thomas. "Sir, this man is under arrest. We're to take him to Oxford to await trial." His delivery was garbled and lacked conviction, and he turned his head away from the table so that he did not have to linger on the fluid draining from Smith's brain. Had it not been made in earnest, the request would have been comical. Thomas snorted. "This man is going nowhere. If he is moved, he will die." He pointed to Smith's head. The soldier who had spoken gulped hard. "'Tis Captain Ponsonby's orders, sir," he replied almost apologetically. "Then I would speak with the captain," countered Thomas. "Tell him Dr. Silkstone would see him." Moments later the young captain was standing in the dining room. Thomas could see that his eyes were being drawn involuntarily towards Smith's fractured skull, which was now being drained of fluid through a cannula. "This man is close to death as it is, Captain Ponsonby. Any movement and you might as well tighten a noose around his neck," he told the officer in no uncertain terms. Ponsonby nodded. "You make yourself plain, sir, but I will need to station a man to guard him so that if he revives, he will stand trial." Thomas nodded. He knew that even if Smith lived and was transported to Oxford jail to await trial, he would probably contract a terrible fever and die before the hangman could get to him. He was doomed just like the rest of the dissenting villagers. Yet again, Sir Montague appeared to have scored a victory over the people of Brandwick. Chapter 49. Now, it just so happened that Oxford was making ready for St. Giles' Fair, a highlight of the city's calendar. Scores of carts and caravans had planted themselves on the ground, and an encampment of striped tents and sideshows had been erected during the day. Fiddlers and jugglers meandered among wooden horses and whirligigs. Gaming tables appeared to entice the men, and fortune-tellers wooed the women. All around there was a gaiety and sense of anticipation that had not been seen since before the great fog of the previous year. Into this feverishly excited atmosphere trundled the 4 wagons carrying 41 villagers from Brandwick and its surrounds. Thomas had decided to accompany the prisoners, riding behind them. He had maintained that at least 4 of them were too badly injured to stand trial, but he had lost the argument, and Captain Ponsonby, backed up of course by Nicholas Lupton, had won the day. They had been bundled into the carts on crutches or on makeshift stretchers and forced to brave the buffets and blows of the journey, regardless of whether they arrived at their destination alive or dead. As he saw the throng ahead of him, Thomas sensed there would be trouble. He had seen Oxford crowds turn ugly before. The city was not known for its restraint, and despite the fact that it was still early in the day, strong liquor flowed like water among the revellers. 4 horsemen of the Oxfordshire militia had ridden ahead, announcing the arrival of a platoon with their prisoners. It had been their task to prepare the way, but instead of causing the crowd to stand to one side in respectful reverence for the law, the prisoners' arrival only seemed to fuel the event's incendiary mood. Thomas knew their entry into the city would be risky, and that the officers had underestimated the strength of support for the villagers. Interestingly, he could see no musketeers in the ranks. Could it be they wished to avoid further bloodshed? He wondered. Overnight, word had spread from Brandwick about the destruction of the common fences and the arrest of those who had dared defy the new laws. Rather than condemn them, the citizens of Oxford and visiting country folk decided to show their support. As the militia approached, the men in the wagons raised the cry, "Brandwick forever!" The crowd took it to their hearts, and a chant struck up. "Brandwick forever! Brandwick forever!" The cry could be heard on hundreds of lips. Thomas surveyed the mob. Fists were raised against the guards, and lips curled. He dropped back from the main procession. He did not wish to be associated with a platoon of about 20 militiamen. "Brandwick forever! Brandwick forever!" From the mouths of men and women, youths and children, the cry welled up and rose into the air. Everywhere he looked, Thomas could see the people pressing round the wagons, slowing their progress. The drivers and mounted soldiers were whipping away those who gathered around them with their riding crops, but they were no match for the sheer numbers that surged forward. By now the procession had drawn level with St. John's College. Thomas remained by the Eagle and Child Inn, but had a good vantage point. Just a few more yards and the procession would arrive at Beaumont Street, and the way toward the jail would be clearer. Then suddenly, someone in the crowd hurled a brickbat at one of the guards. Others followed suit, and sticks and stones rained down on the militia from every side. With each missile that hit its target, the crowd seemed bolder, and Thomas watched amazed as the guards were overpowered, and the backboards of the carts were let down, allowing the prisoners to escape. They came streaming down from the wagons and melted into the melee. The crowd swallowed up the men and resumed the business of revelling and feasting, leaving the outnumbered militiamen to reform and march away, their pride as tattered as their uniforms after the fray. Over dinner at the Jolly Trooper that evening, Thomas related the whole extraordinary episode to Sir Theodosius.
"This is a terrible state of affairs," bemoaned the coroner, chomping through tough venison.
Thomas had to agree. "I can see no good outcome, sir," he replied. "The men will return to the village, but they will be rearrested for sure." Sir Theodosius nodded.
"Malthus will see to that. His authority has been challenged, and he will not stand for it."
"And I fear, sir, there will be more trouble to come," said Thomas.
"Oh?"
"When I was last at Boughton Hall, Lupton showed me a map detailing new plans for the estate and beyond."
"Beyond Boughton?
"Speak plain, if you please." Sir Theodosius's jowls wobbled with indignation. Thomas took a deep breath. "There are plans to connect the canal at Banbury to Oxford, sir. There is a consortium of landowners, led by Sir Montague, which is raising funds as we speak." Sir Theodosius hit the table with the butt of his knife.
"Of course," he drawled. "Why did I not see this?"
His forehead was scoured with deep furrows.
"I remember an Act of Parliament authorised the canal about 15 years ago. The intention was to link the industrial lands around the Midlands to London via the River Thames. It reached Napton a few years back, but the money ran out. If I recall correctly, a second act allowed the company to raise more funds, and the canal reached Banbury about 6 years ago."
"Sir Montague's home turf," interrupted Thomas.
The coroner nodded. "I might have known he would want to put his finger in that particular pie,"
he said, unthinkingly dipping his own finger in a jug of gravy at his side.
"But there were money problems again."
Thomas arched a brow and nodded. Hence the need to raise more income from the land by enclosing it. Sir Theodosius licked the gravy from his finger.
"So Malthus is a man of business now, as well as a lawyer and a landowner."
"And an unscrupulous villain," added Thomas bitterly. He leaned closer to the coroner. "My first concern is not for Sir Montague's plans, sir, but for the escaped men. They will surely face the gallows on their return to Brandwick." Sir Theodosius nodded slowly.
"Indeed they will," he agreed, "and they will need to be taken to Oxford again."
As he spoke, Thomas could see the kernel of an idea was taking root in the older man's brain. His eyes widened as the thought blossomed.
"There was a great show of support for them today, you say?"
Thomas had to agree. It seemed that most of the city was behind them. "What do you have in mind?" The coroner's eyes betrayed a sudden excitement.
"I believe the court of public opinion might be convened to help us in our quest for justice,"
he told Thomas enigmatically. And with that he emptied the jug of gravy onto the rest of his venison and resumed his meal. Thomas returned to Brandwick early the next day. If all the arrested villagers had gone home, the injured ones would surely be in need of his care. His route took him round the edge of the common, and for the first time he could see the full extent of the havoc that the rebels had wrought. The neat rows of fencing that had criss-crossed the undulating grasslands had been uprooted. Staves and posts still lay where they had once stood, and some were even charred and blackened where fires had been set. What was most extraordinary, however, was that where the land had been cleared by Lupton's men, cattle had now returned to graze. A dozen or so chewed the cud peacefully, while turkeys and chickens pecked at the ground on the fringes. It was a sight that brought a smile to Thomas's lips. The people of Brandwick had spoken with one voice, and, almost overnight, had restored their ancient rights. As he rode into the village, he was surprised to see some of the men who only the day before had been shackled in the back of a wagon on their way to jail. 2 of those he had seen corralled were walking up the high street like free men. The question, he asked himself, was for how much longer? Riding into the yard at the 3 Tons, he soon learned from young Rogers that all of the escapees had returned to a hero's welcome late yesterday afternoon. "It were a sight to gladden the heart," the stable lad told the doctor as he took his horse. "I'm sure it was," agreed Thomas, dismounting. "And the injured men?" Rogers shrugged. "I don't know about them, sir." Heading straight inside, Thomas sought out the landlord. "Mr. Geach," he called as soon as he spotted him in the hallway.
"Ah, Dr. Silkstone. Welcome back, sir,"
he replied.
"You'll be wanting some refreshment."
Drawing closer, Thomas managed to smile and waved a hand as the landlord thrust a tankard he was carrying in front of his face. "I must first see to the injured," he replied. Geach nodded. "They're all together, sir. 'Tis not our best room, but—" He tilted his head awkwardly. "I will see that you are reimbursed any expenses," replied Thomas sharply. Geach led him along the dark passageway to a room at the back of the inn that, judging by the number of crates and barrels, was usually used for storage.
"Here we are,"
said the landlord cheerfully.
"All still alive?"
Thomas arched a brow and Geach took his leave. Abel Smith and 2 others lay on the floor on thick straw. Although he would have preferred beds inside the inn for his patients, Thomas was satisfied that the conditions were as clean as could be expected, and that the blankets provided were adequate. Mr. Peabody, who had kept vigil during his absence, looked up from Smith's side. Mistress Geach had doled out bowls of peas pottage for the men, and Maggie Cuthbert was coaxing some down Hal Thornley, who had suffered a stake through his abdomen, although it had missed his vital organs. "How fares he?" asked Thomas, bending low by the youth's side. The widow nodded.
"He grows stronger," she said.
Thomas checked his wound. He had sutured it, and a yellow crust was beginning to form. "We must keep the dressing clean and dry," he told her. Moving on to Abel Smith, he inspected the head wound. As far as he could see, the swelling of the brain had lessened considerably, The patient had even returned to consciousness for a brief period that morning, according to Mr. Peabody. Thomas felt as satisfied as he could that the remaining men were all in a stable condition. He was just about to leave the room when the landlord's wife entered.
"Doing all right, are they?"
asked Mistress Geach, craning her neck to watch Thomas at work.
"I don't like the sight of blood myself. Turns my guts up, it does. Still, there'll be some good news when the others have their meeting."
Thomas looked up. "Meeting?" Mistress Geach gave a nervous giggle.
"You've not heard, Doctor? Adam Diggett has called a commoners' meeting this evening in this very inn."
She smiled broadly at the thought of even more customers. Thomas considered the news. Adam Diggett was making a bold move, flaunting the mass escape in Sir Montague's face. He had to be confident of support to call such a public meeting.
"We'll be rushed off our feet again, I can tell you."
"I am sure you will," he replied. His only fear was that the militia might call in as well. Chapter 50. Sir Montague Malthus stood brooding by the study window, his black-garbed frame silhouetted by the pale evening light. He was awaiting Captain Ponsonby. Close by sat James Charlton. The chainman's shoulders were hunched, and he kept twisting his kerchief between his fingers like a nervous schoolboy awaiting a caning. His right eye remained bandaged, and now and again he would press it as if to ease the pain it was causing him. His left wrist was also tightly bound. Dr. Fairweather had tended to him after his attempt to take his own life. Now Howard made the announcement, and the captain entered the room with the trepidation of a soldier who fears he is about to be tried in a military court. Malthus remained looking out of the window in a show of studied indifference. Charlton did not rise. With his sound eye he regarded the soldier only briefly before his head fell into his hands. "Sir Montague," said the captain, saluting the lawyer in the hope that he would turn to acknowledge his presence. Seeing after a moment or two that his gesture had carried no sway, he let his arm fall limply to his side. Another awkward moment passed. Then the lawyer finally turned to face the officer. Fixing him with a piercing gaze, he dispensed with the usual courtesies and came straight to the point.
"You have let me down, Captain Ponsonby," he said flatly.
"Sir, the young officer began nervously. Sir Montague's hand swatted away any anticipated excuses as if they were irksome gnats.
"Do not try to defend your men or yourself. What happened in Oxford yesterday has made your troops a laughing stock."
"I apologize on behalf—" The lawyer repeated the earlier gesture.
"Save your excuses for your commanding officer, Captain Ponsonby," he said laconically, adding viciously, "and your father."
He walked over to his desk and seated himself.
"My good friend the General will be most disappointed when he finds out about your shoddy handling of the situation."
He fixed the young soldier with a glare that made him squirm like a fish on a hook, then inclined his head.
"I will give you one last chance to redeem yourself and your men," he said.
"Sir?" The young officer shifted where he stood. Picking up a piece of parchment that lay on the desk, Sir Montague handed it to the captain.
"The wanted men will all be attending a meeting tonight at the 3 Tuns. Here is the reissued warrant for their arrests, and an additional one."
Taking both warrants, the officer scanned the second document and looked up, puzzled. "But this is a warrant for murder, sir." Sir Montague gave a shallow nod.
"I am fully aware of that, Ponsonby. New evidence has come to light."
He turned his head toward Charlton. The soldier's eyes followed his and settled on the young surveyor whose head remained bowed.
"Adam Diggett will be at tonight's meeting, and you are to charge him there."
His large hands suddenly opened a desk drawer.
"And make sure this is found about his person,"
he said, his lips twitching in a smile. The young officer's eyes bulged from their sockets as he regarded a compass as it lay flat on the lawyer's palm. He turned it over to inspect it. The initials J.T. were engraved on the back.
"Make sure you do not fail me this time, Captain," Malthus said. "After all, you have your family's reputation to uphold."
The threat was as barbed as a spear. The young man's back went ramrod straight. "You can be assured I will not fail you, sir," he barked in reply. In the distance, the thunder rolled and rumbled. A storm was approaching, and the air was thick and heavy. At the appointed hour, the villagers began to assemble in a stuffy lower room at the 3 Tuns. The smell of unwashed bodies pressed together mixed with stale smoke and spilled beer. From his upstairs vantage point, Thomas watched the villagers arrive in their droves. In the sultry atmosphere, the stench wafted up and in through the window. It was soon evident that there was not enough room for everyone, so the doors were opened, and people began to spill out into the courtyard, pressing against one another and jostling for space. Yet the mood was good-humoured. A great victory had been scored, albeit a temporary one. It seemed the commoners' voices had been heard, and the good denizens of Oxford had been swayed by their cause, for the moment at least. The power was in the people's hands, but they knew it could escape from them as easily as grains of corn between their fingers. Moving to a reception room at the back of the inn that overlooked the courtyard, Thomas leaned out of the window to view the proceedings. Adam Diggott was the first to address the crowd. Clambering up onto an upturned barrel, his head still swathed in a bandage, he seemed to have grown even more in stature, as if his recent encounters with authority had only strengthened his resolve. "Fellow commoners," he began, "I speak to you now as a free man." A great cheer rose from those assembled. "But I know I will not be for much longer." He lowered his voice accordingly, and people shook their heads and cried, "Shame!" Diggott continued, "Some of those who fought with me the other night have gone. Josh Thornley, Josh Price, and Martha Winslet. All good people. They must not have died in vain. Their blood nourishes our land." More voices were raised in support. "That is why I'm asking you to spare what money you can to pay to defend our rights through the courts." Such a notion was news to Thomas, and, judging by the reaction, to the rest of the crowd as well. "You say we need to pay some fancy lawyers?" asked Joseph Makepeace. Adam Diggott nodded. "I say we need a charter with our rights set down to restore Brandwick Common to its ancient state, how it was after the lady rode round the common with her burning brand, and gave the land to our ancestors." "And then we'll be left alone?" A woman's voice rose above the rest. "Aye, that be the plan. Remember, we have the law on our side," replied Diggott. "Our forefathers had tended this earth for generations, until him at Boughton took over." He scowled at the very thought of Sir Montague. "But this way our rights will be set down for all to see, and we'll no longer be living under this shadow that threatens us all." Thomas scanned the faces below. They seemed thoughtful, but not entirely convinced. "And where will we find such a lawyer?" asked Will Ketch from the crowd. "That'll be a good question," replied Diggott. But before he could answer it, a shout suddenly went up. "Militia!" cried a voice through the archway, and the news was answered with panic. The crowd divided. Some took refuge inside the inn, others scampered out of a side gate. But Adam Diggott remained standing on his barrel as the troops approached 4 abreast through the archway, Ponsonby at their head. "Adam Diggott, I arrest you in the name of King George." Thomas looked on. He knew it would be futile to challenge the officer. The coppicer seemed resigned. He even held out his hands for the shackles as the soldiers came for him. Only a few of the villagers stayed to watch. Many had fled for fear of being apprehended themselves. Of the handful that remained, however, one man who was not familiar to Thomas dared to question the troops' actions. "On what charge do you take him?" he cried. Ponsonby looked distinctly uneasy, anxious that the remaining stragglers might turn on his men. "For the murder of Geoffrey Turgoose," he announced. Hearing the charge, Thomas shot up. "Captain!" he shouted through the window, but Ponsonby made no reply. Although he had expected the charge, it was clear Diggott would not go quietly. Instead, he started to struggle. "I ain't murdered no one," he yelled. "You can tell that to the judge," snapped Ponsonby. "Search him," he ordered. One of the militiamen clamped his hands up and down Diggott's torso, then delved into his coat pocket. "Here, sir," he cried triumphantly, brandishing a brass compass. Diggott's jaw dropped open. "What? No!" He stared wide-eyed at the compass. "I had never seen it before. I never!" His protests, however, carried little weight with the soldiers who advanced on him. Just as they were about to loop their arms through his to lead him away, however, he lunged at the nearest redcoat, sending him off balance. He raced toward the street, outrunning the handful of soldiers who pursued him. Ponsonby ordered his men to fire, but they were slow to load, and by the time the first volley of shots rang out, Adam Diggett's figure was but a blur amid the shadows of the houses. "After him!" the captain ordered, as a dozen soldiers fanned out across the slope at the village's edge. Their quarry had disappeared into Raven's Wood, but they would track him down. Adam Diggett may have been the most wanted villager, but he was by no means the only one. Other men were being rounded up too. Thomas rushed back to his room and looked out over the high street. Soldiers were going from house to house, rooting out the rebels who had escaped their clutches once before. Running downstairs, he called after the officer as he rode out of the courtyard. "Captain! Captain Ponsonby!" he shouted. The young officer turned at the sound of his name and looked down to see Thomas tugging at his bridle. "You are making a grave mistake, Captain!" Ponsonby struggled to control his horse in all the chaos. It shuffled and nodded in protest. "I have my orders," he replied above the melee, adding firmly, "and I have evidence. You can have your say in court, Dr. Silkstone." And with that he gave the call to his men to move out the wagon. Adam Diggett might be temporarily at large, but at least this time there would be no escape for his fellow dissenters. A large crowd of mainly women and children was gathering around the waiting wagons as more and more men were bundled into them. Thomas strained to watch above the chaos. Bodies now pressed against him as mothers and wives frantically tried to reach their sons and husbands. In among all the chaos, however, Thomas recognized one man. Wearing a black frock coat, he was tall and lanky, with flame-red hair, and he wore a patch over his right eye. It was James Charlton. He was in conversation with Molly from the 3 Tons. Thomas knew that now was his chance. He was the man who certainly held the key to Geoffrey Turgose's death, and would surely testify as to Adam Diggett's innocence. He badly needed to speak with him alone, away from Malthus and Lupton. "Mr. Charlton! Mr. Charlton!" he called, trying to make himself heard above the cacophony of sobs and wails. Charlton heard his name shouted. His head shot round, and for a split second Thomas thought he might oblige. But then he wavered. He clearly thought better of it, and started off in the direction of Raven's Wood. The first of the wagons jerked forward as it moved off, blocking Thomas's path, and in another second James Charlton had disappeared altogether from view. Chapter 51. From the refuge of his upper room at the 3 Tons that evening, Thomas watched the rain drive hard along the high street. Rivulets had begun to form, coursing down from the woods and depositing stones and broken twigs on the roadway. For a while, hailstones as large as balls of shot hammered down on the roof, and the gusting wind sent an empty barrel rolling across the street. The thunder Thomas had heard rumble an hour or so before now vented its full rage over Brandwick, rattling windows and setting dogs barking. Every few seconds, sheet lightning would illuminate the sky, making it as bright as day. The storm raged on into the hours of darkness, preventing Thomas from sleeping. Not that he would have been capable of rest even if it had been a calm summer's evening. "Lydia is alive. Lydia is alive." He kept repeating the phrase as he lay on his bed to remind himself that he should be the happiest man on earth. He had been functioning as if on opiates smoked by Chinese men. His brain had been in a dark place until that thought had flooded it with light, and yet he still carried with him a terrible burden, as if a millstone were round his neck. Yes, his beloved was alive, but where was she, and, more important, in what state? The memory of her held captive in Bedlam flashed before him once more, her shaved head, her gaunt features, her eyes, reproachful. She blamed him for her misfortune. Sir Montague had managed to turn her mind against him. Had it not been for his own persistence, perhaps she would never have allowed herself to accept his proposal of marriage. As a foreigner and an American, moreover, he had had no right to venture into the hallowed echelons of the English aristocracy. In a society that valued birth over merit and wealth over intellect, he should have known he was trespassing on alien territory. During the small hours, the wind seemed to abate, and the thunder was reduced to a distant rumble. The withdrawal of the storm meant that its clamour was replaced by the steady dripping of water as it trickled through the ill-fitting window frame and fell onto the floor below. The unremitting flow was every bit as distracting as the roar of the wind and the clapping of the thunder. Sighing deeply, Thomas rose and placed a ewer underneath the window to catch the water. Such practicalities seemed to pull him back into the moment. He had battles to fight on 2 fronts. At first light he would ride to Oxford and visit the Brandwick men, who once more found themselves behind bars. Bart Bailey, the fuller, was a solid, practical man, and as reliable as the cuckoo's call in April. Yet even he found it difficult to rise the following morning after a broken night's rest. Along with most of the other residents of Brandwick, he had been kept awake by the buffeting wind and driving rain, not to mention the rolls of thunder. That was why the villagers were not in the least fazed when the stocks at the fulling mill had not begun pounding when the bell of St. Swithin's tolled 6. Yet it was not Bailey's tardiness that was the reason for the silence of the valley. The heavy rain meant that he had opened the sluice gates during the night, and not even a mere 3 hours' sleep could keep him from starting up the stocks. On this particular morning he had risen as soon as the day dawned and walked the few yards from his cottage to the mill house. He did so eagerly. The storm had been so fierce that he knew the surge of water from upstream would be great. The river would be in full flood, no doubt, and the mill wheel would be turning at a fierce speed. The heavy overnight rain that had drenched the valley meant the water flow should have been particularly good that morning. He would open the sluice gates fully to allow the river to thunder through and power the paddles. But once inside the mill house, he saw that for some reason the flow was down to little more than a trickle.
"Jack," he told his boy, "go walk upstream to see if there's a tree down."
"Aye, sir," replied the gangling youngster, and he bounded off up the course of the river to investigate. It would not be the first time an oak or a beech had come crashing down into the river and swept downstream. In the meantime, Bailey checked the frame and the shanks of the stocks to make sure that the fault was not mechanical. He suspected the rack and pinion might have been damaged. On inspection, however, he could see they were not. By this time, the workers, mainly women, were arriving for their daily shifts. They filed into the mill house expecting to see the stocks pounding away at the cloth, but the great wooden boots were motionless. Bart Bailey, standing on a low wall, addressed them.
"There's trouble with the water wheel," he told them. "Young Jack has gone to look upstream. He'll be back soon, but we may need some sturdy hands to move a trunk or such like."
The Fullers nodded. They'd seen debris clog up the wheel workings before. 2 men stepped forward for the job should they be needed to clear the water channel. Seconds later, Jack, red-faced and out of breath, delivered his verdict to his master.
"River's clear, sir, save for a few branches, and there's nowt to stop the flow."
The head fuller grimaced.
"Very well, we'd best look at the sluices. You two, come with me."
He beckoned to the 2 men, who followed him out onto the footbridge to check the shutters. The river was rushing at full pelt toward the wheel, but something was damming its flow so that the water was building up behind it, threatening to burst over the banks and flood the racking close. Bailey's son Charles volunteered to see what, if anything, was jamming up against the gate. He was young and fit and as strong as an ox. But as he tied a rope around his waist, his father felt even more apprehensive.
"Take good care now,"
said the fuller, watching his son wade into the turbulent river. The 2 men kept a firm hold of the rope, slacking it off only a little to allow Charles to ease himself closer to the sluice. In his hand, the youth held a long staff, using it to prod under the water.
"I feel it,"
he shouted after only a moment. His voice was drowned out by the sound of the gathering waters behind him, but the fuller could see by his son's reaction that he had found the obstruction. He continued to watch as Charles prodded further with his stick, then looked up once more at his father. This time the bravado and the determination had been replaced by another expression, one of terror. He began wading back toward the bridge as fast as he could.
"What is it? What have you seen?" questioned Bailey.
Wet through and barely able to catch his breath, the young man bent double for a moment before straightening himself. Fixing his father in the eye, he pulled his features into a grimace.
"There's a blockage down there, right enough," he cried above the water's roar. "'Tis the body of a man."
Thomas had packed his belongings and was making ready to leave the 3 tons for his homeward journey when he heard a shout go up in the high street. Soon there were more calls. Although he could not make out what was being said, there was an urgency in their tone that spoke of something serious. He rushed to his window to see a crowd gathering around a young man. He recognized him as the fuller's son from the mill. He was trying to reach the door of the inn. It was then, as he approached a little nearer, that Thomas could hear what he was saying.
"Dr. Silkstone! I am to fetch Dr. Silkstone!"
he cried out above the furor that engulfed him. Making haste down the stairs and out into the street, his bag in his hand, Thomas presented himself. "What is it, Charles? What's happened?" Breathless and distracted, the young man suddenly seemed relieved to have found the doctor.
"Oh, sir," he cried, "my father says you to come straight away. There's a body, sir. Stuck in the sluice it is."
The crowd suddenly parted, allowing Thomas to follow the youth up the high street, past the racking close and into the mill. Several women were clustered at the entrance. One was in tears. When they saw the doctor approach, they drew to one side to allow him access. Inside, Thomas saw the fuller and another much younger man with wet hair and clothes, crouched over something on the flagstone floor. "I believe I am needed, Mr. Bailey," called Thomas as he approached. The fuller wheeled round.
"Thank the Lord you were here, sir,"
he blurted, taking Thomas by the arm and guiding him closer.
"You'll need a strong stomach."
What Thomas saw, lying on the cold flags, was indeed a most unsettling sight. He had witnessed many a man mangled under cartwheels or crushed by a millstone, but this was a particularly vicious incident, where the paddles of the mill wheel had repeatedly struck the young man's torso and the back of his head. Half the body remained only as a fleshy, blooded pulp. The face, too, was grazed and bruised, and an open eye bulged reproachfully at any onlooker. Thomas took a deep breath, but regretted it immediately. His lungs were now filled with a noxious reek that made his stomach lurch for a moment. He had been caught off guard, and as he knelt down to inspect the corpse, he breathed through his mouth. As soon as he did, he felt a terrible charge surge through his entire body. It was the tattered black frock coat that confirmed to Thomas that he was dealing with no ordinary mill accident. "What happened?" he asked, his eyes playing on the flayed face of the victim.
"We found him stuck in the undershot of the wheel, sir,"
explained Bailey.
"It seems he'd been washed downstream in last night's storm."
Thomas nodded and swallowed hard. "I believe I know him," he said finally. Bailey slid his men a sideways glance and leaned closer to Thomas.
"It looks like the young chainman, sir."
The doctor rose to his feet. For a moment he felt light-headed for want of fresh air, but he forced himself to give orders. "You have a room? Somewhere I can examine the body, Mr. Bailey?" The fuller, who had deliberately turned his back on the corpse so that he did not have to look upon it, nodded and directed his horrified men to move the body, which they reluctantly did.
"To the storeroom, lads,"
he said, a look of apology etched on his face. "You'll need to notify the Oxford coroner, Sir Theodosius Pettigrew, too. Get word to him as soon as you can and tell him I am examining the corpse," Thomas instructed, as he followed the men and their stinking and blooded cargo into a storeroom at the far end of the mill house. On one side of the wall were stacked bales of woolen cloth that were awaiting scouring. There were barrels of urine, too, collected daily from the villagers by the piss cart, that gave off the sharp tang of ammonia. The stinks combined to produce an overpowering reek, while the resultant vapours brought tears to Thomas's eyes, but it was still infinitely preferable to the stench that rose from poor Mr. Charlton. On the other side of the room lay a long plank, supported at either end by trestles. It was here that the men deposited the corpse with indecent yet understandable haste, then retreated to the door. Thomas dismissed them with a nod before beginning the task in hand. A shaft of bright morning sunlight pierced through the narrow window and shone directly onto the body, making inspection slightly easier, although no less dramatic. Here lay the tall, thin young man, so neat and formal, a model assistant surveyor, no doubt, yet so timid and reticent. His experience in the woods had taken a terrible toll on his mental faculties, as was patently clear by his performance in court. What had become of poor Mr. Charlton that he had ended up in such a vile state? His corpse bore the marks of countless glancing blows and buffets as it made its way downriver over the rocky bed, only to be pinioned by the water wheel and crushed. Had someone wanted him dead? If so, why? These were pressing matters, the anatomist told himself, that would need to be addressed later. For the moment, the cause of death must be his focus. It was immediately clear to Thomas that some of Charlton's injuries had been sustained at the mill house as his body was struck by the paddles of the water wheel before it had finally stopped turning. Yet how had he been washed downstream in the first place? Moreover, had he been alive when he entered the water? Was James Charlton's death an unfortunate accident, a tumble in the woods, perhaps, or had he fallen prey to the same villains who had killed Mr. Turgoose? Could it be that the Raven and his gang had added a third murder to their tally? Those were the questions that Sir Theodosius would put to Thomas as soon as he heard of the corpse's discovery, and it was to these pressing issues that the anatomist now turned his undivided attention. Looking at the corpse, Thomas let out a faint sigh. In life, Mr. Charlton had struck him as quite tall, yet now his remains seemed so very slight and fragile as they lay on the table. The smart black coat was left a bundle of shredded rags. The breeches, too, were all tattered and torn, and the stockings muddied and blooded. He would strip the body of its clothes to give himself the entire picture before going any further. Before he did so, however, there was an obvious clue to the manner of the surveyor's death, one that Thomas noted immediately. From his mouth there exuded a fine white foam. It was a sign that Mr. Charlton had been alive when he hit the water. He began divesting the corpse. A few seconds into his task, however, he heard the mill wheel crank into action, and the pent-up water start to gush and roar once more. A little later, and the fulling stocks began to pound, slowly at first, then gathering pace. Thomas found the sound almost unbearable. He had previously conducted post-mortems in the most undesirable circumstances, but he felt this noise all but intolerable. He would request that Mr. Charlton's corpse be removed to the 3 tons for further examination. He was about to give orders to that effect when the sound of the men's voices outside rose above the roar of the water.
"Sir, I beg you, no!"
Mr. Bailey was pleading with someone. Seconds later, Nicholas Lupton came barging through the door and stormed toward Thomas. "You have Charlton?" he barked, before pulling himself up suddenly within a few feet of the cadaver, driven back by the stench. Thomas, momentarily caught off guard by the intrusion, composed himself. "I believe so, although no formal identification has been made," he replied, his voice raised over the rhythmic thud of the stocks. Lupton, struggling for breath in the foul-aired room, reached for a kerchief from his pocket and clamped it over his mouth. "I feared this would happen," he cried. "Now all hell will break loose. He'll hang for this, and not before time." Incandescent with rage, he strode back toward the storeroom door. Perplexed, Thomas called out to him. "Who, Lupton? Who will hang?" he asked. The steward turned. "Diggott, of course! Who else could have killed Charlton?" The anatomist frowned. "Adam Diggott? But I thought he escaped." Thomas recalled yesterday's commotion and seeing the coppicer fleeing into the forest. The steward clenched his jaw. "My men found him cowering in Ravenswood in the early hours," he replied. "He's as guilty as sin." His voice was tinged with a victor's disdain. Thomas felt suddenly roiled. He did not believe for a moment Adam Diggott could be capable of murder, and yet, admittedly, he was the most obvious suspect, and his capture fitted Lupton's plans so perfectly. Too perfectly. Just as the steward began to make his way out once more, Thomas called to him. "One more thing, Lupton." "Yes?" "When did you last see Mr. Charlton?" Lupton frowned. "After I returned from Oxford. Mid-afternoon, I suppose." "And what sort of state was he in?" "The man was a wreck as usual," came the barked reply. "Thank you," said Thomas. Such information might not have been specific, but it might prove helpful in pinpointing the time frame of death. It might also prove invaluable in solving this particularly unsavoury death. Chapter 52. Word had been sent ahead to prepare a room at the 3 tons to receive Charlton's body. Geach had offered the game larder, a cold room with a flagstone floor that could easily be sluiced. The lack of a good source of daylight was a concern to Thomas, but a plentiful supply of tallow candles had compensated. By now Walter Harker had been informed of the death, and he joined Thomas for the post-mortem examination. In his capacity as village constable, he had seen some grisly sights over the years, but still he was shocked at the severity of Charlton's injuries. The back of the young man's skull had been smashed to a pulp by the mill wheel, and his left leg, what remained of it, was mangled and broken. Normally in such cases, Thomas would look for signs of a struggle, bruising to the face or skin under the fingernails. As he examined the arms, however, the doctor's attention was immediately drawn to the left wrist. Taking his magnifying glass, he peered at a deep laceration. It was recent, but not so recent. The wound had been sutured and was possibly no more than a week old. Yet while the outward appearance of the corpse was most shocking, Thomas knew it was its inner workings that held the key to the chained man's death. That was why he wasted little time in incising the chest cavity. He retrieved a small saw from his medical case. Beginning at the clavicle, he made a Y-shaped incision and opened the rib cage so that he could examine the lungs. They appeared heavy and overinflated, a sure sign of death by drowning. Slicing through the trachea, he found what he suspected, more of the fine foam he had seen oozing from the young man's mouth. "It seems that Mr. Charlton was alive when he hit the water," he told Harker, who was peering over his shoulder. As Thomas pried further into the lungs, there was more evidence to back up this theory. A quantity of silt and some splinters of twigs were also present. The river was a raging torrent after last night's storm, full of mud and debris. If Charlton had been in the woods during that storm, he may have stumbled and lost his footing, sending him plunging into the water. Thomas knew 3 options now presented themselves. Firstly, that the chained man had slipped and fallen into the water, in which case his death was an accident. Secondly, that he had jumped into the water with the intention of killing himself. Or thirdly, that he had been pushed into the water, in other words, that he had been murdered, whether by Adam Diggett or by a person or persons as yet unknown. Yet there was one more avenue Thomas wished to explore. "The candle, if you please, Constable," he said, directing Harker to position the taper so that its light was directed toward Charlton's left ear, the one least damaged. Bending low, his magnifying glass in hand, Thomas inspected the auditory canal. It was bloody. He motioned to Harker to raise the candle over the nose. The nasal cavities were filled with blood, too. He stared once more at the dead man's face and tried to remember it in life. He recalled seeing Charlton less than 24 hours before at the inn as he witnessed Adam Diggett being arrested. The thundery air had been still and close, and his freckled face had been moist with sweat. He had mopped his brow with a kerchief. It was then that Thomas remembered the patch that had covered his right eye. There was no trace of it. The force of the water must have swept it away. "More light, if you please, Mr. Harker," he called. The constable held the taper just above Charlton's head so that the light fell directly onto his forehead. "Interesting," muttered Thomas, scrutinizing the area. The tissue surrounding the socket was bruised, yet it was clear to the doctor that the injury was not post-mortem. He lifted the lid. The white of the eye was very red, and there was yellow discharge exuding from the tear duct. "I need to remove the eyeball," Thomas announced. "Will you hold the candle steady for me, Mr. Harker?" The constable nodded. He seemed unfazed by the request. Selecting forceps, Thomas eased the gelatinous ball out of its socket and snipped the stalk of the optic nerve before dropping the eye into a dish. It was as he suspected. A small piece of metal had pierced the cornea. Using tweezers, he teased out the offending shard, no wider than a fingernail. Nevertheless, it was big enough to cause serious damage. Thomas held the foreign body up to Harker's candle. "Mr. Charlton had been blinded," he said. The constable frowned. "By the attackers in the woods, sir?" It was a reasonable supposition, but Thomas could not be so sure. He peered at the shard again with his magnifying lens, then handed it to Harker. "What do you make of that?" he asked the constable. Taking the glass, Harker deliberated for a moment before giving his verdict. "'Tis a flake of flint or steel, Mr. Silkstone," he concluded. Thomas nodded. "Precisely," he agreed before returning once more to the eyeball, which sat forlornly in the dish. The eye, he knew, purported to be the window into a man's soul. But this specimen, thought Thomas, went even further. It was a window onto Charlton's recent past, for embedded within its gelatinous layers it contained not only what appeared to be a particle of steel, but a fibre of felt, too. "And this, Mr. Harker, if I'm not much mistaken, is wadding." The constable shook his head. "What are you saying, Dr. Silkstone?" Suddenly Thomas realized that he had said too much already. He had been thinking out loud, something that was not judicious in the circumstances. "An anatomist's indulgence," he shrugged.
"I fear I digress," he said, returning to Charlton's corpse. Next he examined the dead man's left wrist, which had been bandaged. Thomas recalled that in court the chainman had claimed he had been attacked. He wondered if the injury had been sustained when he resisted giving the brigands his pocket watch, although he had not noticed the dressing at the time. But no, the scarring was too precise, too deliberate. There was no doubt in Thomas's mind. The wrist had been deliberately slit to sever the radial artery. Suddenly it all made sense. The young man's agitated mental state, the lungs full of water and debris, the blood coming from the inner auditory canal and nose indicating hemorrhaging, and finally the cut artery. All these were indications that while in an unstable mental condition, James Charlton deliberately took his own life by jumping from a height into the river. He could even envisage the place above the gorge in Ravenswood that was most likely his launching ground. Thomas thanked Harker and dismissed him. He needed time alone to think. Charlton's body had spoken to him, although what it had told him was of such a momentous nature that he wanted to be entirely sure of the facts before he confided in anyone. It seemed that in death this corpse had revealed what the chainman himself refused to acknowledge in life. Corroboration of this theory would, of course, be needed, but he knew it would be possible to obtain.
Chapter 53. Once again Thomas rode up Boughton's drive. He was anxious to inform Lupton of Charlton's autopsy findings as soon as possible. Howard came out to greet him on the steps as Will Lovelock appeared to see to his horse. The doctor dismounted and acknowledged the apologetic bow from Howard.
"Mr. Lupton has instructed me to tell you he has no wish to receive your report, Dr. Silkstone,"
the butler told him with a look of embarrassment. It was just as Thomas had feared. The steward wished to deprive him of the chance to face his adversaries once more. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Then he is in luck," replied Thomas. "Sir," replied a puzzled Howard, "I have not committed my findings to paper yet, so I am able to deliver them to your master verbally," he said. The butler opened his mouth in a half-hearted attempt to protest, but Thomas barged past him and headed straight for the study door. Bursting in, he found Lupton seated at the desk. Looking up, the steward smiled wryly, as if he had anticipated the intrusion. He leaned back in his chair. "Silkstone," his eyes latched on to Thomas, "you really are too trying. If you come with one of your reports, I'm not interested. Adam Diggott is in my custody." Thomas glowered at the man, so at ease in Lydia's seat, like a cuckoo in another's nest. "How can you be so sure that the coppicer is your man?" Lupton let out a laugh. Come, he chided. "Any fool can see he has the motive. Charlton witnessed Diggott shoot to a goose." Thomas shrugged. "I'll admit it is very convenient, but 'tis not what happened." Suddenly the smile was wiped from the steward's face. "Oh?" The anatomist nodded. "I believe I know how Mr. Charlton died." Lupton snorted through flared nostrils. "So do I! By Diggott's hand." "Not so," countered Thomas. The steward narrowed his eyes. "Do you expect a jury to believe your science over the hard evidence?" Thomas was quick to correct him. "Evidence that is circumstantial. The fact that both men were in the woods last night proves nothing." Without standing on the usual courtesies, the doctor made his way to the window and looked out over the lawns. Lupton watched him with a frown. "Well, man?" Thomas remained facing the window. "Yes, I do know how he died, but, more importantly, I believe I know why." He heard the scrape of Lupton's chair on the polished wooden floor as he rose and walked toward him. Thomas wheeled round. "You must think me most foolish," he challenged. Again there was a wry smile from Lupton, only this time it was followed by a mocking laugh. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Silkstone," he replied, standing by the mantelpiece. "You see, in life Charlton may have been able to keep his secret, but in death it has been divulged." Thomas's words caused the steward to furrow his brow. "I do not follow you." The doctor fixed Lupton in the eye. "There was no ambush in the woods, was there? No attack by highwaymen?" The steward held his nerve and adopted a look of puzzlement. "What are you talking about, man? Of course there was.
Adam Diggett and his gang killed Turgoose, and now he has killed Charlton too." "And that would suit your purpose, would it not?" inquired Thomas. But he did not wait for an answer. Instead, he called Lupton's bluff. "I now know what you and Sir Montague have known all along." The steward swallowed hard and leaned an elbow on the mantel-shelf, assuming an air of self-confidence. "And that is?" "It was James Charlton who fired the pistol. He killed his master." "Ha!" Lupton's response was a cross between a snort and a laugh. For a moment he remained silently smirking until his composure cracked. He stood upright and tugged at his waistcoat. "You cannot prove it," he snapped. Thomas was happy to volunteer the proof. On a nearby table, he opened his medical case and retrieved a glass phial containing his evidence. "I removed fragments of metal and linen from Charlton's eye. They only need to match the remnants I found in Turgoose's wounds." He felt quietly triumphant, but there was little joy in his victory. That was why Charlton killed himself, was it not? He shot his master, but a public confession would not suit your purpose. You needed to pin the blame on the villagers so the law would deal with them, teach them a lesson. Boughton will not tolerate any opposition to enclosure. That was why you kept the chained man here, a virtual prisoner. You did not want him to tell the truth, to take the blame, so you concocted a story about footpads, stealing his pocket watch, and planted it, together with the pistol, in the Diggett's cottage. "Such fantasy!" snorted Lupton. Thomas persisted. "Charlton couldn't live with the guilt, could he? He tried to slit his wrists after Abe Diggett's trial, but it was the massacre of the villagers that was the final straw. He felt responsible for the deaths of 3 innocent people, and so he threw himself into the river." He replaced the phial in his case and turned again to face the steward. "What I don't understand is why he murdered Turgoose." "And you never shall," muttered Lupton, his attention drawn by sudden movement outside the window. Thomas frowned. "What did you just say?" Lupton rose, went to the door, and opened it. "I said you never shall understand," he repeated, the familiar disdain tempering his voice. As he held open the door, a messenger entered. "You have the charge?" asked the steward. The courier gave a shallow bow and held up a piece of parchment. "I do, sir," he replied. Lupton allowed himself a moment of self-congratulation. "Excellent. Then we can proceed. See that it is delivered to the governor of Oxford Jail, along with the prisoner." The messenger bowed and within a second was gone. Thomas shook his head in disbelief. "Have you not heard a word of what I have been saying? There was no murder. The coppicer is innocent." There was a note of exasperation in his tone. "Charlton killed himself." Lupton shook his head and clicked his tongue. "I doubt the judge will agree when he sees Adam Diggett stand before him and hears how he tried to evade arrest." Thomas's eyes widened. "So he is to be charged with Charlton's murder as well as Turgoose's?" "There is a pleasant symmetry to it, is there not?" said the steward, walking over to the fireplace. "But you know he is innocent," Thomas protested. "Not only can I prove that Charlton killed himself, I can prove he killed Turgoose too, and you know it." Yet Lupton refused to be drawn in. He threw Thomas a scornful look. "Save your theories for the courtroom, Silkstone. Adam Diggett and his co-conspirators are as good as dead already," he said, reaching for the bell cord. Howard appeared almost instantaneously. "Show Dr. Silkstone out, will you?" For an instant Thomas considered refusing to leave until he had been heard, but he was forced to silently acknowledge any defiance would be futile. Instead, he simply nodded. He would have to rely on his scientific findings to reveal the truth. "I shall see you in court in Oxford, Lupton," he said. Chapter 54. News of the gruesome discovery of the fulling mill had spread quickly. It was soon added by village gossips to the canon that included the trial of so many Brandwick men and Adam Diggett's murder charge. "Working hard again tonight, Dr. Silkstone?" Mistress Geach inquired with a glint in her eye. Thomas had just agreed with the landlady to pay extra for the privilege of a spermaceti candle instead of the usual tallow. Yet her flirtatiousness did nothing to lighten the prospect of the coming hours spent writing James Charlton's post-mortem report. The standard inn candles, which smoked and guttered, were an added irritation that he could well do without. "I fear so," he replied. He thought she held on to the shaft of the wax candle as she handed it to him over the counter a little longer than was strictly necessary. "Would you like your meal in your room?" she asked, cocking her head. "Cook's made a lovely mutton stew." "I would like that very much," Thomas replied with a smile. He knew she meant well. He found his room quite stuffy. The warmer weather left the upper-story rooms often much warmer than downstairs, and he immediately flung open the windows to take in a good lungful of air. Holding his arms out wide, he stretched and breathed deeply. It had been a day of tragedy and of revelation, but it was not yet over. His inkstand remained on his desk, and he was just summoning up the energy to embark upon his post-mortem report when he heard a tap at the door. Opening it wide, he saw Molly, holding a tray of victuals. He smiled at her and bade her enter, although he noticed she seemed even more reticent than usual. She did not return his greeting, and her eyes planted themselves on the floor. She walked purposefully toward Thomas's table and set down her cargo carefully and deliberately, lingering longer over the laying of the cutlery than was usual or necessary. Noting her behaviour, Thomas attracted her eye. Lowering his face to hers, he asked, "Is something troubling you, Molly?" He saw the girl's small bosom heave as she took a deep breath and turned her gaze on him. "There is something, Doctor," she acknowledged. "I think 'tis you I must tell." "Tell me what?" Her eyes now met Thomas's, and she delved into her apron pocket to produce what looked like a sealed letter. "I think you best have this, sir," she said, handing it over. Thomas reached for the knife on the nearby table and broke the seal. Molly watched him, twisting her apron. "The mapmaker's man gave it to me, see? I told him I wasn't good at letters, but he said if anything happened to him, I was to ask someone I trusted to read it. And now he's gone." She bit her lip. "I know I can trust you, Doctor, can't I?" Thomas lifted the letter to the window to catch the last of the light and read the few lines of script quickly. "You can trust me, Molly," he replied, looking up from the letter. His body was suddenly stiff with shock. "You have done the right thing. You have saved a man's life." The trial of Adam Diggett for the murders of Geoffrey Turgoose, Master Surveyor, and in a separate incident, James Charlton, his assistant, was to be held the next day at Oxford Assizes. Thomas set off for the city from the 3 Tuns at first light, armed with Charlton's letter. His horse, however, had fallen lame, and he had been forced to stop in Headington, just on the outskirts of Oxford, to have the mare re-shod. He therefore arrived a few minutes after the proceedings had started, and walked in just in time to see Seth Talland, the guard, take the witness stand. Once again the courtroom was packed with the flotsam and jetsam of the city, together with members of the legal fraternity. The same judge, His Honour Judge Du Barry, was presiding. Thomas was not sure if that was to Diggett's advantage. He saw Lupton, too, who returned a thunderous scowl as soon as he clapped eyes on Thomas. An uneasy silence settled on the assembled crowd as Seth Talland began his testimony. Looking bullish, his shovel hands clasping the stand as confidently as a vicar in his pulpit, he repeated the same fabrication he had concocted for Abe Diggett's trial. Once more, Thomas found himself forced to listen to his well-rehearsed litany of lies. Talland related how he and the surveyors had been separated when their pack-horse fell, whinnying into a pit, and how Turgoose had checked to see what the tumult was and then returned to the clearing. Seconds later, Talland had joined him, only to find himself witnessing a vicious attack. He saw 4 men demand Charlton hand over any valuables. Initially he refused, but when they hit him in the face, injuring his eye, he handed over his pocket watch. When, however, they asked the same of Charlton's master, he refused. Instead, Turgoose pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the varlets. There was a struggle. In this version of events, it was Abe Diggett who wrested the weapon from the surveyor, while Adam snatched it from him and shot the surveyor point blank. The prizefighter's delivery had been fluent. The same prosecutor, the ruthless Martin Bradshaw, had not interrupted him once, and by the looks on the jurors' faces, his account of the incident seemed wholly plausible. Thomas, however, had every faith that he would soon put paid to any credibility the guard had with the jury. As soon as Tallant had stepped down from the witness stand, Thomas approached the clerk and handed him Charlton's letter. In a low voice he told him it was vital evidence and must be presented to the court immediately. The clerk, scanning the paper, concurred, and a moment later the missive was set before the judge himself.
"The court will adjourn,"
said Du Barry, reaching for his gavel. In the judge's chamber, Thomas explained how he had come across the letter and how Molly Trott, the serving girl at the 3 Tons, was waiting in the courtroom. She was, he said, prepared to testify as to how the missive came to be in her possession, and Charlton's parting words to her before he walked up to Ravenswood on that fateful day. Once again the judge called the court to order, and the meek and diffident girl from the tavern reluctantly took the witness stand. Once the formalities were over, Judge Du Barry announced that new evidence had come to light. He fluttered Charlton's letter in the air.
"Tell us how you came by this, pray tell, Miss, The
judge squinted at his notes.
"Miss Trott."
As she looked about at her hushed audience, Thomas feared the maid would buckle under the glare of their hostile stares. She licked her cracked lips and shifted nervously, but he managed to catch her eye and gave her a smile which seemed to reassure her and confirm her purpose. "It were when they was taking the men away, sir," she began. The judge frowned.
"You must be more specific, Miss Trott," he told her.
She returned a quizzical look.
"Which men?" he asked.
She gave a little nod to signify that she had understood the question. "It were after the village men that were accused of riot came back from Oxford," she said. There was no emotion in her voice. "Everyone were outside to greet 'em, and Mr. Geach—" The judge stopped her.
"Mr. Geach is?"
"My master, sir, the landlord at the 3 Tons. He tells me to go outside and take some gin to the men on the house, like. So I goes, and then I see the soldiers come again to take them away, and there was panic, and while I'm watching 'em, Mr. Charlton comes up to me." Again Judge Du Barry interrupted.
"How did you know it was Mr. Charlton?"
Molly, turning her head to face the judge, replied, "Mr. Charlton and his master were staying with us, sir, while they made their maps. Mr. Charlton always showed me great kindness."
"I see. Carry on," instructed Du Barry.
"So Mr. Charlton, he seems distracted and upset when he sees the redcoats back, and he comes up to me and hands me the letter."
"And what did he say to you?"
"He says, 'Molly, if anything should happen to me, then you're to give this to someone you trust.' I says, 'Sir, is something wrong?' And he looks at me real strange and says, 'I'm going to put it right.'" Her recollection hung on the stale courtroom air for a moment until Judge Du Barry asked,
"And what happened next?"
"Next, sir, I heard Dr. Silkstone's voice. He were calling out to Mr. Charlton, but he just ignored him and turned and started walking away quick." Her delivery was deadpan and melancholy, and she held the courtroom enthralled. "That was the last I seed of him until I heard he were gone." Judge Du Barry arched a brow.
"And when you heard he was gone, Miss Trott, what was your reaction?"
The girl shrugged. "I was sorry, sir, and shocked. And then—"
"Yes?"
"Then I remembered the letter he gave me."
"So you read it?"
A ripple of laughter went round the courtroom, and the girl, bowing her head briefly, replied, "I don't know my letters, sir. That is why I took it to someone who I could trust to read it and do the right thing."
"And that person was Dr. Silkstone?"
Molly nodded and shot a look across the floor to where Thomas sat. "I knew him to be a good man, sir. He'd helped all them that was shot at by the redcoats," she said. The judge nodded.
"Thank you, Miss Trott. You may step down," he told her.
Next it was Thomas's turn to take the witness stand. He had not expected to be called and felt ill-prepared for any cross-examination. Nevertheless, he had taken the liberty of comparing the letter purportedly from Charlton with bills the chainman had signed at the 3 Tons and had shown them to the clerk for verification. Initial formalities over, Judge Du Barry addressed Thomas.
"I would ask that you read this letter from Mr. Charlton to the court, Dr. Silkstone," he said.
The missive was passed across from the bench to Thomas, and in a clear voice he began, "To whom it may concern, I write this letter in the sure knowledge that when it is next read it will be after my death. My own folly and cowardice have drawn me to the conclusion that I have no honourable course but to take my own life. I cannot expect forgiveness from those who have been compelled to deal with my self-inflicted misfortune, but I do crave their understanding." At this point Thomas looked up and saw that the courtroom was hanging on his every word. Somewhere a fly buzzed. He resumed. "On the afternoon of April 20th, I found myself extremely nervous. The local villagers had been trailing us and tormenting us. We were in fear of our lives when we entered the woods, and when I heard the horse whinnying, I was convinced we were being ambushed. Mr. Turgoose, seeing my distress, put me in charge of his pistol, little knowing that I was not fit to have it. He left me alone to see what had happened, and when he returned I mistook him for a brigand. God help me, it was me who fired the shot that killed Mr. Turgoose. I do not recall much that followed immediately afterward, only that I was in shock and great pain when fragments flew into my eye when the pistol discharged. Our guide, Mr. Talland, helped me back to Boughton Hall. It was all my fault, and I alone should be judged for my actions. I was forced to perjure myself in court in the case of Abe Diggott, but I cannot stand by and watch as another innocent man is charged with the murder of Mr. Turgoose. I therefore own up to my reckless crime, and hope that my confession will ensure the dismissal of any case brought against any other man, and a subsequent pardon." Thomas looked up to address the captivated court directly. "I go to my Maker in the hope that he will grant me forgiveness for my most grievous sins. James Charlton." For a moment it seemed that time in the courtroom stood still, as everyone reflected on what they had just heard. Finally, Judge Du Barry spoke. "Thank you, Dr. Silkstone. That was most enlightening," he said before addressing the defendant. "I have no choice but to say, Adam Diggott," the coppicer straightened himself in the dock, "I hereby dismiss all charges against you. You are free to go." Thomas felt his whole body suddenly lighten. A heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Geoffrey Turgoose's death had been a tragic accident. As if Charlton's torment at his own mistake was not enough, Sir Montague and Lupton had forced him to comply with their elaborate charade to cover up the truth. It suited Sir Montague's purpose to mark the villagers as lawless murderers, so that his own brand of justice could prevail. And now he and his allies had been revealed in court as nothing but liars and tyrants. He allowed himself a smile, but it was only a flicker before it snagged on Lupton's gaze. The steward was standing, talking with Prosecutor Bradshaw. He wore the dazed look of a man not used to defeat. The brief encounter reminded Thomas that despite this immediate victory, his battle with the Boughton Estate, and Sir Montague in particular, was far from over. Chapter 55. The journey from Draycott House to Boughton Hall was almost at an end. It had passed smoothly enough. Richard had slept for much of the way, while Lydia had contented herself with looking out of the carriage window at the familiar countryside, or conversing now and again with Nurse Pring. The rolling hills were clothed in bright spring green, and the sun was coaxing the leaves in the beechwoods to unfurl. She was taking simple delight from the vista. She was going home. Suddenly, however, she heard a great rattle up ahead, and her pleasure was rudely curtailed as the carriage lurched, plunging her forward. The coachman cussed loudly and was forced to pull up the horses to allow another carriage to pass at speed on the right-hand side. Lydia's head whipped round to see a passenger inside, railing at his driver to go faster. For a moment she thought she recognized the man, but then decided she must have been mistaken. "All well, your ladyship?" the footman called down from his perch. Richard had taken a tumble, but thought it rather amusing. Nurse Pring was fussing over his clothes, which had gone askew. "All well," Lydia assured him, smoothing her skirts. Yet she could not pretend that she did not feel apprehensive. It was not that this small, yet sudden incident had unsettled her, but that she was uncertain as to the reason for her journey. The message had come from Sir Montague only the previous day. He was away on business, but they were to rendezvous at Boughton Hall. He did not say for what purpose, but she hoped very much that it heralded a permanent return to the place she loved and missed so much. They drove on for another mile or so, until the carriage swung through the huge wrought-iron gates. Lydia felt her heart lurch in her chest as she caught sight of the hall for the first time in almost 3 months. "Look, my darling." She reached out her arms across the carriage and drew Richard close to her. Together they stared out the window onto the hall's ornate facade with its barley-sugar chimneys and its elegant pediments. "We are home," she cried. Her son, although not sharing his mother's obvious delight, seemed happy enough to be returning. "Is Mr. Lupton here?" he asked. Lydia smiled and pushed a wayward curl away from her son's eye. "Yes, I think he is," she replied, remembering the enthusiasm that Richard had shown for the steward's company. As the carriage progressed up the driveway, Lydia's excitement grew as she saw the staff gathering on the front steps to greet her. There were Howard and Mistress Firebrace, the housekeeper, Mistress Claddingbowl, the cook, and a dozen more familiar faces, all smiling and ready to welcome their mistress. The moment the horses pulled up, Sir Montague stepped out too. His expression was sombre but not foreboding, and he managed a polite smile as she alighted from the carriage, helped by the footman.
"Welcome back, your ladyship," he greeted her.
Lydia slipped him a strange look. Sir Montague welcoming her into her own home. The irony was not lost on her. At first she had believed it was he who had deprived her of her beloved Boughton. Then, as the story unfolded, she had come to realize that her father was in fact her ally, and that all along she was being betrayed by the man whom she had come to trust above all others. The wound was still raw, and even to think of Dr. Thomas Silkstone pained her, but as she glanced at Richard as he made his way down the carriage steps, she knew she could endure anything, as long as her son was with her.
"After you have settled yourself, we shall take tea,"
Sir Montague told her, holding out his long arm in a sweeping gesture up the steps. Mistress Firebrace, her face wreathed in uncustomary smiles, showed Lydia to her bedchamber. It was just as she had left it, the bed draped in silk, the escritoire by the window, and a huge arrangement of peonies on the table that fragranced the air. Walking over to the window, she looked out onto the lawns, to the rose garden, still tended but wanting Amos Kidd's touch. She ran her fingers over her chest of drawers, her washstand, the embroidered shawl her late husband had brought back from India, draped over her favourite chair. They were so familiar, so comforting, and yet strangely different. Perhaps it was that so much had changed since she had last opened those drawers or brushed her hair in this room. Perhaps it was because her own life had taken a different direction that she perceived those objects differently. Each one held a memory, a thought, or a moment frozen in time. Making for the bed, she let her fingers hover over the pillow where Thomas's head had once lain. She dared not touch it for fear it was still warm. She knew it was a ridiculous notion, but every time she recalled his caress, his scent, his breath, a terrible sense of loss washed over her. Trust was the bridge that had joined them, the thread that had bound them, and now that it had gone, there was nothing, except a deep and irrepressible yearning for something no longer there. "Tea is ready, your ladyship," Mistress Firebrace announced a little later. "I shall see that your luggage is unpacked in the meantime." "Yes," replied Lydia flatly. Being back at Boughton after all that she had endured still seemed like a dream to her. She was afraid she might wake at any moment. "Thank you," she said, and she made her way downstairs to the drawing-room, where Sir Montague was waiting. This was where it had happened, where she had been restrained, where order had descended into chaos before she was taken to the madhouse. And now gentility ruled. Decorum had been restored. Her nightmare seemed no more than that, a terrifying dream to be forgotten and never spoken of again. She took a seat opposite her father. The tea-tray lay on a cabinet by the sofa.
"You will do the honours, my dear?"
Sir Montague asked. Lydia, who sat smoothing her skirts self-consciously, declined. "I would rather not," she said with a polite smile.
"Of course,"
he replied.
"You must be fatigued after your journey, my dear,"
he said, and he nodded to the maid to serve the tea. For a few moments they sat in silence, the clink of the china cups the only noise in the room, as Lydia's eyes lingered on familiar objects and on the view over the lawns. She was aware that her new-found father, with his hawkish gaze, was watching her every move. She willed herself to pretend that her joy at her return outweighed all her other emotions, but she had never been adept at hiding her feelings. Returning to Boughton brought back so many memories of Thomas that her happiness and relief were tempered. She steeled herself to make conversation. "Mr. Lupton," she began. Sir Montague, in the midst of a sip of tea, made an odd, slurping noise.
"Lupton, my dear?"
He could not hide his surprise that his steward should be paramount in her thoughts. "I trust he is well?" Lydia did her best to ignore her father's thinly disguised astonishment. "Richard is looking forward to seeing him." Sir Montague arched a brow.
"That will not be possible, I fear," he replied.
"Oh?"
"I fear Mr. Lupton and I have parted company."
The memory of the carriage speeding its way down the country lane flashed in front of her eyes. So it was Lupton she had seen, his face darkened by fury. A disagreement? She knew she was being bold. Sir Montague twitched his lips, but his eyes remained cold.
"Of sorts. I maintained he was incompetent, and he disagreed, so I dismissed him."
Lydia looked away with a little sigh. "Richard will be disappointed."
"Not as disappointed as I was in the man's capabilities, I can assure you, my dear."
Another awkward silence ensued. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked away the seconds as if they were minutes.
"You are still pained,"
her father told her, after a few uneasy moments had passed. It was an observation, not a question.
"But it will ease,"
he added unsympathetically. He took another sip of tea.
"And we have plans to make."
"Plans?" Lydia blinked and looked up from her cup. Plans were for those who could see into the future, a place she had not dared go for many weeks.
"For the estate," riposted her father. "Changes are afoot, and we must discuss them. Boughton needs you."
She inclined her head thoughtfully, then said, "And what can I give that you and Mr. Lupton could not?" Her time away had exposed her as weak and ineffectual. Boughton could be run just as efficiently, if not more so, without her. She was an irrelevance.
"I'm sure you have ideas, my dear."
She knew his words were calculated to make her feel at ease, but in truth she felt overwhelmed. She managed a weak smile, but for now she was content to live in the moment. Thoughts of Bedlam, betrayal, and Thomas still whirled around in her brain, sapping her of her strength and any confidence she had previously acquired. Yet, as if her father had read her mind, the past reared its head once more.
"I know Silkstone has left you bruised, but surely you must now see how he tried to use you. He abused your wealth and status to further his own career, and—"
Suddenly something inside her snapped. He was trying to boost her confidence while vilifying Thomas. The nerve was still raw, and he had touched it directly. "He saved your life," she interrupted. Taken aback, her father's bushy brows lifted.
"He did indeed save my life, and for that I am most grateful. But he did it for his own gain. By saving me, he made both of us indebted to him."
He took another sip of tea.
"A cold and callous calculation," he added,
returning his dish to the tray. Lydia knew that everything he said made perfect sense. After all, his lawyer's cunning ensured that all his arguments were neatly taken care of, all objections swiftly overruled with the finality of a judge's gavel. She knew, too, that she needed time to herself. What was it the Reverend Lightfoot had told her after her brother Edward's death so long ago? Time is a great healer. At this moment her wounds were still exposed. Time would, no doubt, heal them, but she also needed the balm of space. She rose. "Forgive me, but I need to go to my room," she said with a nod. To hear her father go through a catalogue of Thomas's faults and failings was too much for her to bear. Sir Montague got to his feet too.
"Of course, my dear,"
he replied. In Lydia's absence, Mistress Firebrace had supervised the unpacking of her luggage. Her scent bottles had been returned to her dressing-table, along with her hairbrush and mirror. Her favourite novels had been arranged on her bookstand, and the painted dressing screen positioned in its rightful place. Yet rather than ease her anxiety, such familiarity only reminded her of Thomas more. Her room had returned to its former self, and Thomas had been a part of it. Moving over to the escritoire, she recalled the times she had sat there composing letters to him, her words pouring like summer rain on the page. She had laid her feelings bare, exposed herself to him, and he had cut her with all the precision his surgeon's scalpel could muster. Her fingers played on the top drawer, smaller than the rest. In one swift move she opened it, and there, lying bound by a blue ribbon, were his letters. She had kept them all, testaments to a love she had believed so real and true. Seizing them, she untied the ribbon as she walked over to the fireplace. Then, one by one, she began feeding them to the flames, and watched through glassy eyes as they crackled and spluttered and disappeared. So lost in her own grief was she, that she did not hear footsteps and the opening of the door. In fact, the first she knew that someone was behind her was when she heard a voice. "Welcome back, your ladyship." She turned to see Eliza, her eyes welling with tears, standing in the middle of the room. Instinctively, Lydia hurried forward and took her by both hands. "Oh, Eliza, how I have missed you," she cried. "And are you, your ladyship? We thought you was dead." Lydia took a step back and let her maid's hands fall. "Dead?" The word bounced off her tongue. "Why, yes, your ladyship. We was told you died. Sir Montague put a notice in the news sheet and—" "Dead?" repeated Lydia. She slumped down on the nearest chair, her face suddenly pale. Eliza crouched down beside her. "We didn't know what to think, your ladyship. There was a funeral and—" Lydia shook her head. "I have been unwell," she acknowledged. "But why would Sir Montague say I was dead?" In her joy, Eliza could not think to question. She shrugged. "I do not know, my lady, but you are here now." Lydia, however, could not put her questioning to one side so easily. Her happiness at seeing her maid once more had been blunted, dealt an inadvertently cruel blow. If she was still dead to all intents and purposes, then did Sir Montague plan to keep her dead, unable to reveal herself once more to the outside world? Could it be that he intended to bury her alive at Boughton? She tried to shrug off the ridiculous notion. "But of course you will let everyone know in the village that I am still alive." A nervous laugh escaped from her lips. Walking over to the grate, Eliza had taken hold of the poker. At Lydia's words she turned and looked grave. "We are sworn to secrecy, your ladyship. Sir Montague says we must tell no one that you are here."
Lydia looked wide-eyed at the girl, as if she had suddenly hammered another nail in her coffin.
She watched Eliza mend the fire in silence, with a rising feeling of fear. A moment later the maid had straightened herself and was moving away from the hearth when she noticed the remaining letters on the mantel-shelf. She switched round and fixed her mistress with a questioning frown. "You are burning Dr. Silkstone's letters?" she asked. Lydia realized her maid had seen her read them on countless occasions. The script was so familiar to her, and the girl had even bought the ribbon that bound them from Brandwick Market herself. Lydia's gaze fell as if she suddenly felt ashamed. She did not address her maid directly. "I am," she replied, the confession clearly paining her. Eliza shook her head. "But why, your ladyship?" Lydia felt a wave of despair surge over her. "Because I fear he has betrayed me, Eliza." "Betrayed?" repeated her maid, frowning. Lydia sighed deeply, and her eyes moistened. "He was the one behind my admission to Bedlam." Eliza's face registered the shock. "He was the one who signed the certificate that committed me. I have seen the papers myself." Again Eliza shook her head. "No, no, my lady, 'tis not so," she protested, rushing toward her mistress. Lydia rose suddenly and moved over to the window. Eliza followed her. "Sir Montague has revealed Dr. Silkstone to be a liar and a fraud," she said. Her slight shoulders heaved in a deep sigh. "He was using me to gain social status and wealth. I suited his ambitions." Now drawn alongside her mistress, Eliza looked her in the eye. "Please, your ladyship, Whatever Sir Montague has told you is false. Dr. Silkstone came here looking for you just after they took you away. Frantic he were, and when he thought you was dead—" Lydia interjected. "He came looking for me?" Eliza's words raced in front of her. "Yes, yes, my lady. He even went into the vault when he thought they'd buried you. He's been here since, too, pleading with Mr. Lupton to let him know where you were. Moved heaven and earth, he has." Suddenly Lydia's hands flew up to her ears, and she pressed her palms against them. "No more," she cried. "I cannot take any more." Eliza held her breath. She had overstepped the mark between mistress and maid, but she knew that Lydia's happiness was at stake. Slowly she stepped away, putting a little distance between them. "Forgive me, your ladyship, but 'tis the truth. Dr. Silkstone's heart belongs to you, and that's for sure," she said. Walking over to the mantel shelf, she reached for the remaining letters that had not yet been consigned to the flames, then returned. Thrusting them under Lydia's nose, she said, "If you still doubt me, just read one of his letters, and I'm sure his own words will convince you." And with that she bobbed a curtsy and ran from the room, leaving Lydia cradling the sheaves of paper in her trembling hands. Chapter 56. The good news from Oxford had come earlier in the day. Thomas had just returned to his room at the 3 Tuns after changing Zeb Godson's dressing. All the seriously injured men were now out of danger. He was about to pack for his return journey to London when he heard the clatter of hooves on the cobbled high street and the sound of cheers. Moving over to the window, he looked down to see the villagers gathering round a horseman. Moments later, Molly delivered the news he had been awaiting. Without bothering to knock, she flung open the door, set down the tray she was carrying, and with uncharacteristic exuberance declared, "They're free!" "A great relief, Molly. I'm most grateful for you for telling me," said Thomas, smiling broadly. "They'll be back before nightfall," she added. "There'll be some rejoicing tonight." Thomas had dearly wished to return to London as soon as Adam Diggott's trial ended, but had remained in Brandwick to see to the welfare of the injured and to hear the outcome of the trial of the rest of the accused men before he headed home. The jury at the assizes, he was soon to learn, had returned a verdict that showed not only the strength of public opinion, but Sir Theodosius Pettigrew's valiant efforts to lobby on their behalf too. While they found the defendants guilty of having been present at an unlawful assembly on May 21st in Brandwick, it was their unanimous wish to recommend all the parties to what they termed the merciful consideration of the court. The judges, Mr. Justice Boswell and Sir John Clearhue, responded favourably to this appeal, and the longest sentence inflicted was for 2 months' imprisonment. Such satisfactory outcomes meant that Thomas could now concentrate his efforts on tracking down Lydia's whereabouts. He would return to London to marshal his thoughts, and enlist the help of the Westminster coroner, Sir Stephen Gandy, to engage a trustworthy solicitor. He had arrived at the notion that he would have to play Sir Montague at his own game, and force the issue of Lydia's well-being through the courts. Threatening to go public with the revelation that her ladyship was, in fact, the lawyer's illegitimate daughter, would throw the future of the Boughton Estate into the air. The Crick bloodline had been broken. The consequences could be dire. No sooner had he closed the door on Molly and begun to resume his packing, however, when he heard more footsteps thundering along the corridor outside. A second later his door was flung open, and there, his face crumpled into a scowl, was Nicholas Lupton. Seth Talland stood arms crossed behind his master. "Silkstone!" boomed the steward. From his flaming cheeks and the smell that wafted into the room, Thomas could tell he was emboldened by strong liquor. Lupton. Not wishing to inflame his passions any further, Thomas remained calm. "To what do I owe the honour?" The steward snorted. "Honour? What would you know about honour? An honourable man has guts." He swayed slightly as he spoke. Thomas surmised that the outcome in the courtroom and the leniency of the verdicts had frustrated Sir Montague. He had clearly vented his spleen on Lupton, who had turned to the bottle for solace. "You need to rest, sir. I shall call the landlord, who will find you a bed," said Thomas, walking toward the steward. His suggestion, however, was swiftly rebuffed. "How dare you tell me what I need?" thundered Lupton, slamming the door jamb with his gloved hand. "You are the cause of all this.
Had you not set your sights on a woman not of your class, none of this would have happened."
Thomas could see that Lupton's fury would not be easily assuaged. "Please, Lupton." He moved closer, an arm outstretched, but the steward battered it away.
"You can have her now. You're welcome to her."
He lowered his voice, as if he was resigned to his loss. Thomas knew that he had nurtured his own designs on Lydia. He knew, too, that he must surely be privy to her whereabouts. He seized his chance. "Where is she, Lupton? Why don't you tell me? You have nothing to lose now." It was all he could do to stop himself from grabbing the steward by the coat and shaking him into submission, but he restrained himself. Lupton looked deep into Thomas's eyes, and his face suddenly broke into a broad smile. "You really care for her, don't you? You want to know where she is more than anything," he jibed. Thomas was so close to him he felt his liquor breath hot against his skin. Thomas bit his lip, but Lupton continued to twist the knife. "Admit it, why don't you?" he taunted. "Or is it that you are a coward? A cowardly colonist. Yes, that's it." As he spoke, he pulled at the fingers of the glove on his right hand. "You, sir, are a coward, and if you want to know the whereabouts of Lady Lydia, you will have to fight like a man." Suddenly he drew back his glove and slapped